So here we are. We're back for round one. The players have built their decks, and we're going to be getting into the action. It's 3 rounds today, and to progress into day two of the Champions Cube, you need to secure 2 victories. And we have Zach, who is going to be playing the Dragon deck that we watched him build. He's going to be on the top of the screen, and we're going to be coming up against a Grass Lightning deck here in round one. Slight. What do you think about these two deck lists? First of all, how did their drafts shape up?
I would say no huge surprises from what we talked about in the draft, at least not from Adam Carl's deck. I think maybe one fewer lightning basic maybe than I expected. There's a 2-3 lightning line, but I think it makes
Mhm.
sense. There are different reasons why the player may want to go into different attackers. Um, Zach's deck, I think, was going to be a challenge to build, but I think he did a pretty strong job. So we do see a lot of psychic and dark energy in the deck. We see the double Zoroark that we talked about, and then it's basically just a greatest hits compilation of all of the dragons in the cube.
Yeah, and lent into that tag call package with double Dragon Energy, 2 tag call, the 2 Guzma as well. So it should be pretty quick off the mark here. As we're getting into our game, there's a capture energy early, so we can grab a basic Pokemon here. I think we're just thinking about a Rowegg, but that's not available. That both of our players' hands are just very full of energy right now. And the Radiant Venusaur pickup here
Yeah, this
has
is
a
an interesting
Pokemon to help out.
situation.
Yeah, go on.
I'm wondering if we saw some gentleman's mulligans or anything like that, just given that the hands are they're both okay, I would say. Zach's got a turn two Noivern, and Adam Carl had like the capture energy, but it's not inspiring, I guess I would say.
It's really not inspiring. No supporters for either player here, not many item cards. The composition of decks isn't that crazy full of energy, so they both had fairly slow draws, but at least Zach has the Latias Prism Star to kick things off here with that Dreamy Mist option. But that acceleration is from the discard pile, so there's no real activation in hand right now to help him out. So could just be poking for 30 damage. Shaman X is only 110 hit points, so maybe that can be a helpful prod. But both players have a really, really weak opener here.
Yeah,
We can.
it does seem a little slow. I think Zach's start is going to be more threatening for sure, just given that Noivern is such a powerful attacker on the second turn of the game. We do see a top deck from Adam Carl of the Zeraora GX, which is a nice Pokemon to get in play with the Manectric, but doesn't really help the hand situation. And so, yeah, I think unless we see a player hit a supporter pretty quickly here, it could just be kind of a runaway situation where Noivern just puts in a ton of work and ends the game pretty quickly.
At least Zero Auras are playable, so you can unlock your hand for one draw at the end of your turn with Radiant Venusaur, as we're going to have a synthesis attack here by the looks of things from Shaman EX. You can attach it to one of your
Yeah,
Pokemon, so I wouldn't mind an energy going on to either of your bench Pokemon here. It is going to be the Radiant Venusaur. And you're really hoping that the Sunny Bloom can help you out a little bit here because you're still working on fumes. But seeing the additional one might unlock the hand a little bit here.
yeah, it gives you higher odds from Adam Carl's side. Just looking at the decks and the supporter counts, Adam Carl's supporter count is pretty hefty, coming in at 15 supporters. Or two of those are utility in Brock's Grit, or three actually: Hex Maniac, Team Player Grunt, and Brock's Grit. So 12 consistency cards. One of those is not currently playable in the Miriam, and then there's a
Yeah.
Rosa as well that would need a knockout, but I think that knockout is soon to follow here. So quite a few hits. The same with Zach, pretty supporter heavy deck. Zach is a little bit lighter on supporter count. That let's see. 12 supporters, but every single one of Zach's supporters are consistency, except for I guess the Giovanni's charisma. So 11 of the 12 supporters are consistency.
And we do see the Noivern EX. We have the Psychic, we have the Darkness Energy for Zac, so we can initiating the prize race with a dominating Echo here. Also means that next turn we can't have any special energy or stadiums coming out from the hand, which does look out a couple options. There's Turffield, there's a Collapse Stadium, and of course there's a Rainbow Energy in hand. So this is a little bit of trouble right now. At least the Rosa is now available here, as we are going to promote into that Zeraora GX. What's
Yeah,
the
the
best
Rosa would be
comeback here?
big.
Is it I think maybe Mega Manetric is the best comeback here with the Rosa. You
So I
could.
think the Mega Manectric is a strong pick. Adam Carl does have the ability to go for the Dedenne in addition. And so I
Ooh,
think the
true.
play here has probably got to be Rosa for Mega Manectric EX, gets the trainer card being a basic search card, either the Ultra Ball or the Dual Ball if Adam Carl's feeling daring,
Mhm.
and then can go into the Dedenne, get the Dede change, and then get a fresh hand, and kind of Adam Carl at that point would have the potential to be off to the races at least if the new hand is playable. On Zach's side, the Stormy Mountain coming off the prizes is a really nice card. Zach has a lot of stage ones in hand right now, and so with that Stormy Mountain, you know, supporters are always nice, but if you have all your Pokemon, you have your energy, then ultimately you're doing the same thing you would if you had your consistency supporters anyway. So
Sure.
I think Zach will be just fine in this early game as well.
And it's worth noting that the Noivern EX is one of our few two-prize Pokemon. It's the most recent EXs, which are two prizes. The tag team Pokemon are stage 1 two-prize Pokemon. So there's a couple of things that are sort of in the hand and in play right now to keep track of. Everything else is single prize. Are we just thinking about what the take is from the Rosa? I think we can have the best of both worlds. We can search a ball search item as well as a physical Pokemon. So we could have Dedenne and Manectric possibly, or if we're looking to jump into maybe Rowlet in the low Exeggutor, if you have a different approach, you like search out a basic Grassmon, retreat this Zeraora into Venusaur, evolve up. That's kind of a lower draw line. I feel like
Yeah,
Manectric Pressure is probably the best thing to weave in with Dedenne here.
yeah, I think the Rowegg line is strong, but I think it would be a lot stronger if Adam wasn't immediately under so much pressure. This
Yeah.
Northern is going to two-hit KO anything that Adam puts in the active spot right now. And so I like the Manectric because if Adam goes for the Ultra Ball here, then well, the Dead Change or the Ultra Ball in this situation. Okay, it looks like Adam is drawing for turn. Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe they just had to get up or something, but they're back, and so we see the immediate Rosa. So yeah, I like the Manectric and then the Dead change here myself. I think that gives Adam Carl the greatest number of options going into the next turn. It allows them to respond to the aggression from the Noivern. Manectric doesn't trade super favorably with Noivern. It does take 3 hits to knock it out. Noivern takes 2 hits to knock Manectric out in response. But Noivern does give up those 2 prize cards. So, and of course, it gets a ton of energy in play, given that Adam Carl is going to discard a bunch of energy here, potentially off of Ultra Ball or Dead Change.
And we do know that at least it's going to be more energy flowing around the board, which is ultimately the intention of this grass deck, just to feed off of the energy trans later when you are getting into some of your stage 2s. As expected, it is going to be Mega Manectric EX as well as Grass Energy. Our Mega Evolutions don't require any Spirit Link, so don't worry about that. We can evolve into those freely without having the pesky downside of Mega Evolution in this cube. And it's going to be the safe Ultra Ball. Could have gone for the risky Dual Ball, but instead going to take the guaranteed Dedenne here, which I think is definitely advisable.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because this hand is going to be discarded anyway. You know, the benefit of taking the dual ball over the ultra ball potentially would be either preserving the cards in hand or, you know, ultra ball is a slightly more valuable resource later in the game. But, you know, the reliability of the dual ball here, I think, is definitely preferable. Oh, but it looks like
Retreat,
we're going to
Warp
see a
Point.
retreat into a Radiant Venusaur and a Warp Point. So Adam Carl just wants to kind of slow Zach down. You know, maybe strand that black Curum or white Curum
Yeah.
into the active spot with a 3 retreat cost and gain a little bit of time back that way. Given the contents of Zach's hand, we know that probably not going to be the best, or probably not going to be the most viable long term, just because the Noivern GX can give the active free retreat. But yeah, Adam just kind of going for this, and we know the Dene is very likely not prized because of the heavy ball fail early in the game.
It was a debate of whether or not to attach the Rainbow Energy or just a second basic Lightning. By attaching the Rainbow, you are taking that little bit of chip damage, but in theory, if you could have had 2 Turbo Bolts, they could have both had full value. So I can see the small debate there, but we will eventually take this 10 damage off the active, as it seems like that is going to be Dede changed away here.
Yep,
but we'll see a fresh 6 cards pretty happily. And then from this, looking to evolve the Radiant Venusaur, as long as we draw into some more draw supporters, could be handy. So we start working towards some of our more powerful abilities that we can boast here from Adam Carl.
Definitely, yeah. I think this is that Rosa was potentially the single best draw in Adam Carl's deck, given the situation. It you know just turns so many of these aspects of their hand into life in this game and responses and that kind of thing. So we do have the prizes visible to us now. We see notably Zax's Hydreigon EX is in the prize cards, so that is potentially big. Double Dragon Energy as well. On Adam Carl's side, prizes look fine. You know, nothing exciting, and Adam Carl knows that they're nothing exciting as well. So shouldn't be too much drama coming from that side of the table.
Not the best hand on the other side of this to Dene. Maybe grabbing Judge for next turn could be pretty handy for you, but not ideal. Not really what we were looking for. Really just more grass basics and grass evolutions were kind of the best thing. Maybe you could Eldegoss just to get Rosa back for a future turn, just to establish another grass Pokemon is best here, even though it's not really your highest value use of the happy match.
It's tough to say. You don't necessarily want to judge because it doesn't necessarily seem like Zach's hand is incredibly strong. It also doesn't seem like Zach's hand is incredibly weak, and so I could see an argument in either direction for just planning to play the judge, and but getting the Eldegoss down, I think, has value just in having the grass basic in play.
Yeah.
But Adam Carl ultimately decides not to do that, and interestingly, based off the draw here, we could actually see a Raichu coming down the next turn,
Yeah.
which
There you
would
go.
be powerful.
We see the acceleration onto the Dene GX, so opening up the Raichu and Raichu. This is a very dangerous attacker, actually, with paralysis as well as a huge heap of damage when you're jumping in and out of the active, and as we know, Mega Manectric has free retreat, so that's going to work out very smoothly. As we pass things back over to Zach, we have the Stormy Mountains, which is going to benefit him in just searching out more basic dragon Pokemon here, as we have a number of Stage 1, and you probably have to just evolve into Noivern for the free retreat right now. So that we can get back into the EX on the bench.
Yeah, I think what we're probably going to see is pretty much exactly what you said. Noivern into the active. The Stormy Mountain, I'm interested to see which Dragon Basic it finds. I think Zach probably just wants one that he doesn't feel too bad evolving, so maybe the other White Kyurem here. And then, I think Zach would really like to evolve into Naganadel and draw another Ultra Beast to kind of unlock this hand a little bit. But given the resources that we see available to him right now, not too inspiring.
Yeah, the Warp Point was actually a pretty disruptive play based on the hand that Zach's got right now, just because it forces this awkward GX into play rather than a Draw Engine Mon or anything along those lines. It's going to be Giratina EX, which is searched. So maybe if we're taking a slower line, we could retreat into the Renegade Pulse, which is currently live, but I think this is still just another Pokemon you want to weave in at some point, and I still like the pressure play from another Dominating Echo here.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Dominating Echo is a pretty strong attack. It is unfortunately going to leave Zach vulnerable to the Raichu in the following turn. I think actually what we're probably going to see is Adam Carl in at least in the early game, kind of a dominant position off the back of this Tandem Shock that is presumably on its way, given the contents of Adam's hand.
Yeah, it's going to work out smoothly. He's behind on prizes, but his board position is by no means weak. Weaving in Raichu with a Hex Maniac can give you more certainty that it's going to pay off for you in terms of the paralysis sticking. I don't think we even have... Well, what pivot options is even in Zach's deck? There's the Scramble Switch. There's not too much else, actually. So he's got pretty good confidence it's going to pay off for him.
The Dragonite could be an option as well, but if Adam plays the Hex, then that won't be the case. And then the Hydreigon we know is in the prizes, so that hurts the utility of the Dragonite on its own. And then we also we see in Zach's deck list now too that Virizion EX did not make the cut, so Zach is not going to have the ability to heal off the Tandem Shock there just by benching a basic Pokemon.
So it looks like this Raichu, it's the opportune moment for it, to be honest with you. Weaving
Definitely,
in 160, yeah.
I would say this is pretty much the ideal case for that Tandem Shock. Yeah, given that Zach can't evolve out of the active Pokemon because it is a multi-prizer, and Zach really has very few options to get out of the active, even if his hand was a little bit stronger than it is right now. So most likely going to lose this Noivern EX for not a tremendous amount of gain beyond that early knockout.
It's going pretty smooth, all things considered. And locking a 2-prize Pokemon is exactly what you want to target, realistically. The 160 is good damage, but if you're threatening a 2-prizer that doesn't move, then you're just really cashing in on that. When Gust is so limited and spread options are few and far between as well, it's great to trap something that you know you can take 2 prizes on in future, as we are going to see the Hex combined with the most likely retreat into Raichu here, as expected, really.
And indeed, that does seem to be the case. So Adam Carl just going to go for the Hex Maniac, going to go for the retreat, and then Tandem Shock for the damage. I don't think there's much else. Adam Carl could have maybe brought back the Shaman with the Retriever out of the hand. I don't
Yeah.
necessarily think it's necessary, but it's something to note. Adam is a little bit low on grass basics in play, so if Zach is able to piece together a response to this Raichu, then it could put Adam in a little bit of a difficult spot.
It's a Guzmahala top deck for Zach, which I think is pretty handy in this case. It's not going to solve every issue for him, but it at least can be some attachments to the bench, which I think is important. There is still one double Dragon Energy in the deck to search out. You can maybe get Viridian rolling as well. Just more attachments is really all this Guzhala is achieving for you. There's the one Tool Jammer, that doesn't seem all that handy right now, but at least you're thinning the deck of these cards.
Yeah, the problem is not.
Yeah.
The problem is not solved, but being able to fetch a double dragon here does enable the ADP as soon as the Noivern goes down. And so Zach can start getting a ton of energy into play onto another dragon basic that he's able to search off the Stormy Mountain here, which will mean he's, pretty firmly in the game at the very least.
Stormy Mountain is going to grab an Ultra Necrozma GX for free. At least Zach can get some value there. But it does seem like, for all intents and purposes, the paralysis is sticking and is basically swinging this board state right now. It's really paid off.
This is going to be a huge swing, both in tempo and in the prize count. A 2-prize knockout in this cube is extremely valuable just because resources or knockouts are often so resource intensive. And so if you are able to get into this position where, you get a 2-prize knockout and you really don't have to pay anything for it at all, then you are really catapulting yourself into a favorable position long term.
Here is the Guzhala just thinning a few pieces out as we go, and I imagine the Double Dragon is going to end this search. Unsurprising if it just ends up on the Giratina EX here. The only small headache for Adam Carl is the Tandem Shock now, because Raichu's already in the active spot, will be doing less damage, so maybe it forces a Lightning Ride GX next turn, which may be a small headache for him. These V-Star powers and GXs, once that is flipped, it's flipped for good, and it does sort of deny a lot of options later down the line for you.
Yeah, that is certainly a relevant concern. I do wonder if Adam Carl might decide to go for the retreat into the Manectric to take a knockout anyway, just because Manectric can reattach the energy right away.
Yeah.
If Adam Carl wants to really advance the board state on energy, maybe he'll prioritize the GX attack as lower value than the Manectric coming up later on. But interestingly, the Giratina EX having Renegade Pulse makes the Manectric weaker into it as an attacker. So could be something there, but probably just a fringe play.
Well, maybe it's another reason to attack with Turbo Bot actually next turn. That's actually probably the best play looking at it now on paper.
Just get the value while you can.
Yeah. Ooh, interesting. Surprise Time Machine actually comes to hand now. Does that change any options for Adam Carl?
I don't think so. I don't think Adam wants to lose access to the Raichu, and that's really the only card here that would be another consideration, because Adam only has the 2 unique stage 1s in the deck between the Manectric and the Raichu, and so doesn't really want the Raichu to turn into another Manectric because it's already in play and it's really threatening. I think it's a very powerful card, but I think in this situation it's kind of a dead top deck.
Let's see if it's going to be the retreat play, or if we are flipping over our marker here for a Lightning Ride. Oh, it is going to be the Time Machine. Are we just trying to thin the hand here so we can get a Sunny Bloom value? Or, well, if we go into the other Manectric, we're worried a little bit by Renegade Pulse, but we are holding on to Eldegoss V in hand as well, so maybe a little bit less, because you could get back Hex if you really had to prod this Giratina. Yeah, I think we're just trying to draw an extra card here for Venusaur.
This is interesting. I actually think this could put Adam in a pretty risky situation, because there are no ways for those Manectric to turn back into Raichu now. And this is Adam's only Surprise Time Machine. This is and Adam has no other Lightning Basics and no Lightning Stage 2s. So now both of these attackers are permanently Megas. If Zach notices that Renegade Pulse is an option to essentially delay Adam's progress until something else is able to attack effectively, then could buy himself some time.
That end was actually better, just to retreat into the other Mega Manectric, so you could free up this Lightning Pokemon for your Retriever that's in hand. That could have been a possible line for Adam Carl there, just to keep that re-unlock your lightning Pokemon for Raichu later down the line.
Definitely. Oh, interestingly, Zach attempted to recover the Latias Prism Star and realized it should be lost zoned.
It's
And
way too strong to recover. Far too good. It also just stops your training court as well. Entirely.
Looks like Zach did decide to leave the energy in deck. So did decide to play the Ordinary Rod, not recovering recovering the energy, not recovering the Pokemon. It does mean the training court doesn't actually find any energy now. So maybe Zach is just going
Yeah.
directly into the ADP, just wants those energy in deck and says, I'm not going to mess with this Renegade Pulse. It's not the play that I want to go for. I just want energy on my bench.
Yeah, possibly simply because there's 2 energy now on the bench Radiant Venusaur. It's not too much of a stretch to see one of those grass stage 1s come into play that maybe, especially because it's almost a bait situation, right? Where you've seen your opponent swoop into a second Manectric, it's almost telling the opponent that they're not afraid of Giratina EX. So it is just going to be evolving into kind of the lifeblood of this archetype. The ADP, it's been heavily nerfed. It's a stage 1, although it is a 2-prizer. And it doesn't have access to its GX attack in this cube, but it can use Ultimate Ray for 150 and can only attach to Dragon-type Pokemon. So it's still perfect in Zach's deck, especially because he plays so many different types of energy. He's got lots of 2 and 3 of energy basic flavors in the list. So this is going to be a great way to get things going. It looks like there may have just been no prize taken there for the Turbo Bolts from the Manectric. So we'll just make sure we get that cleared up before we carry on with this game.
Fortunately, with the level of visibility we have into into the game and the hands and all that, we can see exactly what each player drew, and we can rewind each situation very easily, and so not much of a concern.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing if we're putting back the Lurantis GX or if it's going to be in hand and we don't draw for turn. It looks like the players are discussing that because I'm pretty sure that was the draw, right? The Lurantis.
Yeah, the Lurantis was the draw off the Venusaur, and so the players are essentially just agreeing that that'll be the draw for turn, and the game state does not need to be changed in any other way.
Happy days. So we're just going to end on this Ultimate Ray from Zach. Interestingly, powering up the damaged Noivern GX for 2 energy here, as well as the Ultra Necrozma GX. What do you think about loading up a damaged dragon just because it's a stage 1 compared to some of your basic options?
I think it's certainly risky, but I think probably the play is motivated by Zach not really having access to any of his other Pokemon right now. You know, there's no evolution for the Ultra Necrozma. There's no basic metal in the deck to search off of the Ultimate Ray, and so it's not as though the Ultra Necrozma can attack without Zach drawing into. Really, it would be just Aurora energy because one of the double dragons is in play, one's in the prizes, and so the only way to power up the Ultra Necrozma at that point is with the Aurora. And so I understand where Zach is coming from. I think this is the.
We just saw the out of habit, the Hypnotoxic Laser was drawn for turn, but we spotted it straight away, so we're all good. It's obviously one of those things when you're playing on tap, you're always in that train of thought. But yeah.
Right. But on Zach's side, attaching the Noivern, obviously the Noivern comes into the active, it gets knocked out pretty easily, and Adam ends up ahead farther on prizes. But I think Zach kind of sees this as a situation where he doesn't really have a better option. And now he does know too that the ADP is really not at incredible risk. The worst case, I guess, would really be the Pollen Hazard from the Radiant Venusaur, which Adam Carl doesn't have access to yet, but could change soon.
Yeah, there's also the Celosaur, which could be frustrating with just even more status conditions that could come in. I think that would be a card that I'm a little bit afraid of if I'm on Zach's side of the table right now. As it stands, there's the option of Lurantis GX, but there's no energy in hand. So we're going to see the Eldegoss V come into play. There's the option of Rosa or Hex. It's going to be Rosa to the hand. That's currently not live, as nothing was KO'd last turn. Is it just going to be played in preparation before a judge here? It doesn't feel great to judge your opponent when they've been doing not a huge amount.
I think Adam maybe just wants to get the grass basic in play because allowing him to evolve up into the Lurantis and then on the following turn the Meganium while playing the Rosa is really valuable. And
fair.
the cost of kind of revealing. Oh, interesting. So plays the Eldegoss and then gets the Rosa back. But so this is, I'd still say it's to have the basic in play,
Yep.
but maybe not for a single coordinated play. Just to say, well, I'm low on grass basics and I kind of need to fix that situation.
Yeah, I think that's also reasonable. And looking for possibly a better stage one doesn't really get there. The Leafy
Really,
on
I think
GX
Adam needed
can't
an
attack.
energy there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were looking
Mm,
for, really. That was the lacking piece. It probably
Yeah,
will end up helping
the
Zach quite a lot here, though, because he's drawn into a supporter at last as well now.
Yeah, very, very risky venture for Adam Carl there, disrupting Zach's hand, which was pretty clearly, I think, at this point, quite weak. The best play for Adam Carl in this situation is going back into the Radiant Venusaur and attacking with that, but missing the energy means that that is not an option. So probably just going to have to be a Turbo Bolt here, and that's not exactly awe-inspiring given how huge the ADP is on HP and damage.
Yeah, that is a bit of a whiff. Maybe Adam Carl thinking whether like retreating to Rowegg and Super Grow the Eldegoss you've just benched is an alternate line if you don't feel like you're getting enough value from these Turbo Bolts. There are currently no basic energy in the discard pile, so it would just be for raw damage right now, and you'd be giving up prizes for the pleasure.
Yeah, it looks like we do just see the Turbo Bolt here. There are no
Yep.
basic energy in the discard to attach because Adam has already accelerated all the ones that were there previously, so it's just going to be 110 damage.
The momentum seems to have been shifting back and forth between these players, and the judge finally unlocks his hand a little bit more. For Zach, he picks up a
Ooh,
tag
tag
call.
call.
Yeah. We already have the Sinlin in hand, but it does give you access to another Guzhala if you'd like, as well as your other tag team Pokemon. And that's it,
Yeah, I
actually.
think allowing Zach to
That was
pick up
Lati.
some
Yeah.
some stage one tag teams here is going to be really nice.
Yeah, the Latios tag team GX is in the list, which is being scouted here, as well as Guzhala. Could just still be for thinning, with still the Sinlin as the preferred option this turn.
Yeah,
But
I
just
don't see a ton
establishing
of
some
value
stage ones
coming
is
off
helpful.
the. I don't see a ton of value coming off the Goose Hollow this turn. I think probably the
Mhm.
Sinlin is the play, and just tag call allows Zach to pick up some cards that might be good discards for the Sinlin. I do think the Goose Hollow is actually a really good discard in this point at this point because
Yep.
there are so few targets for it left in the deck.
Yeah, especially with those prize cards being pesky. It definitely seems to make sense as an easy throwaway. We do have a number of stage one options to start evolving into now, if we wish. We've also finally picked up a
Yeah.
dark basic in Absol.
Yeah, Zach's really going to have to think about this hand now. I think he's got a few compelling options. One would be setting up the Nag, maybe going off the Ultra Necrozma. The other would be attaching 3 energy to the Dragonite and getting ready to turn it into a Regidrago, or could also set up the Ultra Necrozma to go into the Latios. However, Zach does not play basic water energy, and so I don't think that's going to be a great play given the situation. Probably, I would like to see Zach bench the Absol here. Maybe just move some of the damage from the active that he's
Yep.
about to knock out onto one of the bench Pokemon, just to get access to Zoroark when he finally does draw into it.
Yeah, I think unlocking those draws seems pretty important. Do you just throw it onto Venusaur here because it's a thing with energy? Or do you still feel like layering it further into the bench Mega Manetric, perhaps?
I
Or is
think the
it more
Venusaur
just
is
sort of
probably the play.
yeah, it's more of like a throwaway choice because it's free damage for you, and you want the bench anyway. But it feels like Venusaur's a decent shout to throw some damage on. I think Zach's mostly just querying where does he evolve now, if at all, this turn. I think that's probably the main question still on his mind.
Yeah, it is a tricky decision here. I think Zach definitely wants a Drago in play very soon. And Dragonite to me seems like the strongest candidate to turn into that Drago just because it doesn't have any energy. The Psychic is totally useless on the Drago, and
Right.
the Necrozma can turn into something else more powerful in the situation. I don't think Zach wants the Latios here. He just has very few ways to take advantage of it right now. And so we might even just see it hit the discard off the research. But he could also decide to use the GX attack as a way to both get a bunch of energy in play and kind of stabilize the board state with the secondary effect.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. We're going to evolve the Ultra Necrozma into Naganadel, as you'd expect, because that Psych Energy is way more useful with this potential attacker, with Scramble already in hand as well. It's actually getting attached for the turn here also. But you've got to
Interesting.
think
I'm
it's going to
guessing
be
Zach's
ADP. Yeah,
I'm
it's just
guessing Zach's
loading
going
up.
to play here with the Manectric that he can clean up the knockout in some other way.
Yep. And we're still loading up Dragonite. So we have these multiple threats established now thanks to the ADP. Now Zach has an incredible board position with so many potential attackers ready to rumble.
Yeah, interestingly, given the way that Zach has set up this board with the energy on the Noivern, these couple of different factors to take into consideration, I wonder if he's setting up for a Boomburst GX this game.
Oh, yes. I would love to see it, to be honest with you. That Boom Burst GX, 50 to each of your opponent's Pokemon. Yeah, seems like it could be
It would
a pretty reasonable option.
absolutely, yeah, it would clean up the Manectric and it would soften up the rest of Adam Carl's board to make it easier for Zach to take one-hit knockouts on with something like Dragonite GX later in the game.
Yeah.
Adam Carl doesn't have anything in his deck that will dodge a KO from the Dragonite, actually, even at full health. So at that point, the 50 damage is going to bring it into range of something like the Latios, something like the Ultra Necrozma GX. And depending on the Pokemon, maybe even an ADP can get a knockout because Adam Carl's largest threats go up to 270, but for the most part, a lot of his threats are kind of in that 200, 210 range.
That's a really big pickup, actually, a really good thing to keep track of. The Chorus grabs us some energy at last, as well as a Cynthia Caitlin. We're going to Lost Zone a couple less useful cards, Pokecom and Recycler, which means we're probably going in. Yeah, we're going to attach the Radiant Venusaur, so it's probably going to be a Pollen Hazard here. No, we're evolving into the Rowlet Alolan Executor. Calming
I
Hurricane
think we
won't
might
be
see
finishing off, but
a
is it going to
GX
be
attack.
Tropical Hour time? Yeah. Tropical Hour can finish off the ADP.
Yeah, the tropical hour here, it wouldn't end the game or anything like that, but it would put Adam seriously ahead on prizes, and it would force Zach to put together a response. Um, Interestingly, it would also mean something like the Boom Burst becomes a significantly worse play on that specific turn because it could just immediately eat a knockout, and then Calming Hurricane heals the Rowegg back to 20, which doesn't seem like a very good use of a GX attack in a prize. So think Zach's probably going to be looking for some alternatives to that line of play. But really, the best possible outcome for Zach here is something to the tune of maybe like a scramble switch into the Dragonite and then evolving into Regidrago and getting Dragonite GX into the discard. Alternatively, Zach can actually evolve the Naganadel GX into the Dragonite itself and then use the attack that way. But being able to take a one-hit knockout on the Rowegg. Oh, actually, this is interesting. Adam Carl decides not to use the Rowegg to
Yeah,
attack this turn.
he's going for full value instead. He wants to remove all these energy from play. That's the bonus effect of Tropical Hour GX. If you have 3 extra energy attached to it, your opponent shuffles all energy from their Pokemon into their deck. So he's having this monster swing. We've had multiple turns of Ultimate Ray, and now Zach's in a really strange position because you know that next turn all your energy is being wiped. So it was a slower tempo play, but this is wildly changing the board state because another Ultimate Ray won't really help Zach in any way. And like any attack you go into, it doesn't feel that strong either, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's really going to put Zach on the back foot. Although I do think Adam has given Zach a critical opportunity here to get the ADP out of the active spot. And so not giving up those 2 prizes will mean recovering from that tempo play is a lot easier. We could see something like a Distort or a Sonic Volume from the Noivern, or maybe we even see the GX attack like we talked about a little bit earlier, because the Rowegg is not going to want to use Calming Hurricane. The play is clearly to set up for the Tropical Hour, so that 50 damage is at least going to stick for a turn.
Yeah, I think it's a great shout. The only good news for Zach right now is that he's got Giovanni's and Beach Court that he could have held as a combo to sort of bounce back from a potential Tropical Hour for like some burst acceleration. But he may still have to make another line here. We see the Beach Court bounce already.
I think what we're probably going to see from Zach here is going to be a Latios. Well, this is really tough because Zach needs to get more energy in the discard for Latios to be a strong option.
Yeah, nothing feels great. Like you said, Boom Burst is reasonable just to retreat this ADP. You could like Beach Court back a Psychic to hand just to attach it somewhere, or just to hold it onto hand so you can have Charisma plus turn attachment next turn. We're going to see the Holland's Electro. This is another way to get energy back into the hand. This
Zach
kind of
picks
sets
up
you
the
up for a
Psychic
charisma
here.
play. Yeah, this maybe means we're just getting damage onto Rao. Oh no, we still can't attack with Venom Shot right now. Scramble is not active. Yeah, we're
Okay,
just going to
Zach is
throw everything
discarding the hand
away.
here.
I feel like the charisma is one of the best ways you could bounce back from a tropical hour. Honestly, one of the few acceleration pieces that we have that's not in an attack. Scramble Switch is an interesting prospect again, just in terms of bursting threats, and we finally see a Regidrago V-Star as well.
Yeah, I think Zach might just go for the Venom Shot here to put damage on the Rao Egg,
Yeah,
knowing that Adam Carl is pretty certainly going into that as the next attacking option.
yeah. Jokes on you. I've already discarded all my energy.
Yeah, haha. Oh no, we actually see the Noivern here. So
Okay.
could see a distort, could see a boom burst. Zach's got options.
Yeah, it's not asking much to get the KO on the active. As you say, the GX being flipped will get the job done while setting up some other Pokemon in the process. But keeping that GX attack open for other situations is also pretty reasonable. If we think that maybe weaving in the Latties being copied by a Regidrago next turn as your V-Star power could still be possible if you like lose a bunch of energy. There's 2
Yeah,
Psych in the discard
and
pile now.
just want to draw attention to something real quick here. Zach might be able to get a Zoroark. That would be quite strong. Not the thing I want to draw
Uh-huh.
attention to, though. The thing that I want to draw attention to is we are already 40 minutes into this match.
Wow.
So we are,
Yep.
yeah, 40% of the time in this match has been consumed already, and only 2 prizes have been taken on each side in game 1.
That's an indication that despite the look of these decks, it's still certainly going to be long, grindy gameplay where it's incremental
Yeah.
value gains here, 2 shots all over the place, and lots of retreating and tactical synergy here. We have the nice breeder fields with Zoro plus Dragonite, so you can just pitch the Dragonite immediately if you'd like to.
Yeah, during
With
the
that
break,
trade.
I hopped into the players chat just to tell them, 100 minutes sounds like a lot, but it's not. It's you're really
Yeah,
gonna you will run out of time if you're not thinking about the timer. And there are no ties in this event. It's essentially top 8 rules on time for the entire event, and so there is a very likely chance from this board state, at least in the tempo of this game, that we could end up in a situation where it comes down to prize cards and things like that in the final game.
correct. It's definitely something that our players have to keep in mind. And like you said, it's not necessarily expected when you hear 100 minutes. You think that's almost infinite, but certainly
Right.
not with the way these games will play out.
Yeah, 100 minutes sounds like an incredibly long time, but it disappears fast. Um, Zach, interestingly here, I don't know if he has an attack on the turn after the GX from the Rao Egg. I'm
That's
looking at
the
his
fear
list.
factor, right? Yeah. You
I'm
don't
looking at his
have
list. Oh,
really.
he takes the Double Dragon off the prizes. Suddenly, his world has opened up.
And there it is. We're back. We are so back. Yeah, that could be a huge way to do it. Not sure which attack was announced by the Noivern. We'll still see that. We haven't seen any damage counters, but we also haven't seen the Manectric go anywhere yet.
Yeah, here it had to have been the distort, just given the number of energy on
Okay.
the Noivern, which makes sense.
Oh, you're
Zach
right.
is
Yeah.
trying to reduce Adam's number of options to further his board state. But Zach knows that the Tropical Hour GX is inbound just because the training court's already in play, so there's no mystery there.
Oh, it's inbound. We know that that signal can come in. What else can we do on this turn to make it as disruptive as possible? I like weaving in Sinlin, possibly for like Judge to be back in the hand for you next turn. Give your opponent this
Yeah,
mountain to
I
climb
think
in terms of energy.
Zach's strongest response here is going to be something to the tune of recovering the Noivern EX and then getting into that, putting a Double Dragon on it, and then scramble switching out of it on a following turn.
Sure.
We'll see if he can assemble that, because he did decide not to recover it when he played the Ordinary Rod earlier, so it's actually in the discard, and Zach doesn't have any recovery that goes directly from discard to hand. Um,
We could
Actually,
oh yeah, we
Zach
can't copy it with Drago either. Yeah, so that's actually a big
Zach
problem.
doesn't have any more recovery at all. He cut his second recovery card. He's only playing the one. So yeah, there is no way for him to get that Noivern back.
As expected, Judge is coming back to the hand as we draw some additional cards. The POW comes to hand, and that currently is live if you'd rather take a 2-prize KO. You don't really care about the energy in this situation because it's all going
Well,
away.
it's live, but he can't play it because of the distort.
Oh, that's such a good pickup. Yeah.
So that's actually a tremendous benefit for Zach here, because if Adam was
Yeah.
able to go POW onto the ADP and take 2 prizes and shuffle all of Zach's energy away, then this we'd be talking disaster situation.
What an
Although
awesome
it
time
would
to distort. Yeah.
theoretically it would open up like teammates for scramble plays, but there aren't a ton of great scramble recipients in Zach's deck right now either.
No, I feel like it's mostly for the Naganadel GX and like as well as extra attachments. So I think
Yeah, I think you'd really be looking at like an attachment to Zoroark.
yeah, maybe we swing on Zoro. Probably the best line we have to keep attacking, but then you still need to keep up on attachments generally now. Your other attacks are still expensive on the following turn. Let's see
Yeah,
how
this is
this Tropical Hour works out.
very tricky situation.
We're leveling up the prizes.
Do the Noivern GX energy shuffle as well. Effects
You should be
resolve
resolving all
or
effects, right?
KO.
Yeah, we should be putting energy in before.
Yeah.
Perfect. So the Noivern is getting KO'd. We're leveling up the prize race, and how many energy we shuffle back in? Was it 8 there, all in one turn?
There was a tremendous number of energy. Yeah.
That is pretty insane. This Tropical Hour, what a clutch time to use it. Zach, with so many ways to burst energy, and was doing such a great job of building multiple threats. That's one of the keys to Cube. Just having your next threat lined up over and over again has been completely decimated here.
Yeah, and notably also in Zach's discard is the Latios Latias that would allow him to potentially attach a double dragon and come back with arrow unit. Even if it just attaches a few energy, it would prevent attacks and effects on the following turn, so Zach would be able to stabilize that way. Given the situation, that's also not an option here.
We've gone into the Ganadel GX and we are ripping the teammates. Are we trying to slow attach here and using the Ganadel as just a sponge for a turn?
We could see an injection GX.
Yes, that's also true. I'm just worried about the attachment. I guess if you attach Scramble and still do it, then you're threatening an attack next turn as like in the process.
Yeah, given the judge, it makes it really tricky because, if Zach can guarantee that, oh, next turn I've got access to Double Dragon, Scramble Switch, Regidrago, then life is great. But he knows that that's not necessarily a given because of the judge. And so he's got to play with that in mind as well.
Interesting. So the options there taken to the hand, was it Cynthia was one of the choices, I think? And was it Grass Energy? Are we lacking energy in the discard pile as well?
He
Cycling
hasn't
through the discard.
actually, he hasn't taken a card yet. He's still thinking.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he took the grass. He took the grass. Okay, that's the first card.
So it's grass. Grass.
Okay, 2 grass
Very
energy.
interesting. So maybe trade one away, so we have Trading Court as an option. Then maybe we attach Double Dragon to the Dragonite EX, and then set up for Regidrago. Is that what we're looking for here?
Yeah, it really could just be kind of Double Dragon to Dragonite, evolve into Regidrago, pass.
Yeah, I think that's probably what we're doing.
I think it's a pretty safe play. It also gives getting the grass in the discard is actually a really smart play from Zach because it means even after the judge, Adam Carl also has to bounce the stadium, or else he still has access to the grass energy that allows him to attack.
Yep, I think that's a really smart choice. I was kind of scratching my head at double grass energy as a choice, but it actually lines up with what the next turn is looking like really, really smoothly. With Regidrago having access to tons of attacks in the discard pile now.
Definitely. I think Zach is kind of on the fence about this GX attack, though, or about the attachment and potentially GX attack. I think given the judge, banking on the scramble switch is risky. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that.
Yeah, I think this attachment is the much safer play. Like, it would be amazing to get back up ahead in prizes and have this whole hand, but you've seen Judge from the Sinlin earlier, so you have to expect the hands evaporating anyway.
Definitely.
As it's just going to be the pass back over. How
Zach,
else can we
notably
build this
because of
board?
the
Yeah, go on.
because of the Zoroark and because of the top deck in the Zoroark, Zach will have access to 7 cards off the Judge even still.
Yeah.
So going back to something we talked about in the draft, which is how powerful Zoroark GX is in so many situations, it really shores Zach up against some of these early or late game disruptive plays. But from Adam Carl's side, yeah, to your point, I'm not sure. I kind of would like to see the Leafeon turn into a Venusaur and then Adam Carl kind of
Yep.
develop out into another attacker, but there's no basic in hand yet again.
Yeah, I think that's kind of lacking. We're going to train in court. Possibly we're going to, so it's going to be Venusaur. We can weave in the Field Blower as well if we want to before this Judge. Just get rid of that training court. I feel like that's probably your best disruptive line.
Interestingly, now I think Zach probably wishes the ADP was in the discard because on his following turn, the Apex Dragon would be really happy to copy the Ultimate Ray.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, the Regidrago is even more of a nerf on Mewtwo and Mew tag team because it can't do Pokemon in play and the discard. It's just the discard pile, which is a bit of a shame.
That but okay, so Zach's handoff of this is not terrible. It's not ideal. It's still missing the switching card, but it does have the Viridian that allows the Drago to attack if that ultimately ends up being Zach's play. We do see the Venusaur EX come down here. I'm a big fan of that play. I think that is definitely the correct option because it preserves a ton of energy that was on the Rawag.
Yeah.
Interesting that we don't see like Buzzmosa or anything from Adam Carl, but in this game it wouldn't matter because the GX attack has already been used.
Yeah, so we're going to try and preserve as many attachments as possible by throwing them all to the bench. Our players have list knowledge, so he knows that he's safe on the bench for the most part. It would only be like going into a Naganadel GX play, which would be open. Possibly even putting the fourth energy back onto the active is the most valuable, but just for like and Zach, options. But
if Zach goes for that Apex Dragon, he does have the opportunity to snipe off the Venusaur. I just don't think that would be a very productive play.
Because there'll be many turns of just Rowlet still attacking, and so that seems like the problem in the imminent future. Yeah, it's just going to be the Calming Hurricane into the Naganadel. We're back over to Zach. We have Viridian, so he can still find an energy, even though the training court was bounced. It's going to be a fight energy here. Most likely going to use trade, but there's also a chance to just get an attachment, then Cynthia trade for like 8 cards to look for this scramble, which you have to think is one of the biggest draws here.
Yeah. Zach doesn't have any supporters off the trade that would enable him to get out of the active. And so I could definitely see the situation here where he decides to, change it up. Ultimately doesn't decide to go for that play. And so here, I think Zach's only option really is to just Cynthia for the scramble switch.
Yeah, no scramble off the 6, which is a shame. Interesting that we benched the Squawkabilly. I think even Motivate at this point could be an option that he uses just to try and like sponge a hit, get more energy reestablished, because that Tropical Hour has been back-breaking for him, to be honest with you. It's really well timed from Adam Carl, and now it's going to be giving up this Naganadel, giving up some of your draw, which doesn't feel good, and you're just falling behind in prizes, which is also awkward.
Absolutely. We do see the special charge to return the Double Dragon to the deck, so Zach is opening up more plays in the future. However, I do worry a little bit for Zach's basic count, given that his recovery is already in discard and there's no more available to him. We see the Hydreigon in the prizes. I think he has a white Kyurem in deck. Oh no, it's also in the prizes. So his last remaining Dragon basics are both in the prize cards right now, which means he doesn't really have the opportunity to go into that next Drago until he takes a prize.
Oh, that is another really awkward spot for him, to be honest with you. It's going to be one Drago against the world by the looks of things, and you've passed the tempo straight back over to Adam Carl. Do you think it's an easy enough research here? I think you just see the fresh 7 and start finding basics established. I think that's the only thing we're lacking here.
What Zach has set up for by recovering that double dragon is the Sky Judgment. Or actually, no, he can already do that because he can copy it with Drago. So the Drago does actually one-hit KO the Rowegg here. And then the double dragon would allow him to do it again the following turn, or attack again the following turn. And Rowegg at the end of the day, it's a big Pokemon, but it does give up 2 prizes. So if all Zach loses in this situation is that Nag, and then he responds by one-shotting the Rowegg, Adam Carl doesn't have a lot else going on right now. If he plays the Juniper, then he'll discard 2 of his best attackers that are remaining in his deck. And so actually his 2 only remaining attackers in the deck. And so
he just has that Pokemon retriever. I think that's the only thing he can dig towards, really.
Yeah. So he's got the 1 recovery option. He's got the Miriam as well, but that's going to be supporter based, and the number of turns that it's going to take for him to get to that kind of a play would be long.
We're going to Viridian.
He could Scott for that here.
Yeah, we're going to Viridian. Get rid of Lurantis for another grass. It's going on to the Venusaur again here, and we are just ripping the 7 here. Really looking for this Pokemon retriever. That's the biggest piece. Well,
and the difficulty of the situation now is okay. So there's a Trevenant. Yeah. The basic is not the problem, but the attackers are the problem. So yeah, the retriever would need to be. So there's the Miriam and the Broxgrit. I think the Miriam is definitely preferable between the 2 in the situation.
Yeah. Trev could be a nice place to throw these energy onto as well, because it would sit outside of a Naganadel GX. So it's much bigger than the Venusaur at the very least. And it can scale its damage as well.
Wind Blast currently swings for 150 if all of those energy from Venusaur go onto the Trevenant.
Oh, it gets there. He really does get there. That's brilliant.
Indeed, it does.
I really like the setup, to be honest, though, from Zach. He's still, like you said, put himself in a 2-turn win condition.
And a 2-turn win condition that's very hard to get away from as well, given Adam Carl's board.
Yeah, because the Venusaur is so squishy, it opens up that Venom Shoot finisher. So, yeah, it's like a big Colress to dig for it, essentially, with trade online as well. So it's really not that unlikely with 14 cards left in deck.
Zach. All he's got to do is find the double dragon between this turn and next turn.
Yep. And that's very doable. We are going to see, once again, the Calming Hurricane. That does put Adam Carl 2 prizes away. He, unfortunately, doesn't have an easy way to access the ADP. That's the only issue for him, right? I think the only thing that could help Adam Carl out is that if the 2 prizes are taken this turn by knocking out the Rowegg, then it opens up the POW hand. So I think Zach has to take out Venusaur first here. Interesting. We didn't see the energy shift over to the Trevenant. Oh no.
Oh my. Interesting. Yeah, that can open up the Nag play first, and then that avoids the POW, and then Adam Carl would have to top deck exactly Flare Grunt.
It's like we've top decked the Double Dragon. The mission
Double Dragon.
The mission might be complete here. Like you said, with the Flare Grunt as a possibility, we have to not attach it this turn. Well, I guess you're losing to it either way. I think you just slam Double Dragon.
Well, so interestingly, if Zach goes for the Naganadel play here, it insulates him from the because Naganadel discards 2, right?
No, it's still 3. 2. Oh, it is 2. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so
it's only 2 energy.
If Zach attaches a basic here, but he's already okay. So he just goes for the Double Dragon. He says, "I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to give myself the opportunity to miss it, I guess." So now if Flare Grunt hits the second Double Dragon, then Zach is once again in a bad spot. He's going to have to figure out a way out of that.
You can bench another Darkrai here, which is really nice. So we have almost double trade online to sort of get that closing piece if anything is required, if anything does get funky with Flare Grunts or anything. But it feels like without a Flare Grunt, that's going to be a really strong spot. There's no way to carry this Regidrago V-Star as far as I can tell.
There could without a Flare Grunt, the writing is on the wall.
Maybe Pollen Hazard status next turn could be saving him. No, that's not online because that's going to be the thing that's sniped here.
Yeah, I think the ultimate decision point here for Zach is going to be, do I go for the Dragonite attack and knock out the Rowegg now, or do I snipe the Venusaur down? I think the play is from our perspective, it's clearly Snipe the Venusaur down because that avoids so many of Adam's counterplay or Adam's counterplays. But
especially POW. Yeah, that seems like the biggest thing to bear in mind. We're getting a ton of energy out here.
From discard, it looks like. Oh, Lottie GX attack.
GXing. Okay. So this makes you much more robust against any energy disruption. It also means you're not going to get wrecked by POW.
Yeah,
and I suppose
think
that means you're tanking a turn with Drago here.
Well, no. So the second line of Lottie's GX attack, if you have an extra energy attached, you are immune to everything on the following turn.
Okay. So yeah, you're right. It's making you safe
free
against the hand disruption. Yeah, that's awesome.
I think this is at this point it is not a guaranteed win for Zach, but it is very close.
Well, there's always hypnotoxic laser sleep flips.
Indeed, there are.
That's possible.
Zach does notably have the Mallow for Scramble Switch in hand, so he can get out of a condition situation once, but he can't do it twice. Okay, so that's a Tails, which is really important.
Yeah, that's that line shut off. That's the only thing that I'm clutching onto right
now. Adam Carl has used the GX attack, so Chloro Scythe is not an option. Shaman doesn't quite get there. Yeah, I'm really reaching, but I don't see a way out of it for Adam Carl.
The Lati checkmate. What an awesome way to use this GX attack. We've said so often, Slight, that it is all about weaving in these for the opportune moments. We were debating boom bursting earlier. We were debating earlier on in the game to try and weave in this Lati, but it was the perfect situation. 2 Aero Unit GX. And it looks like, as far as we can tell, there's not many lines remaining for Adam Carl here.
Definitely. Yeah, it's it's a difficult situation. And in a cube like this, you never want to say that a player has definitively won until it's done. But I think this Lottie play puts Zach in about as favorable a position as he could be in the circumstance. But that was a super heads up play. I was not thinking about that at all, and it has just totally, there was an element of risk to Zach going for the Dragonite into Nag play that we identified before.
Correct.
And now that's just gone.
Yeah. Now, he's safeguarded himself with Mallow draw, so that there's no headache there. He's got a very robust hand, and the board state is just completely insane. We see the Miriam reload from Adam Carl. Does get to draw 3 cards. I'm not seeing if they change anything here, because I simply just don't think there's many cards in deck which change the situation, to be honest with you. Was there any stage 1 that we could have hit with Retriever that changes much? Not really.
Could see maybe like a retreat out of the Rowegg here for... you can't play that. Oh, it's a Viridian. It's a Viridian, I think.
Yeah, we're going to throw it away. Yeah. Have we GX yet for Adam? Oh yeah, of course. We have to use the
Tropical Hour.
yeah. I was like, oh, maybe Chloro Scythe could do something, but no, I don't see a 1-hit KO option here, and that's essentially what Zach has forced, and it seems impossible. Status conditions won't even affect through the Aero Unit either, so this Celosaur isn't achieving anything. It doesn't have any more bulk than Rowegg.
Yeah, if Adam puts like all 17 energy, or 17, all 7 energy onto the Trevenant DX, it still isn't enough. And so, just kind of eliminating options one by one. Does Adam Carl have any line here? And the judge is now gone. So there's no way for Adam Carl to disrupt Zach's hand. There's no way for him to get rid of the Scramble Switch option off the Mallow. I think this, barring a really surprising play from Zach or some major thing we haven't missed, or some major thing that we've missed looking at the game ourselves, I think Zach's got this game won in just a couple turns here.
Yeah, these tag teams can't evolve into this Meganium, so the board is basically locked for the entire game now on Adam Carl's side. And yeah, dealing just the 10 from poison this turn isn't really going to cut it. Are we retreating this Rowegg?
Looks like we are.
Does going into the Venusaur help you in any way? No, it doesn't. Well, the energy's back, so maybe we're just chilling
Maybe not.
instead. No. Yeah.
I think maybe Adam Carl thought that Latios just blocks the damage, but it does block effect as well, which means the Cellsaur
That's
cannot
crucial.
get through that.
Yeah, because there's two Venusaurs licking their lips to try and do some status shenanigans here, but looks like it's just the 10 and the pass over to Zach. And as we know, he's securing himself into this incredible position, to be honest with you.
Yeah, here I think so notably, if Zach goes for the Dragonite attack here, he does expose himself to a POW on the ADP, so he has to go for the knockout on the Venusaur EX this turn.
Yep, that seems by far like the safest play. Then you're not falling prey to any awkward POW shenanigans, even though you do still have to scramble. Yeah, I think he knows. He's set this up so nicely with the GX attack that I don't really see a world where anything else is happening. Going to attach one to Squawkabilly EX.
Just to have the Pokemon to scramble switch back into.
Yeah, just make sure you have less and less useless cards in deck as well, so that if there is any random hand disruption, like I feel like he's just mostly going through every outcome, but it is going to be the snipe on the Venusaur EX, and that seems like it's going to be checkmating in this spot.
Yeah, notably Zach discards the Double Dragon, but it doesn't matter. I was like, oh, does that mean that a Flare Grunt on the Double Dragon
energy too?
No,
yeah,
it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, he's got plenty of energy to see him over the line here. Goes down to 2 prizes, and he has the means of KOing either of these tag teams next turn.
Adam Carl
said, yeah.
So Adam Carl did recover a few of the lightning basics. So Adam Carl could Rosa for a lightning basic, retreat into the lightning basic, and just pass. At which point Zach would just have to go for 2 snipe attacks to knock out one of the tag teams.
Yeah, that's true. We could just go into a single prizer this turn.
Yeah, because really at this point, Zach just has to avoid the POW on the ADP.
Yeah. Rosa,
what a wild sentence.
Available. Yeah. Rose is available. It can get you also that Pokemon Retriever, perhaps, if that's gonna do anything for you. Some of the basics in the discard pile. The Eldegoss can get you into Judge for like next turn if you are going to make this retreat into a 1 prizer play.
True. Yeah,
the resource is a bit more useful.
The Judge could also put some pressure on Zach to hit the scramble switch after like a Pollen Hazard.
Yeah, I think that's basically what we have to gear up for here. Rosa is going to grab Zeraora GX. Notably, we can't move these energies around very freely anymore, so we'd have to do a very hard retreat onto this Rowegg. But
yeah,
that's what you got to do in this spot.
I think the Rowegg is going to be out of commission after this retreat happens.
But Zeraora is a good Pokemon to go into because that can be an easy retreat for yourself if Zach is going to target down the Cellsaur instead.
Adam's in a little bit of a tricky situation. Actually, so if Adam Carl does get the Zeraora here, then Rowegg retreats for free because of the lightning energy.
True, yeah.
So I don't think it matters too much, but it makes the play a little bit less painful.
It could open up Collapse Stadium. Well, I guess Collapse Stadium is already open, so yeah. I think that's the only thing that could help out. If you send the 1 in here and Zach goes for the snipe play, then you're opening yourself up for Collapse Stadium to like undo that damage, and then you're in a better spot.
Yeah.
So maybe we swing the lightning active.
That is true.
We're still looking for status shenanigans here. We took the POW as the item card. I think I prefer taking the Pokemon Retriever there, so you have Eldegoss for Judge.
I agree. I think the POW too, if Zach was going to play into the POW before, he's not going to anymore. It just kind of shows your hand,
You've telegraphed it. I'm going to swoop the Zeraora. turn that into a Dedenne GX instead. It's squishier.
Yeah, indeed. Still no attack option here with
Are we just trying to give
Dedenne,
ourselves
but-
a 1 in 5 now to draw a Pokemon Retriever? It's like one less card in the deck.
Oh yeah, because the swoop does get the Zeraora into the discard, not back into the deck. So
Yeah. That does make your Collapse Stadium more difficult, though, if that line was
I
something
think
we're
it
still
eliminates
thinking
that
about.
line.
Yeah,
I think he doesn't have enough basics. Maybe he didn't before. Actually, I'm not 100% sure with the Brock's
That's true.
Grit, but I don't think he has the time to play the Brock's Grit.
no.
Zach
I'm
attaching
just
the
trying to think
Psychic
of any
here.
way.
He can just discard double Psychic, and he's not vulnerable to the Flare Grunt off the Snipe
Yeah.
play.
Yeah. And he's still out of reach of any of these attacks from the tag teams pretty comfortably.
Mhm.
So it will come down to some weird status conditions from Adam Carl's side, but we know that Zach's still holding on to the scramble combo and can just retreat out of the Squawk or whatever else.
Yep, Zach does have the out. Notably, Zach could knock out the Dedenne here. I don't think that's a correct play. Oh no, that's a terrible play actually. He could, but he shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would unlock the POW again. So yeah, Zach just going to snipe out the Celasaur, and I don't think Adam Carl has any play at this point to get him back into the game.
We see the top deck of Pokemon Breeders Nurturing, and that is almost exactly the worst card he could draw remaining in the deck. So I think that might be game 1 wrapped up here.
I think really Adam Carl needs to concede. We are 70 minutes into the round now. There are only 30 minutes left.
Just the 70, huh?
Just the
Looks like-
70.
I think we're playing towards. Well, I don't even know what you have to dodge here. Confusion, flip, and hoping that there's a scramble prized is what we're doing here by promoting
Yeah,
Celasaur.
hoping the scramble switch is one of the last couple prizes. We know from a spectator perspective it's not, and I understand why Adam didn't concede in the situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, this game 2 is
What 71
gonna need to be a
minutes?
swift one.
When it could have been 70. What's the big deal? There we go. It's going to be
All right.
1-0 up for Zach here. 70 minutes gone.
Zach takes a very exciting game 1, I would say. A lot of back and forth. First, it looks like Zach is heavily favored. Then it looks like Adam is heavily favored and just constantly back and forth. And Zach pulls out that incredible play in the late game with the Latios GX and sacrificing the Ganondorf.
So crazy. He was able to really build an insane board. We were worried about Team Flare Grunt. If he did this sort of 2-turn clock, it would come down to whether or not there was a grunt in hand. But no, it took like 3 more turns to get there. But eventually, this was the checkmate, just based on what resources were remaining for both players, how the board was shaping up. Such an impressive way to get back into this game after losing 8 energy in 1 turn to the Rowlet and Alone Executor. And I think also just props to our grass player here, because seriously, that was the perfect time for both GX attacks in this game, to be honest with you. And that just shows the power and the intrigue of this cube, is that a GX attack is going to be open for players on basically every turn of the game, or many turns of the game at least. So making the most of them is a critical component to ending up becoming the victor here.
Yeah, absolutely. This cube, we talked about how challenging it is to draft, but now seeing it in practice, it is not only, grindy, long, potentially grindy games, but also very challenging games from the player's perspective, especially if you're looking at a deck like Zach's, where you have access to so many different options at any given time. And it's not like Mew, where you could either just like bench a Pokemon, or you had a little bit easier access to getting into the discard. All kinds of different elements available there. But in Zach's case, if the Pokemon is not exactly where it needs to be right when it needs to be there, then he can end up in a dicey situation pretty quickly.
Zach has the Darkrai EX starts and a Great Ball as well to consider here. Looking at the top 7 for a Pokemon, so many options. Wouldn't be bad to grab some early Dragon types to start establishing energy there. And it is going to be a Hydreigon EX picked up. This was one of the prized Pokemon for Zach in that first game, but it can be a great way to maneuver your dragons a little bit easier. Is there any awkward prizes that you can see there on Zach's side of things?
Let's see. Zoroark GX is prized, and Dragonite GX as well.
Hmm.
Cynthia Caitlin is prized. One Guzma Mahal is prized, but we know that Zach has two of them, so that's not a huge deal. And Zach's only ordinary rod to recover Pokemon is also
Ooh.
in the prize card. So, not cards that you'll necessarily search your deck and say, oh, I'm going to lose right off the bat, but very possibly impactful cards over the course of the game.
Pass things over after a turn attachment to the active and the tool jammer, trying to pressurize, or at least certainly threaten the Zoroark GX pressure on turn 2. Definitely seems to make a lot of sense here. And
Agreed.
ultimately, not a lot of playable cards in hand. It's going to be the Scott to kick things off here. That can give us access to, well, Turfield isn't immediately helpful. You've already got a ton of evolutions in hand. But maybe
Yeah,
a supporter
Adam
for
does
next
have the
turn.
Linnetson deck, unless
Yeah.
they're in the prizes. So that's probably going to be a pickup here. Notably,
We're
Lynette
seriously
does
lacking
only search
energy as
two
well.
basics.
Yeah, we're lacking energy. That's another big issue with this hand. You already had the Tate and
Yeah,
Lies. I know Shuffle 5 doesn't feel good, but for tempo, I would definitely have considered that as an option.
it's a slow one for sure. Slow starts in this cube are not necessarily, they don't necessarily lose the game outright just
Yeah.
because we do see that these games are so long, so resource intensive, lots of opportunities to swing things back and forth. But, you would prefer not to be in a situation where your opening hand has no energy, no search.
Yeah. That's not where you want to be. And just the one basic Pokemon right now. That's
Right.
yeah. We're debating the supporters. Grabbing Chorus as well as the Lynette seems reasonable as long as it's not prized.
Adam had the Linettes out and actually put it back. So I think we
Okay.
might see something else here. Rosa.
Rosa. So next turn we
Maybe Adam
Chorus and let
maybe
the
Adam just
Zeraora
saying Linettes is
sponge.
too slow.
Yeah. I think without energy, I kind of agree with him. So digging deeper into the deck seems to be the prevailing theory here.
Hmm. Notably, when we talk about the Zoroark pressure from Zach's side that he could potentially go for, one of the two is in the prize cards, and so it
Yeah.
is going to limit his ability to have access to it this turn. It's always possible, but fewer hits, and it means well, the Great Ball's already played, but it means that Zach is going to be less likely to end up with that option. So Zach just goes for the research, discarding both of the dragons in hand. I don't dislike that. I think the nag is good to have in the discard. You want the Hydreigon in play, and so totally makes sense.
Yeah. We did whiff on the Zoro GX. But thanks to the Holland's Electrode, at least Dark Pulse can do a decent chunk here. Can still pressurize. So you're actually pressurizing
60
a decent
damage.
amount. Yeah. The synergy, absolutely insane. We have Tag Call for
Incredible.
next turn, which looks pretty good. We have Treasure in hand as well, so we'll be developing more Pokemon in the back. Even though we did whiff on the Zoro GX, which obviously was the best hit there.
Zach does actually play basic Dark Energy as well, so this Dark Pulse can get progressively bigger. Zach can just use this as an early game threat if he thinks that Adam's start is really slow.
Yeah, insane. Let's see
Yeah,
the damage.
if Zach goes swing for 60 here, plays the Viridian, attach a basic Dark to the bench, which I don't know if he's going to play a Viridian given Adam's
Yeah,
difficulties with energy here, but there's a very real chance that this Darkrai ends up swinging for 80, 100 damage, and is just a threat to itself, and Zach never needs to find the Zoroark.
big basics are still good. in every queue, big basics find a way. I'm brimming
Cannot
from ear to ear right now.
cannot take the big basics out of Pokemon.
We're going to see a Turfield come into play so we can thin the deck before this chorus, I imagine. We've picked up the Mega Manetric, so if we do find some basics, maybe we can find a different Pokemon to sponge with, perhaps. But with the Rosa in hand as well, you might think that you'd rather this Zeraora gets KO'd, provided you do find some basics. We'll see how we want to play it here. Turfield's going to grab Meganium EX by the looks of things. And Adam doesn't have to worry about hand disruption on Zach's side either. We have public deck lists. He knows that his hand is staying, so he may as well just throw this out here. It's a big 5 cards from Chorus. We need basics and we need basic energy here pretty badly.
Yep. There's always an element of risk with Colress's experiments in Cube, especially hitting cards that you need alongside cards, hitting cards that you need in the situation alongside cards that you need for the game.
Mhm.
But here, generally, it's not a huge issue. So we see Adam take the Judge, we see him take the Lightning Energy, and then one more grab alongside the two cards to the Lost Zone.
Yeah, let's see. Is there going to be any basics? No, just a stage 1 in
No,
Lurantis
wow.
GX. That's a pretty weak Colress, all things considered. You get an energy on board,
Zach
but
is
yeah.
Zach is so close to a donk in this situation.
Yeah, I feel like we have to evolve just for an extra 20 hit points. Realistically. We lost a Miriam in the process as well, which feels kind of bad, but like you said, it's the
Yeah,
immediate future that we
Adam.
have to be concerned about.
Right. Yeah, Adam's got to focus on not losing immediately here, and that seems to be a bigger and bigger ask every turn.
Oof, jeez. At least we're threatening damage next turn, and we should be sponging most attacks here again, but you really are behind on board state, and that's not what you want when you've got 20 minutes to swing this game around.
Depending on Zach's top deck, the game could actually end this next turn.
It's grass energy off the top, I
That
think.
doesn't do it. Okay, Zach would need to
No.
have exactly top decked Double Dragon. If he
Yeah.
top decked Double Dragon, he could have gone Treasure for Drago, uh, Drago onto the bench, retreat, charisma, attaching an energy that he searches off Viridian, and then attaching Double Dragon and knocking out the
That's
Mega
actually
Manectric.
wild. So the safest player to not attach to this Mega Manectric is what you're saying. That's actually wild to think about.
Well, so it's tough. Zach has exactly one card that punishes the
Yeah.
attachment.
Yeah.
But Adam has to do something. He can't
Yeah,
just
I
do
know, I
nothing.
know.
So
I'm just
I
saying,
don't
it's funny how it
necessarily.
works out.
Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily call it a mistake, but it does
No.
just win the game on the spot.
It's just a happy little coincidence, I think.
Yeah.
But there's still plenty of great play here. There's double tag call open to you. There's Guzhala, which
Oh
is looking like
yeah.
an amazing play this turn.
Zach is in a fantastic situation right now. Even if Adam had a better start than he does, the Sinlin is unfortunately in the prizes, which means Zach
Yeah.
cannot just draw cards off his tag call, but it does search some of his critical stage ones. It searches for the Goose Hollow, which finds Double Dragon. And so, really, I mean, if Adam doesn't find another basic in one turn here, then it's still game over.
Yeah, and this tackle will be the first search from Zach, I believe, unless he used Turfield for no effects on a previous turn. So he'll be aware of what's available to him now within this Guzhala.
Definitely.
You can also get Stormy Mountains in play if you want to, although you don't really want to give your opponent basics here. Yeah, maybe that's just not the
I
right
think
time for it.
Zach could play the Viridian. I think that's fine. I don't necessarily think he needs to, but it's an option. But
Maybe the ADP for sure.
if Adam didn't attach an energy last turn, I think there's no shot that Zach plays that either. I agree with you that Stormy Mountain is not going to be something that Zach wants to do right now. Training Court doesn't really benefit either of them, and so probably just see the turf field stay in play. Oh no, we do see the Viridian bounce.
Yeah, I think he already picked up the grass energy, so I think he's already planning on discarding something. Yeah, it's gonna be the Latios for this grass energy.
Yeah.
I
think that makes sense. Latios Latios is definitely a card you'd prefer to have in the discard for Drago than actually evolved in play.
Yeah, we saw how effective it was in that final game. It only attacked once, but boy, it changed everything.
And there it is. We talked about it. The basic dark energy that Zach can attach to his board to ramp up the pressure even more.
We're still going to charisma as well, so we're just saying no pressure from this Mega Manectric. We're attaching to the bench and threatening more from this Dark Pulse here.
Yeah, and on the following turn, Zach has the Guzma for the Double Dragon to attack with the ADP.
Yeah, you can actually Dark Head this turn and also send this Manectric to sleep, which is just even more stress.
He probably just uses Dark Head anyway because it deals more damage than the Dark. Oh no, it deals the same.
It's the same now, yeah.
Yeah, Dark Head deals additional damage if the opponent's active is asleep. So unfortunately, not super helpful for Zach in this situation. At least not more so than Dark Pulse. But The aggro Darkrai. Adam draws a Field Blower. That's not helpful at
No.
all. That means he
We have
has to go
Tate
for
and
Titanizer or
Liza?
Judge.
No. The panic Tate and Liza. Oh, this is rough. You can get rid of Viridian Jammer at least. You're keeping the Viridian
Notably,
open,
Zach's
perhaps.
decision to use the Charisma here prevents Adam from attacking with the Manectric.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually a really good time to weave in the charisma because the only way that Adam gets back is by having this punch with Turbobolt and getting at least something a little bit closer to attacking.
You don't
You could
know,
have like Viridian energy for energy. So, ooh, heavy ball.
does he have a basic in prizes? If not, then the game is over right now.
Unfortunately, we can't see the prizes right now, so he's going to keep us in suspense.
does.
There is a Radiant Venusaur coming in clutch right now. Just as a Pokemon to put into play, because we didn't attach or use this Viridian either, we can do both and draw 2 more cards from the Sunny Bloom at the end of the turn. We're going down a prize, but we're still fighting here.
Yeah, not out of the game immediately, which is where Adam would have been if that basic did not come through. The Interestingly here, Adam did decide to leave the Viridian in play with the Field Blower, understanding that he needed to hit energy above all else. So
Yeah,
that means Zach also has access to that Viridian.
that's true as well. And because it was Tantalizer, not the Judge, there's the yeah, we're gonna Viridian away the Hex, so we can just draw 1 more from Sunny Bloom. It's actually pretty massive here when your hand is so awkward.
Yeah, when you're in such a tight situation as this one, unfortunately, Adam does not have a way to get energy in play other than attacking, and so we know that the Radiant Venusaur is not going to be able to attack for another turn after this one, even still.
Yeah, maybe an argument to just retreat the Manectric and attach to it, but that's
Oh
still
yeah,
such like a dreamer play. But
to expand the options available.
yeah,
Zach draws
Darkness Energy.
Dark Energy, I think. Yeah.
But he's in a great position. He can Guzhala, and if he wants to, he could just pay retreat and start unleashing some Ultimate Rays just to spread that energy around the board again. He's got Treasure available as well. So a few
Interestingly,
options.
going for the Guzmahala play, if he goes for the retreat into Guzmahala, um, and then Adam can play Flare Grunt and remove the Double Dragon from the active
Yeah.
ADP, and then Zach could actually lose a couple of turns again.
Yeah, I think you end up probably just still using Dark Pulse or Dark Head here, honestly.
I think so.
Even the Dark Energy on the Hydreigon's not bad, to be honest with you.
Yeah, opens up options to go into a Noivern maybe.
Playing the Treasure means you're less likely to play the Guzmahala like down the line, I think, unless you're literally grabbing a target to pitch straight away from this Treasure. It's going to be a Dragonite. That's a Pokemon we could attack with as well if we want to get this Darkrai on the bench more easily with a Bust In.
I think he probably does. I think the bust in is well, okay, so now the any your Pokemon. So he can bust in, put the Dragonite active, and get it to attack, but you have to move the energy off the ADP here. I don't think that's what he wants to
Yeah.
do.
As soon as I saw the Dark on the Hydreigon, I knew we were just still throwing hands with Dark Pulse here instead. Because
Dark
otherwise the
Pulse is all
Dark
the
goes
way.
straight onto ADP, right? That would be the other line. You attach to ADP while
Yep.
busting in.
Interestingly, the
go.
Mysterious Treasure does mean Zach is not going to get stranded by this Radiant Venusaur, even if he doesn't have an evolution for the active.
That's also true. Yeah. There's going to be...
So Radiant Venusaur is not attacking just yet anyway.
Yeah, that's not currently online. We can draw cards with Cynthia Caitlin. Not sure if there's a better swoop target right now. Don't really think there is in this situation. So I think we just
Maybe like a
see
Trevenant, but it's questionable.
I think you have to hold on to this Flare Grunt as well. Maybe just reading away the swoop, grab an energy, then sending away the energy and just hope to draw another one, because we need to see so many cards and we're only drawing 3 right now.
Yeah. The big thing here, if Adam Carl can find a Grass Basic and a Rowegg, I know, big ask, but if both of those things can come into the hand off the Sinlin, then we could see a total reversal of this game. Not to say that Adam Carl will suddenly be in the lead, but he will certainly be in a position to be in a better spot.
We're going to swoop the Venusaur into Eldegoss. Then we're going to throw away
And,
Brock's Grit with Viridian. Swing an energy onto the
yeah.
Eldegoss.
And Adam Carl has decided to resign through his
It
own
looks
means.
like it. The float up, is it? It's one way to do it. I think time was certainly against him as well. I think that's also come into the consideration here. So that is going to be a round 1-0 victory, but also in this second game, it was looking very promising for Zach there. Really cool to see his deck flowing. Those many attacking options really paying off for Zach, making it a real headache for Adam here to really think about it takes a long time to think about these turns. You're in a high pressure situation and there's just so many options that the opponent has every single turn of the game. It's so hard to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. It seeing the number of options Zach has, both to continue to play the game, get into the game, or get back into the game, um, take one-hit knockouts, prevent the opponent from advancing their board. Just so many different tools available to Zach, and the cost of that is very difficult to play, oftentimes, and very difficult to build as well. And I think Zach has done a really strong job of both of those things.
And it felt like his deck was stuttering at times as well. So we've not even seen the Dr. Agon deck in full power. I think we can see more from Zach later down the line today, and his deck could be flowing much more smoothly. We didn't see many trades until very late into that game one, and I think much more often that deck's going to look even smoother than it did on the stream game today.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're absolutely correct. I think Zach, given what we saw it do in that game, I think Zach is a strong contender for one of our initial 2-0s to move into the second day of play.
It's awesome to see his deck functioning. We watched the draft together, and then we get to see the deck in action, and it was flowing well enough to see him over the line, as well as some really, really solid plays. So that's going to be our round 1 of 3 here in the Rulebox Mutant Cube from Grover, day 1 of the Champions Cube. This is to get into day 2 of the competition. We're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to be back with round 2 of the action. There's not much time left of the round, so we should be getting straight into the next one very soon.
Welcome back to the stream, everyone. My name is Victor, joining the cast for the first time in the day. We just had an exciting game one that I got to watch part of. Slight, long time no see. How are you doing?
It has been a while. I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm okay. Excited to watch some Cube gaming. Haven't had time to play in any recently, but always happy to come back to it. Speaking of exciting Cube gaming, of course, we're already underway in this match 2 between Sebastian and Apsi. Tell me a little bit about these two decks.
Sure. Yeah. So Sebastian's deck is really interesting. Coming out of the draft, we weren't 100% sure how he was going to go about building it. It looked like it was going to potentially be a little bit of a challenge for him, just because he had so many different directions and options he could take the deck toward. But he really slimmed down the fire side coming out of the draft and leaned into the water. And clearly it seems to have worked out well for him, considering he won his first round.
Right.
Um, on the other side of the table, Apsy is playing a really aggressive fighting and grass deck. I think Apsy's deck honestly looks fantastic, really, really powerful. Tons of cards that I value really highly in the cube, between double Lycanroc. Lucario GX is an extremely powerful aggressive stage 1, Rapid Striker Shifu VMAX on the stage 2s, and then the grass side being double Gliscopod GX as the stage 1s and Decidueye GX and Orbeetle on the top end. It really is just a cohesive package. It really feels like Apsy knows what the deck wants to do. Not to say that Sebastian doesn't. I think Sebastian's really leaning into the spread element of the water line very well.
Right.
But going up against the two decks, even just seeing Apsy's list, I would be pretty concerned for my odds of winning.
I mean, speaking of this aggressive, Lucario GX has already hit the board. It's already used that Aura Strike, we have 150 damage on the Seismitoad EX, putting a bunch of pressure onto Sebastian already. And, one of my favorite cards in all of Pokemon is that Alolan Sand slash GX. So I can see where Sebastian was going with this spread idea, that Spiky Storm GX can be really powerful, but against a board like this, it's useless, right? This Lucario GX, you need to deal with it somehow, and spread's not going to get you there.
Yeah, and I think Sebastian may have a little bit of a rough matchup here for that reason.
Right. Yeah.
He's got great spread pieces. He's got the Volcanion Prism Star, the Radiant Blastoise, the Primal Kyogre, got the Greninja Break, the Mega Blastoise EX. So many cards that can spread a ton of damage across the board, and the Kingdra EX, which can allow him to take advantage of some of the super high costed basic and stage 1 attacks beyond that.
True.
But Apsy doesn't really need to invest in the board much. Apsy can kind of play with like 2 or 3 Pokemon and play at all times and be
Right.
perfectly happy with that. So it really makes Sebastian reconsider the way he wants to approach the game.
So we see Sebastian playing this Pokemon Breeders Nurturing, searching through the deck now, seeing what they want to evolve up. Looks like the Vaporeon GX is going to be grabbed. Maybe do some healing along with that Primal Kyogre EX. Note that the Primal Kyogre EX does have that alpha growth origin traits, which means you can attach extra energy to it, but instead we are going to attach just to this active Seismitoad EX, combine that with this Rough Seas, combine that with the Vaporeon GX Hydrating Drops to heal a little bit to see if we can survive another turn.
Yeah, and interestingly, given Apsy's hand right now, which is really weak, this
Yeah.
play is pretty strong. There's not a lot of vulnerability for Sebastian in the board state anymore, given that Apsy missed an energy on his last turn. Apsy can go for the Sandaconda VMAX. However, the healing from the Rough Seas is going to make it so that that does very little compared to what it could have done otherwise. Apsy's certainly not in a terrible spot or anything. The Cherish Ball is a really nice top deck. It's going to allow him to unlock some of the cards in his hand and play the Shaman. So I think we're going to be in for a really good game.
Rough Seas, one of the more infamous cards in Cube history, has been
No
banned
doubt.
from a couple places. I think it's a little more balanced in this cube with all the ginormous HP Pokemon and strong attacks, but still putting in work, still having a powerful effect now that it gets to stay in play.
Absolutely. Yeah, this cube allows a lot of cards that you don't see too often in at least balanced cube environments to see the light of day and really shine in the way that they
Right.
are. intended, and without being backbreaking, And so we see cards like Black Belt we talked about in the draft. Rough Seas is another example. Pokemon Center Lady we've spoken about as well already on the stream. But there are lots of
Yep, yep.
examples like these where, because of the massive HP totals that you see, those cards don't end up being overwhelming in almost all cases.
We're kind of in a game of chicken right now because it looks like Sebastian did use that Quaking Punch last turn, so this Cherish Ball could not be played from the side of Apsley. But at the same time, there's a Steven's Resolve in Sebastian's hand that, sorry, Steven's Advice in Sebastian's hand that doesn't do anything really. So just kind of attacking each other with low attacks, but instead Sebastian choosing to attach an extra energy, going for that Grenade Hammer instead. The items are unlocked now. Let's see what Apsley can do with this Cherish Ball.
Yeah, absolutely. The Cherish Ball being unlocked is going to be pretty powerful for Apsy in the situation. It just means that suddenly this hand is going to be way more mobile. I think we're almost certainly going to see the PCL come out of Apsy, or come out from Apsy's side of the board this time. The Grenade Hammer from Sebastian's side means that the Sandaconda is certainly much more vulnerable than it was just a turn ago.
Yep.
But not, if we look into some of Sebastian's stage ones that could take advantage of this situation, even though the hand is currently quite weak, um, I'm looking for options to deal 220 damage, and I don't see any. Looks like attach up a 3 water card. No, that heals 3 water energy. That's not enough. Yeah, so I think Sebastian, I think Apsy is going to be safe for another turn here, even if Sebastian top decks a Pokemon that can evolve off the Seismitoad.
Right.
And so there's that level of breathing room. The Cherish Ball here, and actually one thing that we haven't talked about yet is the impact of weakness in this matchup. All of Sebastian's Pokemon are not weak to grass, but some of them are, and that means this Golisopod can be an extraordinarily threatening attacker into
Oh,
the right situation.
that does seem like it could play an impact here. Shuckle GX hitting the board, ready to evolve into that Gliscopod GX the following turn. Pokemon Center Lady hitting the field as well, taking 6 damage counters off of that Sandaconda VMAX. Energy going down. Shaman for just 2, not waiting out the evolution for next turn, not seeing that top deck, so we are going to see only 2 cards. We do have a supporter for next turn, so the hand not terrible anymore. Both players still trying to set up their board, trying to get themselves into a better board state as we speak.
Yep, not terrible, not fantastic, just
Right.
all right, but definitely better for both players now, I would say, because Sebastian suddenly has a Steven's
Yep.
device that draws more than 1 card, and Apsy is doing more than just drawing and attacking. One thing that I want to draw attention to as well, while we're kind of right off the back of this Lucario, is Cantankerous Beatdown GX is an often overlooked GX attack, especially from standard days, that
Oh,
really is a brutal option in a lot of games in this cube. It's really common for an attacker to put out 90 to 120 damage, and then Lucario can just suddenly come up and take a one-hit knockout on basically anything in the cube. So clearly not an option in the current board state, but it's definitely
right.
something to consider in the match.
There could be interesting plays with looking at Apsy's list. There is a surprise time machine, so you could, in theory, use it and then fail it to get access to that attack again. We'll see if that is something that happens throughout the match. Sebastian's turn now, benching that Houndoom EX after using that Steven's advice, drawing up a couple more cards. We don't see much, but we do see energies in play, in hand, to be played. We'll see where that attachment goes, but no evolutions quite yet for Sebastian.
I think we very likely see a couple of attachments to the Primal Kyogre here, just to enable that Vaporeon VMAX on the following turn when Apsy is
Right.
finally able to get through the Seismitoad, presumably at least. Vaporeon VMAX, notably, in addition to being a very powerful attacker in Sebastian's deck, given his emphasis on the spread options, is also not weak to grass, and so the combo of those two things is going to make it a very powerful option for him coming up pretty shortly here. Also
Yes.
drawing attention to the fire side of Sebastian's deck. It's just a 1/1/1. It's a Houndoom EX with no fire energy, so it can never attack. Well, barring like a Holin's Magneton, um,
Right.
into a Flareon EX, which does have Evolving Flame, which is a powerful ability, and then Gardevoir EX, which does have the Imprison ability that can shut down opposing powers. Where that will be most likely to succeed is on Apsi's Silvally, Orbeetle, and Decidueye, but it's not a matchup where it's going to have a ton of opportunities to get value.
Right. I think it does seem like it's more useful in other matchups that are more ability heavy, ability focused, instead of going for this fighting archetype where you have these low to the ground, low energy attachment, efficient attacks more so than ability acceleration. But we could see it come out. I think it would have been interesting to see Sebastian's deck maybe have more of a actual fire package. It would have been an interesting maybe help in this matchup because of fire weakness potentially, but not going to be the case as we see Absi play the Karina for that energy and for that Lycanroc GX this turn.
Yeah, the netball is really a boon for Apsy right now because it allows that Karina to search for the basic
Right.
energy, and with that, he's going to be able to power up the Gmax Cyclone that will then move all of the energy off of the Sandaconda. So, despite going down a couple of prizes here, he's going to be just fine in terms of board state.
Yeah, this Sandaconda is putting in work right now. Going to use that Gmax Cyclone. I wonder which energy Apsy will choose to move. You have to expect that the Sandaconda will get knocked out, but if it doesn't, if Sebastian chooses to leave it in the active, you don't have a way to move it either, if I'm reading this correctly.
And interestingly, it
Oh,
looks like Apsy has played a warp point here,
War
intending to
points.
use the Galissapod to put some pressure onto Sebastian's really unprepared board. And so I think this is also a strong play, even if it might not be the most straightforward one. Oh, and
Yeah,
there's going
this
to be the
seems.
Lycanroc onto the Primal Kyogre.
Oh, Lycanroc GX with those bloodthirsty eyes. Kind of like bright look of yonder of or how do you what's the
Of
how does it
your,
of your yeah,
yeah.
there we go. We have the weakness onto Kyogre EX, so we get the knockout with that first impression, taking out those energy, putting Sebastian in a really awkward spot, not having any set up backup attackers.
Yeah, I would say this is almost a disastrous situation for Sebastian because he really wanted to go into that Vaporeon VMAX on this coming turn. That
Yep.
would be a pretty difficult attacker for Apsy to deal with. Now, there's no good vehicle for that Vaporeon VMAX to enter play, or at least not uncontested. And so, what it looks like Sebastian's going to go for here is potentially the Bubble Pod, which is a good attack in its own right. It can allow Sebastian to recover some Pokemon onto the bench, but it doesn't get him any closer to putting any pressure on Apsy's board.
We see the gift energy being put onto the Vaporeon VMAX with an Iono at the same time. Thankfully, Vaporeon VMAX does not have grass weakness, so this 320 HP big bulky Pokemon will stick around for a little while. But still, advantage definitely on over to Apsy, taking the lead in this match, setting the tempo. We got 6 cards on
Absolutely.
Sebastian's side. What is the play here for Sebastian?
Interestingly, if Apsy top decks an energy here, he can go for VS Seeker for Jacques and get the Orbeetle VMAX in play and put even more pressure onto Sebastian's board, which could be a way to essentially kind of approach a fast end game. Just given the amount of damage that would be entering play, he does have finally the counter stadium to get rid of the rough seas, which means his spread is going to be sticking now. And the Orbeetle VMAX is a much more reliable threat after that first attack than the Galissapod is.
So there's Orbital VMAX. There's also Decidueye GX in the deck as a stage 2 grass option, but Orbital does seem to be the better choice now that this Galissapod is in the active. We see Vaporeon VMAX using that Bubble Pod to get out this Tapu Fini GX. No weakness, so this one is safe from any shenanigans.
Yep, very
But
nice play
Sebastian,
from.
good
Uh,
play.
Go ahead.
Sebastian is a little bit behind still. Is still holding on, lots of energy in play, so there are things that Sebastian can do next turn. There are attackers he has access to, but we're still looking at Apsi here as the leader in this matchup.
Definitely. So Apsi decides to go for the VS Seeker. I'm interested to see. Okay, VS Seeker for Jacques. Interested to see where Apsi goes from here because he did not draw the energy off of the disruption card there. The Iono stuck in a couple of ways. And so we see the Silvally GX off the Jacques. I think we'll probably see an Orbeetle. I could be wrong. Apsi does have options here, but Silvally is the number one. It's going to allow him to draw more cards. And we do see the Orbeetle as well. Okay, so Grant, unfortunately, is in the hand. If Grant was in the discard now, then it would give him the opportunity to discard down and then draw more cards off the Silvally.
Right.
As it stands, he really just has the opportunity to draw a card or two.
So do we see the evolution here? Do we see the switch get played? How many cards is Apsi willing to sacrifice to draw more this turn? Note that Stark Mountain, although it is in play, it only lets you move energy to one of your fire or fighting Pokemon. So you can't move that fighting energy to the Golisopod.
Yeah, Stark Mountain is a little tricky. It's got to be a fire or fighting energy, and that moves to a fire or fighting Pokemon. So, for example, if Orbeetle had a fighting energy on it, it could move to Sandaconda, but the reverse is not true. An interesting play that Apsi could go for here is the Orbeetle Eerie Beam and then a switch. Ooh, he goes for the draw.
Draw one.
Draw one, hit what you need. Works every time.
So we will, I suppose, see the Gmax wave this turn for 50. It's not a whole ton of damage, but you are starting to put pressure on your opponent with the Eerie Beam as well.
Yeah, the situation just starts to get dicier for Sebastian the more damage builds up across the board because Apsi has a lot of ways to deal solid damage, but not a ton of ways to deal tremendous damage. And so when you make that solid damage enough to take knockouts, then suddenly the deck becomes almost unbeatable because you're never going to beat Apsi on tempo. You kind of got to go over the top. You got to weather the storm and then have a better strategy out of the end. But
Right.
if Apsi gets enough spread damage down, then you can't really go over the top either.
In this cube, you kind of expect all the Pokemon to have way too much HP to be in the range of some spread knockouts, unless you spread for multiple turns. But Sebastian's board has a Jirachi EX with already 5 damage counters on it, only 90 HP on the thing. Maybe one of the most squishiest Pokemon in the cube, but it's pretty close to getting knocked out.
Yeah, very vulnerable and very concerning. Usually, the advantage that you gain in this cube from spread is bringing your attacks into knockout range as opposed to actually picking up the knockouts with the spread itself. But in the situation, it is one of the rare events where we may see the prize go. I would say we're almost certain to see the Jirachi go down at some point during this game because Sebastian doesn't play any other metal Pokemon that can evolve out of it, aside from the Holin's Magneton, which only has 70 HP.
It would be interesting to see Jirachi EX evolve into that.
It would be unexpected.
We see the Roseanne's research
is...
from Sebastian. I guess you just grab another basic Pokemon, but the hand isn't looking so great either. Not really much you can do. Not many choices to be made.
Yeah, interestingly, with the top deck with the disc reload for 1 into the energy, suddenly this disruption card was significantly better for Apsi than it was Sebastian. Now Sebastian is in a situation where the hand is a little immobile, and the Vaporeon in the active is also a little immobile as well. And so I think probably we'll see like a Mega Blastoise come into play here and get some Hydro Bombard action going on, but it'll take a couple of turns. Okay, so Sebastian actually attaches and retreats, so we might actually see a Tapu Storm here.
Let's see what Sebastian chooses to do. Looks like we're thinking about that Tapu Storm GX to kind of slow down the game just a little bit, but Apsi does have Sandaconda VMAX still waiting in the wings, just almost ready to attack if the Stark Mountain is left in play. which it has to be given Sebastian's hand.
Absolutely. And notably too here is the Stark Mountain allows Apsy to play a little bit more aggressively with the Gmax Cyclone, switching energy off, leaving Sandaconda at 2
Right.
or even 1 energy because he can return them to them. And that minimizes the risk from having all those energy in the active spot. So I'm interested to see where Apsy goes with this turn. He's got options based on the contents of his hand and board, and not a totally clear path to an exactly correct play.
Looks like we're going
Lycanroc
into the
comes up.
Lycanroc GX.
There are two
Maybe
ways that
thinking
this
about,
Lycanroc can go. One is
yeah,
Dangerous Rogue. The other is Rapid Striker Shifu VMAX. I don't think he's going to go for the Rapid Striker Shifu VMAX given the promotion here. So it's either going to be just promoting this so he has an easy switch into the Sandaconda or going for the Dangerous Rogue.
right. So do we see the switch come through to draw more cards off of that disc reload? Looks like no, we're going to go for the Professor Birch's observations instead, and we do hit heads. So that is 7 fresh new cards for Apsy. What do we have here? We've got a couple energy. We see that Beast Ring that was already available in the hand before. Looks like it's going to be a dangerous rogue angle potentially.
Yeah, I don't see a ton of other options for Apsy given the situation, given the hand. It was interesting that he decided not to attach the energy. I think maybe he was hoping to expand his options or understand what his options were a little bit better before attaching, but it did come with the risk that he might not hit the attachment.
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
Yep.
did not materialize that way.
Sebastian slowly losing more and more energy off the board. This Vaporeon VMAX had to retreat, lost 2 there. 2 are going to get wiped off the field with this knockout as well. So Sebastian is left down to these 2 attachments onto the Seismitoad EX. Only attacker remaining that is charged up and ready to go. What will Sebastian do? How can he respond, if at all possible?
Top deck of a Perrin there. And so this will allow Sebastian to trade 1 or 2 Pokemon from hand for any Pokemon in deck. And this will, of course, open up his options. That said, looking at his deck list, there are not a ton that really, really bail him out of the situation.
Yeah.
I think the Blastoise onto the active might be one of his better plays just because it's hard to knock out and it puts a lot of pressure in play if Apsy cannot respond with an attack with the Sandaconda VMAX or something equivalent to actually knock out the Blastoise on the following turn, then I mean it is dealing a lot of damage every turn. But Sebastian has access to anything in his deck right now, so we will see what he thinks is the best way to proceed here.
Looking through the cards still. This Lycanroc GX still quite healthy. Will survive 2 hits at least from whatever Sebastian chooses to bring out. Something that I am a little bit concerned about is you would think that one of Sebastian's best win conditions potentially is something like imprison Savali into a late game Iono, but we have already used that Iono, and looks like there's no way to really cycle that, so that will not be an option this game. And instead,
Yeah,
we're going
no
to go with
recovery.
the Blastoise and Piplup GX onto the active.
All right, Sebastian just trying to go for the biggest attacker he can. He's also got a lot of energy in hand, and the heal here is pretty powerful, especially if both of those energy go down onto the Vaporeon VMAX. And so that would allow Sebastian to generate a threat on bench with only 30 damage on it and have an attacker in the active that is very unlikely to be knocked out on the following turn.
Attaching the
That is a
bodybuilding dumbbells
bodybuilding
as
dumbbells.
well. Only in
Gotta
a
be
cube
really
like
sure.
this will you see a 270 HP tag team GX with bodybuilding dumbbells.
Yeah, it's
We've got
last game was a key player in the match was an ADP, and so a lot of the sentences that were put together to describe what was happening in the game were pretty wild sounding based on the presence of ADP in play.
yeah. I was watching part of that game and I was like, only in Cube would you have an ADP where it's core to your strategy, but you don't actually use the GX attack.
Absolutely. Apsy interestingly decides to attach here to the Buzzwole GX and then move one off with Stark Mountain. Might be getting ready for a pass, and he does. Yeah, he decides that committing to the Lycanroc is not the way that he's going to be able to win the game, and decides to go for a different option.
So slowly but surely, Sebastian is regaining a foothold in this match. Looks to have a pretty strong board position, but one thing that is concerning is still the hand is not very good.
Yeah, one thing that is kind of coming in to bite Apsy here is the lack of grass basics. There are only two in the deck, and being unable to find another to kind of get this Golisopod set back up
Oh,
and threaten Sebastian's board is really starting to hurt him.
yeah, we don't have any other threats established aside from the Santakana VMAX. I think Apsy maybe could have used the Santakana VMAX's Gmax Cyclone a little bit earlier in the match instead of using that Lycanroc. I think was instead of using that dangerous Rogue GX on that turn, but maybe was trying to greed out some extra prizes by leaving it on the bench, forcing Sebastian to deal with it later, but instead has to go into it anyways, and now it's going to lose the VMAX. Where will these energies go is my next question.
Notably, Apsy's selection of fighting basics is very threatening independently. So we've got two Buzzwole GX, two Landorus EX, Medicham V, and Regirock EX. So a lot of threatening attackers, especially coming out of those Buzzwoles. And that will enable him to stay in this game even if he doesn't find an answer right away, especially because Sebastian has not been able to get his kind of deck defining spread out yet. And so the Buzzwole is
Mm.
not going to be a one hit knockout from the Vaporeon VMAX's Max Torrent, and it's also not going to be a one hit knockout for the Blastoise and Piplup either.
That does
Finds the
make sense.
Landorus
People are
EX here. The other Buzzwole is underneath the Sandaconda, so that makes sense. But it is unfortunate for Apsy because the Landorus is weak to water.
looks like we're going to go ahead and attach all three of Sandaconda's energy there anyways. And we see a Pokemon Communication top deck from Sebastian, which opens up some options.
I think the reason why Sebastian has gone for the energy onto the Landorus is because of the Beast Ring in hand. I think he's probably
Okay.
predicting that the Sandaconda is going to go down here, and then he'll be able to respond with a Beast Ring onto the Buzzwole. Notably, Sebastian's basic fighting count is quite high. He has 10 basic fightings in the deck, and so even though two are prized, four are in play, and one is in the discard, he still has access to two more out of the deck for the Buzzwole.
So we see Sebastian now looking through the deck, grabbing this Glaceon EX with that Brooklet Hill. Both players able to use the effect of this, interestingly enough, despite it being quite specific.
Yeah, we saw a similar situation in the last round too, where Zach had Stormy Mountain in deck to search out his Dragon Pokemon, and his opponent was able to search out Lightning Basics with the card as well. So we see the Mega Blastoise EX evolve on the bench, not really doing anything. Sebastian is pretty limited right now just because of the lack of energy and supporters. We see a POW hand extension, and it is.
Oh,
It's unfortunate for Apsy, but I don't think he's too worried about it. And it could, if he draws a fighting, which is not super likely, but if he draws a fighting, it does allow him to actually take the knockout on the Blastoise and Piplup with the Sandaconda. Not to say that that's necessarily the correct play, but he can do it. Um, but here, the Beast Ring is still live, and that's what Apsy was really
Yes.
playing for. Ooh, a
So they
Pokekid's
will
a great top deck.
Beast Ring out onto this Buzzwole GX. What do you think the Pokekid will grab this turn?
I think it's got to be a grass basic. If it finds a grass basic, it could be an Eldegoss. Apsy could set up his hand for the following turn,
Okay.
and then attach a grass energy to the Eldegoss, have the Golisopod ready. I think it just wraps up too many of his problems effectively to go for much else.
That does make sense. Golisopod seems to be quite a powerful attacker in this matchup.
Yeah, the on a following turn, if the Lucario wasn't underneath the Sandaconda, then I think maybe he could be in a little bit of a better situation there. Could go for the Lucario, take a knockout that way, and then evolve up onto the active. But I think at the end of the day, a lot of this matchup revolves around Apsy's ability to keep grass attackers in play, even if the Vaporeon VMAX itself is not weak to the grass Pokemon.
That makes sense to me. Sebastian, the only attacker that is ready to go on Sebastian's side of the field is that Vaporeon VMAX that you just mentioned. And it has a lot of HP, but that Max Torn attack, it's not really doing much right now. I mean, it's okay, but you really want your opponent's Pokemon to have damage counters on them so you can proc that additional damage, do that 200, 100 plus 100 more to start taking some one-hit KOs on these lower HP Pokemon like this Buzzwole. But instead, because like you said, no spread, you might just have to hit for 100, which does not feel
Well, and
good.
another problem that Sebastian has right now is that the Vaporeon is actually still an energy shy. He hasn't
Oh,
seen
right.
energy in so
That's
many turns to
true.
attack, and so he does need to hit one on this following turn between the top deck and presumably the Rockets admin, unless he draws something better for the situation. And so we see actually go Eldegoss V for Professor Birch's observations only in cube. I think so draws a fighting energy from deck with the Silvally. I think he's probably just going to go for the Knuckle Impact and take the knockout here.
So the question here is Sebastian is one energy away from attacking with two different things. The Vaporeon VMAX and also this Mega Blastoise EX could evolve into the Kingdra EX, right?
Mhm.
So that's one option as well. And then you can start taking advantage of that genetic memory using that Hydro Bombard attack or the Sauna Blast. What would you send up here after this knockout?
I think the Kingdra option is going to enable the Vaporeon, and given that you need one
Right.
energy either way, it's going to be a better play than just sending Vaporeon up here because Vaporeon, even if it goes up, best possible case is deal 100 damage, then it's vulnerable to a return attack. Whereas the Kingdra, sure, it could be knocked out in one hit potentially, but it enables the Vaporeon to swing for 200 every time. Sebastian does decide to promote the Vaporeon VMAX instead, though. Maybe thinking that the more difficult he can make his active to knock out, the more time he'll have, or maybe even just aiming to use the bubble pod to put another Pokemon back into play.
Okay.
Being able to immediately put the Blastoise and Piplup GX back onto the bench with 3 waters attached is a very powerful option.
That does seem solid. Not something that I had considered. I mean, it is definitely the safer play because if admin doesn't get you water, right, you are at least doing something with your turn.
Absolutely. We see the Pokemon communication finding a stage 1 on top of the Glaceon, which I don't know how I feel about actually. I think Glaceon's very powerful into some of Apsy's attackers, Buzzwole excluded, just because of the second attack, the Crystal Ray preventing damage from evolution Pokemon in a mutant environment. That's a very powerful attack, and so I'm interested here to see exactly where it goes.
We actually see Sebastian bench a fifth Pokemon off the Brooklet Hill instead of waiting to see what happens off the admin, which does mean that Bubble Pod would not be a viable play anymore. So instead, just attaching that splash energy and going for the Max Torrent for 100 instead.
Indeed, maybe decided that that was a little bit more aggressive of a play and something that sounded more appealing to him. But Apsy's draw off the admin is actually fantastic here, with the hitting immediately the Golisopod, a double rainbow energy, which is his only copy, and Duvall very good played in the situation. And then Rescue Stretcher, not necessarily incredible right now, but it does allow him to pick up the Lycanroc GX, which expands his range of options.
Only 2 prizes left for Apsy. What is the best way to close it out? This Jirachi looking pretty tasty right now.
I think a fairly likely exchange we see out of Apsy here is a Lycanroc onto the Kingdra, go back into the Golisopod, take a knockout with first impression, and then plan to clean up the game by knocking out the Jirachi with Snipe.
Seems like that would be a solid play, especially because you have the disc reload once you play down all those cards.
It's also possible that
Landers.
Apsy could just decide to leave the Lycanroc in the active once he recovers it from the discard, but I don't necessarily consider that incredibly likely just because it can evolve into the Rapid Striker Shifu VMAX and win the game that way as well.
Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, maybe one of the best cards ever printed, and would
It
would be
is
extremely strong in this situation for sure.
without doubt, yeah, it is a very powerful option for any deck, standard or cube especially, and
Yeah.
this deck is no exception. The double rainbow is not compatible with it, of course, but Papsy has several options here. It looks like the double rainbow goes to the Golisopod. I'm guessing we're gonna see. Oh, he draws into the
Oh,
Lycanroc, so he doesn't even need to
draw.
recover it.
That keeps the stretcher as an option for other cards if Apsy needs it in the future. But Lycanroc GX looking like a pretty nice play here with those bloodthirsty eyes.
Could be two that Apsy was hoping to draw that Lycanroc because it allows him to VS Seeker for Karina and then get a switching card, and then keep those
Okay.
energy on the Lycanroc after he evolves the Buzzwole into it, which would then allow him to immediately go into the Urshifu and take the game.
That does seem pretty powerful. Thinking over the options now, there are quite a few different plays you can make here.
Yeah, this disc reload has really given Apsy no shortage of options.
Yeah. But you can really see the power of Apsy's deck. I mean, it doesn't look as glamorous as some of the 10 billion energy acceleration decks that we've seen in cubes like this, but you having all these super efficient attackers with powerful attacks, but not only powerful attacks, but powerful abilities like this Bloodthirsty Eyes can really set the tempo of the game, can really put you ahead and make it really hard to ever come back. Bloodthirsty Eyes, obviously a super powerful ability, so powerful that there are, I believe, no gusting supporters in this cube at all, right?
No, there's just POW hand extension, Bloodthirsty Eyes, and then there's an Umbreon VMAX.
Yeah, so Apsy having access to 2 copies of this Bloodthirsty Eyes in an aggro deck is so powerful.
Absolutely. And so Apsy, interestingly, he goes for the Bloodthirsty Eyes onto the Radiant Blastoise, and this to me says he sees victory in this game as damaging the Radiant Blastoise and then finishing off with the Rapid Strike Urshifu G-Max Rapid
Okay.
Flow. And that's what it looks like he's going to try to do. I assume he's looked at Sebastian's list and determined that there are not a lot or maybe no
Yeah.
ways out of the situation at all remaining in Sebastian's deck.
I think that's why Apsy took so long to make this play. That's a pretty good read. Open deck list is such a different ball game than closed deck list sometimes, and this is one of the situations where this could potentially even be checkmate if Apsy did the homework and figured out, hey, there's no switch cards, there's no stage 1 attackers that can really threaten me. So we'll see if Sebastian has a response to this. It looks like we could potentially evolve into a Pokemon that can retreat and then attack, but
I,
we'll
I
see
think
if
that's
that.
the struggle for
Uh
Sebastian right now. So already having been played, the Primal Kyogre, the
huh.
um, Blastoise and Piplup, the Vaporeon GX, and the Starmie GX. So
Okay.
the only stage one remaining in the deck is the Sandslash, which does have a
Right.
2 retreat cost. Sebastian does not have any item-based recovery that can allow him to retrieve some of those Pokemon out of the discard, and so
Mm-hmm.
that means it's just Sandslash in the active, and Sandslash has 2 retreat. He can't get out. I
Yeah.
think Apsy had the read here that really there was no way for Sebastian to get out of this play.
Really good check from Apsy. Really smart heads up play. Not leaving anything to chance. Kind of putting Sebastian in this checkmate position. And now I think game is right there, ready in Apsy's grasp with that VS Seeker.
Yeah, I think Apsy might just be playing the dual ball to absolutely confirm the Rapid Strike Urshifu is in deck before he
Right.
goes for the Karina off the VS Seeker. But now that he sees it, I think he's absolutely going for that. Oh yeah, there's the VS Seeker. I imagine. Oh, Jock. Yeah, Karina Jock.
Jock
It all
works
gets there.
too.
Uh, And I just saw a quick comment in the chat that Buzzwole into Lycanroc into Rapid Strike Urshifu seems fair, and cannot disagree with that assessment. But this is one of the reasons why I love the fighting deck in this cube so much. It's just so flexible, so powerful, even without the acceleration that is very common to different types in this cube. It just has enough value to get there anyway.
I remember I I once had a fighting deck in a mutant cube. I think it was Delta Mutant, where it was something like strong basic fighting into Claydol into strong fighting stage 2. This feels pretty similar.
Indeed, I remember losing to you in the finals of that league. Yeah, so I think
There was
Apsy's
some
definitely playing to a
nonsense.
lot of the same strengths here.
Turns out you don't need to do anything fancy. You don't need to have abilities that attach 5 billion energies and move them all across your board or whatnot if your Pokemon are just that efficient with their attacks, which Apsies certainly are. Taking the lead 1-0 in the series right now, and probably the favorite to win this win in and move on to day 2.
Yeah, I would say the matchup is definitely just in Apsy's favor. If weakness was not a factor, I think that Sebastian would potentially have a more even game to play here. But he just needs a lot more to go right. Needs to hit more cards in the right order and consistently continue to draw into those cards. And Apsy Apsy just needs a guy and an energy and can immediately
Yeah.
put the pressure on his opponent.
Is this are we seeing 3 mulligans right now?
Yeah, I believe that was 3 mulligans,
Oh no.
into oh, no, that was 2. So 2 mulligans from
2.
Sebastian's side. Um, Apsy mulliganed once, and then, Sebastian
Okay,
now has
got
a
it.
playable hand.
Oh man, the pressure is already starting. You don't need much. You just need a Buzzwole GX and energy.
Yeah, it is very true. Even Seismitoad EX needing 2 energy to attack. Apsy or Sebastian just drew a card. Oh, and Davi is on the call just as I am, so it's totally fine. Sebastian can just draw that for the following turn, and the game state will not have been disrupted. Um, Apsy, on the other hand, has quite a few options in the situation. The Cherish Ball is going to be able to find either a Fighting or Grass Basic. He has GX options for both. The Fighting Energy, Fighting Energy, going to hit the active without question, and then from there has the option to save the hand with the evolution, has the option to go for the Professor Oak's new theory, uh, keep the shaman, all kinds of different plays that he can make here. Goes for the Shuckle.
Shuckle GX makes
Unbuckle the
sense.
Shuckle.
You do want to set up that grass attacker like you've mentioned, but you don't. You want to keep that Elagos V around for later on in the game with its powerful ability, so it makes sense. You grab the Shuckle GX. Also, you have to grab a GX Pokemon Cherish Ball anyway. So setting up that basic grass attacker, getting that ready. And we're going to see the attachment to Buzzwole GX, I imagine.
We could actually see Apsy go into the Shuckle here. Shuckle will be immune to whatever Sebastian does on the second turn, and
That's true.
Triple Poison could be a potentially powerful option, but he does cut himself off from the first impression damage. So I think the Jet Punch here, totally responsible and reasonable. We now have access to both players' prizes as well. So we see a couple of grass Pokemon and Apsy's prizes, which are not ideal, but he does have duplicates of pretty much all of his important Pokemon, so not the end of the world. And Sebastian does not have access to his fire line, notably.
Gardevoir EX is a really powerful tool to shut down your opponent, but with the 1/1/1, I wonder if it's a little bit too ambitious.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be the most consistent. And with Apsy having the ability to basically knock out the supports from whatever game plan you try to go after, it makes it even more difficult. I think a big struggle that Sebastian has in this deck as well is only 10 energy plus a whole end Pokemon. And given that, and his deck is extremely greedy for energy, both attachments and discards between the Volcanion, the Radiant Blastoise, the Radiant Greninja.
Right, yeah.
That really increases the likelihood that he is going to miss energy, and we saw that happen last game. You know, there were a bunch of turns where in a row where he just did not have any energy to speak of, and part of that is because most of them were in his discard at that point. But it's another thing to consider with his deck that any beat that a player misses against a deck like Apsy's is potential for Apsy to get even farther ahead. And given the situation, given Sebastian's hand and deck, I think there will probably be a few opportunities at least per game for Apsy to get that advantage.
There are actually a good amount of energy from hand energies for Sebastian in their deck. The Blastoise and Piplup GX, the Primal Kyogre EX. But yeah, not that many raw copies of those energy cards. And so right now, not really going to be able to even attack this turn.
The so Sebastian could get into attack with either a Guzmahala or Jirachi for a supporter. Guzmahala can find either Splash or Gift Energy, both of which would allow Quaking Punch to happen. Um, in the face of Apsy's deck, which oftentimes produces an extremely powerful turn two, I don't think that's great, but it's certainly better than nothing. And it actually looks like Sebastian just goes for the luxury ball into Holin's Magneton here.
Looking through Sebastian's stage ones, though, I don't see any great attack option with 2 energy. So you might have to just go for the Quaking Punch and hope that is enough to slow down your opponent a little bit.
Yeah, I think you need to buy time in any way that you can. Quaking Punch is somewhat effective against Apsy's hand, I would say. It's certainly not going to stop him in his tracks, but it might buy a turn of less damage than more. But I would say Apsy's deck in general is decently vulnerable to Quaking Punch, given his item density is quite high.
Yeah, you do have to put in some of those switching cards into your deck to enable that Golisopod. And with this Seismitoad being weak to grass, it is pretty imperative that your opponent can't go into that Golisopod GX next turn. So Sebastian, not having knowledge of Apsy's hand, probably will just go for that Quaking Punch this turn. We see that Roseanne's Research being played. We see, actually we see the evolution into Primal Kyogre. Okay.
Primal Kyogre gets the attachment and the alpha growth. I don't think that works the way he thinks it works.
That seems like somehow we got too many energies onto Primal Kyogre EX this turn, right? There should be
Yeah,
3 on this.
this should top out at 3. I think maybe Sebastian misinterpreted Alpha Growth to give 2 additional attachments.
There's a couple ways. It's actually kind of a confusing interaction with the way Holland's Magneton bounces back your energy. So there's a couple ways that something might have gotten lost in translation here. But yeah, I think 3 energy is the max that
I
this
think,
Kyogre can
yeah,
have.
3 energy was our absolute top end here on energy.
Looks like these 2 players might be talking it out. Trying to
Yep,
figure
I
out where to go from here.
think that okay, yeah, I think Sebastian misunderstood how it worked maybe. Oh, because it is worded a little confusingly. It's essentially when you attach an energy to Kyogre, you may attach 2 energy cards. And
Oh,
so the way that that works is it means you can attach 2 energy instead of 1. But the way that it reads could be interpreted as uh, you can attach 2 more energy after the first one.
okay. I see. Yeah, that is a little confusing, huh? Okay. Well, looks like Sebastian is now understanding of this ruling and will take back those actions now that he has that knowledge and go for that clicking punch instead, like we were mentioning before, saving those resources in the hand for another day.
Yeah.
Uh, back on over
Yeah.
to
So
Absi.
the VS Seeker top deck, not fantastic. Looks like we're going to see a Bloodthirsty Eyes onto something. Maybe just leaving it in the active and taking the knockout on Sebastian's limited stock of energy here.
Yeah. And the Professor Oak's new
And then we
theory. So it
see
looks, oh, 6 new cards. Brooklet Hill, not bad. The rest of the cards,
not great.
not great. Might just have to Professor Oak's new theory again the following turn. But not the worst, not a completely dead hand. You can kind of start to set up something.
Yeah, he can continue to attach energy, which is always going to be critically important for his deck.
Yes.
And then takes the knockout on the active, decides not to play the Brooklet Hill, doesn't want to give Sebastian the opportunity to get any more basics in
Okay.
play, does pull the Golisopod off the prizes here.
Nice. So Sebastian, how does he respond? I mean, we do have the Primal Kyogre double water play ready, but that doesn't really enable you to do anything. So it looks like you almost have to sacrifice yet another Pokemon to kind of get your board in a place where you can respond to something. And so I think that's what Sebastian is considering now. Do I send up something like this Hoopa to soak up a hit or 2 while I set up my board? And there are a lot of options available to Sebastian thanks to that Twins, though. So kind of thinking through, what can I possibly do this turn to respond to this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest question for Sebastian here is just going to be how to proceed. I think so. Decides to promote the Glaceon EX. The Twins is live now, and so
Right.
I think his best option is probably going to be something like Starmie GX and a basic, and then use that Starmie to power through into another attacker.
Okay. That makes sense to me. Starmie GX with that Star Stream attack. Put some chip damage on this Lycanroc GX, 40 damage, as well as attaching 2 water energy cards from your discard pile to one of your bench or to one of your any of your Pokemon. That does make sense. Now the question is, what should Sebastian grab in addition to that Starmie, if that is the choice?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see where Sebastian goes here. Starmie GX gets energy out of the discard pile. Oh, actually, he doesn't have energy in the discard because the
Oh,
Olin's Magneton was the attachment to
right.
Seismitoad. So suddenly Starmie doesn't look so great, and we've got to reconsider Sebastian's options here.
Hmm. So
Given
Starmie
that
isn't a good option.
Given that, I wonder if the play may have been to just promote the Hoopa and try and stall out a little bit while setting up some stuff on
Yeah.
the bench, just because I don't see a good direction for this active to go now.
Yeah, this water Pokemon is the only water basic on Sebastian's field right now. So you don't really want to sacrifice it if it's not doing anything this turn. You can get a way to discard one water energy this turn with something like the Volcanion Prism Star, but there's no way to discard two. Nothing like an Ultra Ball in Sebastian's deck, so no way to set up the full value that you would want to grab out of Starstream.
Yeah, and interestingly, the Starmie GX, if it was attaching two energy to the bench, I would say it's a worthwhile risk, even though it is not the bulkiest Pokemon in the world. Um, if if Sebastian goes for the Starmie GX and Apsy is able to find the Silicobra, uh, then or Sandaconda, Silicobra is the smaller one. If Apsy is able to find the Sandaconda, he can play the Brooklet Hill for the Regirock EX to get the +10 damage, and then one shot the Starmie GX. And then all Sebastian's gained out of the situation was a single energy attachment.
Right, and there's another risk that Starmie GX is also one of those grass weak Pokemon, unfortunately. So that's also an option that potentially could be a threat, retreating into Golisopod and knocking it out that way.
Mm-hmm. Sebastian's thinking hard about this one.
I think he's thinking
Yeah,
hard because there's no good way to go.
yeah. Starmie could end up being a good option for him just because it has free retreat, and so
Okay, yeah.
it could get back into the like the Hoopa or something, and then the Hoopa could evolve and buy Sebastian a little bit more time, which is really the biggest thing that he needs right here. Apsy has not given him any breathing room this game at all. I
I
don't think
remember,
Apsy is generally playing a deck that is gonna grant the opponent a lot of breathing room.
yeah, that's for sure. I remember the one time that I did play this cube in person. I built also a water spread deck, and Kingdra EX is like really cool in theory because you get to use, of course, those high cost attacks like that Sauna Blast and whatnot. But it really has like no HP whatsoever. So Sebastian doesn't really have any like great stage 2 follow-up options either, even if you are to evolve into that Starmie and retreat or evolve into Primal Kyogre and attach two energies. I'm not seeing a great line anymore. It looks like this game is going even worse than the first game was.
So Sebastian gets Greninja Break here. Notably, Greninja Break has to break off of a stage 1 and a Mega Turbo. So we have a couple of options. Start of Water the Bench, it's going to be attachment to the active and a pass. So that means Apsy is going to have a turn to just kind of go crazy on this Blastoise. And it just so happens that Apsy already has the cards in hand to knock the Blastoise out
Yeah.
if he wants to do that. The warp point is not great. It's certainly not better than the attach and retreat that Apsy is currently working with. Um, we see the Golisopod. Apsy has generally gone for the aggressive play pretty much every time in this game, so I would expect that to continue. Though losing the two energy would certainly not be preferable. He evolves into the Golisopod. He knows he's going to do that every time, and then considers the play from
Oh, we actually see it attached to the active instead.
Okay, so here I think he probably just wants to find the Sandaconda. Could be that he's considering I mean, there are a couple of things for him to consider here. Notably, if given Sebastian's hand, Apsy is really vulnerable to what Sebastian's following turn is going to be, and we could actually see a swing here based on this play because Apsy doesn't necessarily think that Sebastian has any options to take the knockout on the Lycanroc. I think if he did, then he wouldn't have gone for this play. But we're going to
Right.
very likely see the Mega Turbo attach Greninja Break, and then oh, he's still short in energy. Oh, but he can attach the splash off the Guzmahala. So yeah, this is actually going to be a knockout onto the Lycanroc.
Yeah, I think the play that we called out, the retreat into Gliscopod, I mean, sure, it feels bad that you're losing energy, but you're sacrificing 2 energy to take off Sebastian's only threat off the board. No other water Pokemon in play whatsoever. And so I think that was the correct play because now you're going to lose your energy regardless, it seems.
Yeah, I think probably it was maybe a miscalculation on Apsy's side, kind of going through Sebastian's deck, saying, oh, "Okay, I don't think it's possible for him to knock me out this next turn," and then basing the play on that. But unfortunately for Apsy, it is going to be the case.
Greninja Break, using that giant water
Oh my
shuriken.
gosh, did he got the gift energy?
Oh
The splash is in
no.
his prizes. He cannot make the play.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, no. So I think, yeah, the splashes and the prizes. So Sebastian went a little too far. Actually had the energy available to make the play, but decided to discard one. Oh wait.
Well, so
Yeah.
Sebastian, given that the splash is in the prizes, Sebastian never actually had the opportunity to make the play.
Well, couldn't Sebastian
Um,
have not discarded one water off the Guzmahala?
he needed to get it in there for the Mega Turbo.
But you can discard one off of giant water shuriken anyways,
Oh,
right?
you're so right. You are absolutely right. Yeah. So yeah. So that was just a miss from Sebastian there.
So Sebastian, just assuming the splash was in the deck, discarding an energy that he didn't need to. He could have easily discarded either the POW or the Primal Kyogre instead to make the play, but now just
I think
not going to
Sebastian.
be able to
Uh,
take the KO.
I think he might just be a little tilted in the situation. I think he might feel as though
Right.
he doesn't have a way out because the dumbbells is not active because of the Greninja on top of the Blastoise.
And we also could have seen maybe water attach instead of giant water shuriken to use Hydro Bombard still.
Whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Obviously, probably taking a big
Big sigh of
sigh of
relief there.
relief. Or Sebastian. It's got to be super sad. Yeah, this play, this one play, swings the game entirely.
Yeah,
Whether or not Sebastian can make it.
this play makes much more sense. Uh, thinking that Sebastian, this play makes more sense knowing that Sebastian thinks that the gift energy allows him to attack.
Yeah.
So now
Okay,
I
so we
think
see.
it's just going to be an attachment instead of the Shuriken and putting the
Okay.
Lycanroc at 150 instead of knocking it out. And this
That
gives
makes
Appy a whole new lease on
sense.
life.
Yeah, it makes sense from Sebastian to do that now that he doesn't have access to that slash energy and chose to discard one away. But
Yeah, Apsy having the Poke Kid for the Sandaconda
right,
here means he
exactly,
knocks
yeah.
out the Blastoise even with the dumbbells buff. And so I think this is basically just game over.
There's no water Pokemon in Sebastian's field. There's nothing to do in hand either, really.
Yeah, so little bit of a messy game here. I think Sebastian's probably kicking himself for it. I think he probably maybe got in his head about his ability to win the game and started to make some less than optimal plays because of it. I mean, we've all been there. It's easy to have happen, and maybe this game not going the best will relieve a little bit of pressure. I know being undefeated in a situation like this, even if it's just 1-0, can kind of be difficult to grapple with mentally. You feel like you have to do well, or like you're so close, or um, I feel like these are all things that I've struggled with personally. So that comes
Mm.
to mind in this kind of a situation.
I mean, Sebastian still definitely has a chance to make it into day two. One more win in to go, and could potentially see a better matchup than this one.
Yeah, I'll be very
Apsu's deck.
interested to see who our top two are. I mean, we see Apsy clearing up this game with almost absolute certainty, and then the other match was Zach versus Adam. Or no, it was. Need to refresh this. It was Zach versus Warriors, and Warriors is on a water metal deck. So both decks looked very strong coming out of the draft. So I'm pretty interested to
Mm.
see how that one was going.
So we see the evolution into the Orbeetle VMAX as well. Moving energies back with that Gmax Cyclone, setting up the Orbeetle VMAX, no longer needing that Gliscopod. Just setting up the board as strong as possible to prevent any Iona shenanigans or anything like that. So we see the GIF energy come down to the Mega Gardevoir EX as well. And an Iono to see more cards from Sebastian's side of the field and putting Apsy down to 4. But unfortunately, it's not the hand you have to be concerned about. It's the board, and the board is just going to stick around and cause issues.
If Sebastian hit a few water basics there, I think he actually could have swung it around. If at least if Apsy had to breathe for a turn, but unfortunately, no water basics at all off of this Iono. Not a
Oh,
single one.
this Gmax Cyclone Stark Mountain combo potentially coming in clutch depending on what Apsy chooses to do this turn.
Yeah, and because of the way the Stark Mountain is worded, the fighting energy that's on the Orbeetle can be moved up to the Sandaconda, so
Right.
it's not possible for Apsy to miss that attack. Now Apsy's got a pretty strong hand. The Regirock comes down, the Shaman EX draws some cards. It's just a rough situation for Sebastian off of that Iono.
You see the Shaman EX being played down for 3 cards here. No energies quite yet. Might see the Professor Elm this turn,
I think we
potentially.
probably will. Keeping the timer ball is nice for the Silvally, but I think playing the element hitting the energy is more important given what Apsy already has access to.
It is pretty likely to hit, given that you do see 7.
Apsy's playing a pretty healthy energy count as well with well, I guess 13 is not incredibly high, but high enough.
Yeah, it's normal, about maybe a little bit lower than average, but it's fairly normal.
I just realized Apsy is playing a single grass energy.
Oh, is there only one?
A single grass energy, a nest ball, and a double rainbow. That's pretty
Interesting.
wild. Seems to have worked out for him well, but I didn't realize that.
Yeah, you would think there'd be 2. Either way, though, it doesn't seem like it matters going into that Orbital VMAX that has that grass energy. And there we go. Sebastian's turn draws for turn into the Steven's advice to draw more cards, but the board state is just so poor right now.
still doesn't hit a water basic.
Oh no.
Sebastian reveals his hand to everybody. I think he's probably going to concede here. Yeah, that is that is the concession. Yeah, that is 12 cards in a row with no water basic between Iono, Steven, and the top deck.
The choice not to play that Brooklet Hill ended up
That
being
paid off well for Apsy.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think maybe Sebastian that game, we said it already, but probably just got inside his own head a little bit, and Apsy ultimately able to take the best of three, 2-0, moving into day two as our first advancing player. I know coming out of the draft when Joe and I were looking at the pools, what we expected people to do, how we thought people could succeed, Apsy's deck was pretty much the first one that I said, yeah, I think this is probably our single highest odds deck of moving on to day two, just based on the cards
Mm.
available in his pool. And here we are. Apsy has kind of just steamrolled his way into day two. I don't know if he lost any games in the first match, but I'll actually check that. I'm curious. Oh, Apsy got a bye round one. So
Oh.
okay, Apsy. I mean, I think this was a dominant performance, and so I don't think that it's necessarily an undeserving progression into day two.
I don't think so at all. Yeah, it was a very strong deck. I can't really see it having any bad matchups. Of course, any deck can pretty much lose unless it's way too broken, but it just seems strong. There's no bad cards in this deck at all.
Yeah, yeah, very, very powerful. So taking a minute here, I think we're actually going to jump over to the other match from the other 1-0 game, the next win and in, and I'm going to check with the players to see who is or what is the game count. All right, welcome to the stream, Davi says. All right. So a quick assessment of this board as it's coming up on stream. There it is. The Zoroark GX on Zach's board having a Scramble Energy, Giratina with a Grass, Squawkabilly in the active here. I think we're probably going to see a Motivate from Zach's side here, which is very exciting.
Motivate is a pretty good attack sometimes, randomly. Surprisingly.
Yeah, here I think it's really nice. The Glaceon GX can't threaten the Squawkabilly particularly effectively, and so what we may see is just a motivate to set up Zach's bench and kind of let Warriors do their thing. Currently, Zach is up one game.
We see the Psychic Energy being grabbed off of the Viridian Forest. Looks like we are still early-ish, mid-game, I guess I would call it. Both players at 4 prizes apiece. And there we go, the attachments to this Squawkabilly, like you said. If you can't use Ultimate Ray, might as well use Motivate, right? Ultimate Ray at home.
Absolutely, gotta rally the troops, motivate them, make sure everyone's got good morale, and once they've got all that energy built up, then they can come back swinging. And the board state here from Warriors is pretty dominant, I would say. But Zach is a couple of energy and an evolution from being right back in it. So
Zach has so many cool options in his deck. I mean, Regidrago has been popular in Standard recently, but I mean, this cube did Regidrago before it was cool, right? There's so many cool attacks that you can use off of that Regidrago, which opens up such a large variety of strategies. So I wouldn't count Zach out of this one yet.
absolutely not. No, I think the people who've been with us since the first round would be hesitant to count Zach out of a board state in a situation like this as well, just because Zach came back from from a pretty serious disadvantage in a couple of different situations in the first round, and really showcased both the strength of the deck and the strength of his play ability as well. And Motivate does unfortunately require you to attach 2 energy to the same Pokemon, and
Okay.
so notably here, both of Zach's Double Dragon energy are in the discard pile. So the special charge is also in the discard pile. Wow. Okay. Suddenly, this game looks a little bit more difficult for Zach.
So based off the time rules and the way these two decks function, do you expect someone like Zach to concede early to have more time in game 3, or do you not? Is Zach's
I
deck more of a comeback oriented deck, and you can't really afford to do that?
I wouldn't expect him to do that. I think he'll probably play this game out, and I think there's probably just a decent chance at this point, with 20 minutes left in the round. I think there's probably a decent chance that this game ends without a winner, and uh, and then Zach would just win the set 1-0.
Okay, I see. That makes sense.
Yeah,
And if
I
it
don't
does
I don't think Zach
end,
is far enough behind to just go for the concession, and I don't think the game is progressed far enough for it to benefit. Um, for it to be very likely that it's going to end within those 20 minutes, just given that we have seen that Zach's deck can play extraordinarily long games.
okay, so we are going to probably end on this game, no matter if it does end up finishing or not. We see Warriors using that VS Seeker for the Irida. What will be the grab here? I have to actually go look at Warriors deck real quick. Curious to see what water Pokemon are available. Looks like that Lumineon V is, along with that Evolution Incense, grabbing this Metagross GX. It is mostly a metal deck with a small water package, for those of you following along at home. You can, as always, check out the decks at cubekoga.net under events if you want to follow along and see what everyone else is playing.
Absolutely, yeah. Everything is publicly accessible. You can even see the drafted cards as well from the players' pools, so you can see what they had, what they cut, how they could have maybe built the deck in other ways, and see if you can even see if you agree with all the decisions that they made, or maybe if there's something that you can learn from the cuts that they did make. Lots of interest. This game is very complex already, and I think as a result, these players are really taking their time with each play,
Yeah.
which is to Zach's benefit here. Um, given that Zach is up a game and they are still early enough into this one, this Melmetal GX is going to be swinging for 190 damage here. And with the metal goggles blocking 60, it's going to be
Oh,
very
wow.
difficult for Zach to respond to. I'm
Uh,
checking the
and we see the
discard.
reverse valley as well.
Now we're blocking 70 damage on Warrior's side. Funny enough, if Zach had a way to remove the tool, then the Dragonite GX would knock it out. But without that, the question is much more difficult to answer. From the
Warriors
looks of it,
investing lots of metal energy into this Melmetal GX, but it looks like the investment will pay off because it probably will survive and take this knockout here.
yeah, this is a real threat, and that's actually without the attachment for turn even coming down. So Warriors decides to attach a water energy to the Kartana on the bench. Um, it's kind of wild. Like, this game is so far away from a conclusion that beyond saying, yeah, Warriors is currently ahead, I don't feel like I can make a fair judgment as to who is more or less likely to win the game.
I think based off how much time is remaining in the round, if it does end up concluding in Warriors' benefits, I actually think it might be because of that Blade GX from Cartana.
Yeah, it's very possible. If they end up in sudden death, then Blade GX can break that immediately for a single energy card. And while, maybe not necessarily a situation that they were playing for, certainly one that has come up now. Zach is in a rough spot here. He may have been planning to Chaos Wheel, actually, because he doesn't have a target off the Guz Mahala that will allow him to attack with Regidrago. Although now he does have access to 2 trades, so we can see what comes of that.
We can also use the Legacy Star potentially, right?
So Legacy Star actually does not exist essentially in this
Oh,
cube. It is errated off the card because it is too powerful.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but Zach does off the Zoroark GX hit a draw supporter, get the energy that he needed, and now suddenly this game is much more competitive.
Okay, so what is the
What do you
attack
think the
though?
the play here is?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering myself. We have Sky Judgment, but that barely doesn't do enough, right?
It is missing by 20 damage here.
Oh, that feels so bad.
I think a likely attack option for Zach, provided he has enough energy in deck for it to make sense, is Ultimate Ray, which would allow him to set up a knockout on a future turn and also set up something on the bench. Unfortunately, he did draw. So he has what? One, two energy in discard, one in the prizes, two in hand, and four in play, which means he has only a single energy in deck to
Oh
actually
no.
find with Ultimate Ray.
Venom Shot onto something like that Cartana GX is pretty tempting, but yeah, the energy are a problem, so discarding them doesn't really help you there. And like you mentioned earlier, the 2 double dragon and being in the discard somehow, we didn't get to catch how, but they're in there, does cause some issues. And it looks like we are going to go for the Venom Shot anyways, though. But how does Zach close out the game?
I'm not sure. He's in a dicey situation. He does have the Latios and Latios GX in the prizes as well, and that was a way that he was able to come back in round one by using the GX attack, getting a turn of immunity, and then using that to kind of surge out with all the energy that he had.
Okay.
Here, not an option. So it looks like he is just going to target down that Glaceon GX, does not want to let it evolve into a Greninja and shuffle itself back into the deck. And I think that's a totally
Okay.
reasonable play.
Looking
So
at
the prize that Zach
Zach's.
takes is unfortunately not very helpful. I mean, it's okay. The breeder fields can be something here, but I think Zach needs more than that.
I mean, he only has 3 cards left in deck, which is interesting.
Oh wow, we could actually be in a deck out situation.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's a little bit. We're getting pretty close. Almost out of
I didn't
resources
realize
here.
this game must have gone for a really long time before anyone
Yeah.
took any prizes. Given the circumstances, 12 minutes? I don't know, man. I think it might be to Zach's benefit to concede at this point, but maybe not. Maybe he thinks he has an out. And if he thinks he has an out, then I think there's a pretty good chance that he does. But exactly what that out is the question.
Forcing warriors
Warriors.
to play honest and finish out the game quickly. Oh, there's an Avery here. Finish out the game quickly does seem to make sense, but if Warriors is able to close it out before the end of time and tie the set at 1-1, yeah, I'm really concerned about that Blade GX.
Yeah, that would be, I mean, probably the single most powerful option you could have in that kind of a situation. All right, Avery comes out. Zach discards a couple of dragons. Warriors draws a few cards. Warriors draws an admin. I don't know if he's going to be inclined to play it.
Mm.
We do see a geotech system onto the active. There is another one, or another energy in hand, which would put it up to 6. That would be an attack for 230, but it's still a 2-hit KO on the Drago either way. I think we'll probably see the attachment from hand on something else if I had to guess. We actually don't see it at all. He just swings in.
210 damage on this Ready Drago V-Star. Zach Kreckler drawing for turn. Only 2 cards left in deck and searching through it now with the Stormy Mountain to see what's available to him.
We could be going to a game 3 with 10 minutes on the clock.
Seems more and more likely the more and more time passes.
Zach plays the Charisma, bounces the opponent's energy back to hand.
What is there to do?
He's going to do something.
There are so many options available. Oh, so we can do, I guess, the most damage we can do now is we can use White Inferno, right? And that does 310, which is enough
Oh,
to knock
that's
out,
enough.
right?
Yeah, that is enough.
Yeah.
Good old rage coming in and giving Zach a line into the game.
I'm glad that I noticed that attack because otherwise I'd be very confused as to how this Melmetal GX is
Yeah, how
going
this
down.
knockout happened.
It had so much HP. Okay.
Zach
So
is going
Zach-
to lose the active. Don't think there's a way to avoid that. And then he'll have to figure out how he's going to win the game from there.
You see.
Warriors is going to hit him with the admin now.
Okay. Admin coming through. So no deck out win condition, but still the resources are looking pretty thin. Actually not sure if you need to admin here since Zach has access to 2 trades anyways, but I don't know if it fully matters. And it looks like
Okay, they have shuffled up.
Zach
And
is just
then they are
conceding.
going to a game 3.
Okay, so I think Zach is realizing that the game didn't have any resources to finish out the game and doesn't want it to be a straight sudden death because of that Kartana GX. Just wants a little bit of time to play a real game, or as close
Yeah,
to a real
if he
game as you
can-
can get.
If he can amount a little bit of a lead before the Kartana is available, or before
Right.
the Kartana is a game decider on its own, then it would allow him to at least have a chance in a sudden death situation. Zach has no basics. He's mulliganed twice now.
I did not realize there was Iron Hands EX in this cube. This cube is so funny.
It's so funny too because Iron Hands EX is like, it's just okay.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. It does seem that way, but just seeing it was surprising. Looks like we're ready to get started. Warriors already off to a little bit of an advantage thanks to that mulligan. Having 8 cards in hand already. Zach attaching and then passing.
Yeah, very nice opening hand from Warriors here. The tag call from Zach's side is going to be pretty nice, but his hand is not what I would say is incredible. They're not what I would call incredibly powerful. Although,
Yeah.
let's see, let's check his prizes. Okay, no excitement in the prizes. There's one double dragon, but that's not like crazy. Um, so actually, what Zach has here is he can go tag call, he can get ADP Guz Mahala, he can play ADP Guz Mahala for double dragon and use ultimate
Oh.
array immediately. Although it isn't incredible just because he doesn't have Pokemon to attach to
Yeah.
yet. So I think his best top deck here would be a basic, funny enough.
Seems like it'd be pretty good. Irida grabbing Radiant Greninja, Nest Ball. Feels like we're playing standard again. We do have at least Beast Energy to attach this turn to start and accelerate the board a little bit, get your attackers ready. No other energies yet, I don't think.
Yeah. Another good top deck for Zach here would be Regidrago V-Star because he does have the opportunity to get the Noivern into the discard. And so could take advantage of that as well.
That is true. Zach
Top
has a lot
decking
of
the Double
cool
Dragon could
stage
allow the
one
Noivern to
options.
attack any active.
So we see the Shaman come down, and we just see the Beast Energy actually discarded off the concealed cards and hits 2 energies. Yeah, you definitely wanted to see an energy there off that concealed cards for sure. And looks like Warriors gets what he wants. Pass on over to Zach, top decking a Psychic and using that tag call now.
Yeah, Zach draws an energy here. Definitely not what he was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So this tag call almost certainly finds Guz Mahala. It could find an ADP or it could find something else. I think an ADP would be a strong grab. That said, this Stunfisk is going to deal 180 damage next turn because it's going to Trapping Bite for 60. Zach does not have a way around Trapping Bite. And then it's just 180 damage. Zach
Stunfisk
does
V.
decide to go for the ADP here. He's going to probably discard the Latios, and an energy. He could discard the Noivern as well. I think both are okay. Looks like Zach is not 100% sure either.
It's
All
a
right,
close
decides on fire.
call.
Oh, he has a Stormy Mountain. He can get a Stormy Mountain off of Guz Mahala. No, it's in prizes.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh,
Just
this hand is such a roller coaster.
yeah, it's so close to being so good, but just a little bit short. Unfortunately, that Stormy Mountain being in the prizes means that this ADP can only really attack for damage. Can't set up the board at all, and funnily enough, Stunfisk V is actually a threat.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, but it absolutely is. We could see the Noivern come down instead of the ADP. I think Zach is considering his options. I still like the ADP here just because it gives Zach the most options on the following turn. I mean, he has to hit another
Right.
basic Pokemon. There's not really an option there. Although I guess he may have one extra turn because Warriors does have to attach to the Stunfisk to be able to get the attack off. And so he's going to be going back into his own turn with no energy in play. That said, by then, he is going to be able to have a Metagross GX in play.
Looks like Zach is using that ultimate ray and attaching energy to the
Couple of
ADP
energy to the
itself,
active. So
setting
Zach
up
has a
for
couple of cards that
potentially.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach has a couple of cards that can allow him to move those energy off and take advantage of them in other ways. One is Dragonite EX, one is Scramble Switch. And so between the two, there's
Oh.
a compelling
Okay.
case to get the energy out of the deck.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was wondering actually if Zach was considering using Altered Creation GX, but
It is errated off the card.
oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, the ADP in this cube just has Ultimate Ray. It is still a very, very good Pokemon, and Ultimate Ray notably only attaches to Dragon type Pokemon.
Okay, got it. This is what I get for only perusing through the rules.
There's a lot to keep in mind for sure. Looks like there's going to be an Aqua Patch to the Radiant Greninja. Wow, a couple of evolutions from Warriors. That Avery was fire, and now he's basically put Zach in a situation of have it or lose. I guess maybe not. Maybe it's not that dire. Steel Wing doesn't deal quite enough. Oh, Silvally would be the way that the okay, plays
To follow
Sinland,
up
probably
and get
discards a
the
Dragonite,
knockout.
draws 3. He's got to get a basic.
Okay,
Picks up a Guzma
what do we see? And then
He
there's no
doesn't.
basic.
I think he might have to pass. If he attacks into the Stunfisk, then he puts himself at too great a risk of losing.
Yeah, I think you're right. Stunfisk V leading the charge.
And Zach has passed. Zach has passed the turn because of the Stunfisk V. All right, this is time.
Oh, this is
Oh my
scary,
goodness.
actually. So now,
I
what
think I
is
would
the
much rather be in
play?
Warrior Z's position here.
I agree. I do definitely agree. It's getting pretty dicey though. I mean, this ADP is the only threat that Zach has, the only Pokemon on the board, and it is a 2-prizer. So even though Zach could potentially take a prize, you actually can't knock out the Stunfisk, or else you're giving Warriors
Also
a
lose on
chance.
prizes.
Yeah, but Warriors being turn 0 means Zach can pass again, and then what? So Warriors has to produce a way, like has to threaten a way to take a prize the turn after somehow.
Yeah, this is Zach is basically forced into a situation where this ADP just sits here and does nothing until he draws
Yeah,
another Pokemon that he can attack with. And
but
really, yeah, and to your point here, I think there are very few ways for him to actually do that. I think Zach's only line to win this game. The reason why I'm talking so heavily about that is because Warriors line to win the game is just keep attacking. And that's pretty clearly available to him. But for Zach, I think the only line to still be able to win the game is to stall as long as possible until you can get off an attack with Naganadel GX and knock out a Pokemon on the bench.
well,
Or
here's my question,
stall
right?
to oh go ahead. Yeah.
Warriors is going to attack for 60 this turn with the Trapping Bite again, right? I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
then this. Oh, actually, there's an evolution. So sorry, it's everything is changing as I speak. So instead of using that Trapping Bite for 60, we're going to hit for 80 with that Steel Wing, putting the ADP to 140. So what is if Zach just passes then? What does Warriors do in response to that? I guess.
I think
there a way
Warriors
to
is going for the
do?
crosscut GX here.
Oh, okay. Crosscut GX.
Actually, this is game. Yeah, Danger Crosscut GX deals 280 damage. This is just the game.
Oh. It has
Danger Perception is active.
Danger Perception already. from that damage that was placed onto the Sunfisk V, and the Crosscut GX will take the knockout. And we didn't expect it, but Game 3 looks like it's going to be a clean end. No sudden death rules had to take place.
Yeah, wow. All right. So the match goes to Warriors in a sparks flying match. But there it is. So very close match, very impressive showing from Warriors. I think every game that we saw his deck perform, it did extremely well. And so yeah, that is going to be Warriors moving into day 2 alongside Apsy as 2 of our 4 day 2 adds to the pool. All right, and with that, I think we will shortly be moving into the next round, which means I am all done for the day. Omnipoke will be rejoining the stream with Victor to finish out the 3rd round of the day. So thank you to everyone who has tuned in so far, and don't close the stream, don't go far, because the next round is very close at hand.
See you soon, chat. Welcome back to the stream chat. My name is Victor, and we are here for round 3 of day 1 of Champions Cube, and I am joined by the illustrious Joe from Omnipoke. How are you doing, Joe?
I'm doing great. I've enjoyed commentating round 1 and then got to sit back and watch game 2, and there's some chaotic stuff going on in there. We're straight into the action in game 3, winning in for tomorrow, of course.
Right.
And we see once again in action Thunder Trees from Adam, who started the turn 1 by swooping their Dedenne into Shaman EX and is immediately going to attach and Synthesis to end their turns. They've already got a lot of ramp going on, a lot of pressure on their side of the on the field.
Yeah, this is really aggressive, and I kind of like it. We see the Juniper in hand for next turn too, so not really quite sure what the Shaman will turn into just yet, but it's a good start. Broken Femurs, though, being showcased on stream for the first time, I believe, using that Professor's Letter for 2 Dark Energy. What is the play here? What is the general strategy of this Dark deck?
So it looks like more of a disruptive archetype by the looks of things. There's Arbok EX, there's Malamar VMAX in the deck list, so I imagine it's going to be trying to weave in these disruptors. There's a Roxanne and double admin, so I think throughout we're going to be trying to disrupt as we go. One thing to note, there's only 160 hit points on this Darkrai Prism Star, so we probably need to get some additional basics into play here. But as we can see, a number of stage 1 options already in the hand, so we can easily get something rolling here. And we're going to see a couple Darkness Energy hit the discard pile. That's actually really important for the ramp of this deck, because there's 2 Dark Patch in the deck list. And it feels like that's the main acceleration apart from the Darkrai Prism, which we've already happened to start. So I think it's going to be important to get those online.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate this Darkrai Prism Star was the starter for this game. And speaking of the 2 archetypes, this Dark versus the Thunder Trees that we've already seen on stream before, something that's a little bit concerning is that the stage 2s, the VMAXs, are weak to grass. We'll see if that plays a factor in this matchup. But thankfully, the rest are weak to other stuff.
Yeah, we have some bulky tag teams that are weak to fighting, so they can sort of take the wheel a bit more. So maybe we're going to see a more aggressive approach, and the sort of disruptive package we're going to have to time a little bit more carefully. So we're seeing the Piers coming in after this Ultra Ball, so we're getting multiple basics down. So this is, all things considered, a really, really good opener for us. I think it's a bit of a shame that we've got some big prized Pokemon. The Dark Cloak is in the prize cards as well as Arbok EX. So we would have had an easy way to like attach and Dark Cloak and have a good way to one of these stage 1s next turn, but it's going to be a little slower of an approach here, I think, for Broken.
Yeah, Arbok EX might actually be one of the best attackers, best stage 1 attackers that this Dark deck has access to. It just seems so powerful in Cube, forcing your opponent to discard that many cards. Plus, the 150 damage, like, obviously that's not enough in Standard right now for that to be relevant, but 150 is pretty good in this Cube. Almost everything is 2-shotting everything else, so
yeah,
unfortunate that one's prized.
Yeah, and 2 is so painful in Cube when everything's one-offs and our recovery is limited, so it seems like a big issue. I think we saw the top deck of Lurantis GX, and that can open up a pretty decent turn here. It feels like we're likely maybe going to Warp Point just if we want to push something else into the active, but either way, we can evolve and research this hand pretty happily, I think, and see some fresh cards and then be pressuring a Solar Blade this turn.
So I did get to catch some of the game that this Thunder Trees deck was showcased. Yeah. What are some of the GX attacks that were used in that set?
So we had a very long 70-minute game 1. It was the Tropical Hour GX for the full 6 energy. That actually ended up putting 8 energy back into the deck for their opponents. So it was a massive swing card. But there's also the likes of Lightning Ride GX as well, which is also just a very high damage output option in the deck. If you're panicking, there's like the option to Tingy Return even. There's a lot of status going on in the deck list. So weaving in those sorts of attacks is also like quite reasonable here. As we see the Fresh 7, not too much help. We at least have energy. And we have Turfield to help us out, sort of thin the deck that little bit. But it's not the basics that we were really looking for.
Right. So Turfield, unlike the Brooklet Hill that we've been seeing, unlike the Stormy Mountains that we've been seeing, can only get evolution grass Pokemon, unfortunately. So we basically just have to set up for next turn with that Meganium EX coming into hand.
Yeah, Meganium, one of the great ways you can ramp energy. I think there's no shortage of that in the list. There's Lurantis, which can actually ramp in its own right, but also Mega Manectric, a much higher damage output card that can put more energy into play from the discard pile. So looking pretty solid. At least we're seeing some pressure here. Throwing 120 into this Darkrai Prism seems quite valuable. And at least there's more cards to use for next turn, even if it is a slower approach from Adam next turn.
See, 120 damage onto that Darkrai Prism Star. Draw for turn. There's not much to do with this hand, unfortunately. We
Well,
see
with
the Zoroark
Zoroark,
GX
there's
come
always a
down, so
chance. Yeah.
yeah, there's always a chance for something. That's true. When there's a trade, there's a way. Scramble hitting the discard, interestingly enough.
Ooh, hit the admin. That's a pretty big pickup when we just have a ton of stage ones and energy. It feels like a perfect time.
Oh,
Look
we're
at this.
actually
We could be spending the GX attack
evolving.
early here. We're attaching to this Umbreon Darkrai as well here. There is the option to just Dark Moon GX this turn. If you really want to. It's going to be paired with a Rocket's admin first before we see anything else here.
Yeah, I would have thought that this Darkrai Prism Star would have just been the sacrificial lamb here, but actually Broken Femur is going to play a little bit more aggressively and actually attach and evolve the active. I'm curious to see how this ends up going.
Yeah, we do know that
Sheffield Stadium
this
getting bumped as
Umbreon
well.
Darkrai... Yeah, this Darkrai is at least tanky, so it could just be taking another hit from this Lurantis if it really has
That's
to,
true.
unless we're going to see a Chlorocythe GX perhaps. But I don't feel like the Dark Moon's at full value here, but maybe we're just feeling that we're having a slower turn anyway, and we can accept this overall.
Are there any other GX attacks in this deck that you really want access to?
Well, with this package with the Verbank, can you weave in your Darkrai GX to Dread End something or Dead End something?
Yeah, it looks like there is one laser in the deck. That might
Yeah,
be the
that
only
could be a mini
one.
package that we have here as another option.
I don't actually know if the Dark Moon GX was used or not.
We'll get confirmation of that hopefully from our players if there was, because actually there's a number of trainers in the hand right now.
Right.
Dark Moon GX preventing all trainers from your opponent's hand from being used next
Given
turn.
this pass and attack, I assume that it was used. Okay.
Yeah, they just swung again by the looks of things with Solar Blade once more.
Right.
So at least this GX attack has been a little handy. We're going to trade away the Darkrai GX. It's a nice little synergy we have here because the restoration ability can bring this Darkrai GX back. But not only that, you can also get a free attachment as you go as well. So a nice sort of self-sufficient attacker. That's happening immediately here.
Something that we were mentioning before this game started is that there actually is no Weavile GX in this dark build, so no moving
Yeah.
energies, unfortunately, which would have been a really nice add to have in the deck. But I will say that the deck does seem functional without it.
Yeah, Weavile plus Dark Cloak is just insane flexibility that would have been
It is
definitely something we would have loved to have had in the list, but unfortunately not drafted in this occasion. I think Weavile would have been a high priority card, even just to speculate on for a number of players. So even
Right.
though we were pretty high on Darkness from early on, it's not a surprise that Weavile wasn't able to come together in this list. But there is a question here. Are we going to try and pay retreat out of our active? We still have our turn attachments to try and just not give up these easy 2 prizes, and like take another turn off just being a sponge. With Ultra Ball here, we could open up the option to Crobat V for some draw as well if we're still digging for pieces. So unfortunate that not only is your Dark Cloak been prized, but also your Switch is in the prizes.
Oh no.
So you really
Yeah.
are stuck with this 2 retreat cost active Pokemon right now.
I think I really would like to just have seen the theme deck strategy. Like save your GX attack for later. Maybe you can even still evolve, but just like the theme deck strategy
Yeah.
of letting your opponent just take a knockout and using that as your pivot.
Yes. Definitely reasonable. It is the Crobat coming to hand, incidentally. We attach the double turbo to Yveltal EX. We evolve wow, we evolved trade into
Oh my
Maui
gosh.
VMAX. Losing trade this early on in the game. There's only one Zoroark GX in the deck. Obviously, you're gaining more cards from the Crobat, and the Malamar is a strong attacker, but This is a grass weak Pokemon that does give up 2 prizes, and
Right.
you're losing trade
Yeah.
in that process.
It's
That feels.
it,
Oh wow. Well, we did hit the Tantalizer at least, so we can move
oh.
Umbreon Darkrai. The dig has paid off in that regard, because now we can pressurize with Y-Cyclone pretty happily here, or Evil Ball if we feel like it's worthwhile. There's a decent number of energy on both Pokemon. Even with that reduction of Double Turbo, it's still a decent chunk. Do you want to
I think
preserve some
this.
energy here, or do you want to just take the damage as it lies? Well, there's your
I
answer.
feel like
We're
you
Evil
have.
Balling.
Oh my. I would have thought we would have seen the Y Cyclone because the board state like doesn't look that strong. I mean, this Zoroark GX into Malamar play, like you were saying, is pretty scary because you are losing access to your only onboard draw. That Malamar VMAX is weak to grass. And on top of all of that, the Zoroark GX didn't have any energy on it, and it still doesn't, right? So
Right.
if it did, I feel like that play makes a little bit more sense, but it doesn't. So I'm a
I
little
think it
bit
may have just
worried about
been.
what the long-term strategy is.
Broken may have just literally been digging so hard for that out with Crobat that he just sort of said that anything is better than me losing the Umbreon Darkrai for 2 prizes, because one thing that's actually lacking from the Thunder Trees deck is many great ways to snipe, to be honest with you. So
Okay.
just letting that be a bench sitter for like the remainder of the game, essentially, that Umbreon Darkrai was kind of the big payoff. But I do think losing out on that Zoroark was a painful trade. Possibly also just the tempo of this Evil Ball is what we're thinking about, because really all there is a Lurantis right now. Like that's it on
That's
the Thunder
true.
Trees side of the field. So just pressurize the one attacker you see is also like quite a reasonable strategy before this can like evolve up and move energy around the board and all that other stuff. Definitely the full tempo play at least.
You see the dual ball coming in, heads into tails. So we get the average. Can't complain
What a
about
fair
that.
card. What a fair card. Everyone hates dual ball, I think.
What is your, not to go on a tangent, but what is your
Yeah.
philosophy on dual ball and cubes?
I mean, I'm drafting it. I'm just not high priority picking it. I wouldn't rate it necessarily lower than an S ball. I would rate it about the same, even though it's just a worse feeling card.
But how about as a cube builder? Do you put it in your cubes?
Yep, I probably will. Just because I like those like especially in paper play, I think it's just much more fun to have those moments of chaos of it being that swingier card than just a nest ball. You know, it's just more of a conversation piece, I suppose.
Fair enough. We see the dual ball grabbing that Zeraora GX.
Be a great way to
With that-
protect our energy and retreat out, and maybe be the
Yep.
one sponging for a turn as well. We have the Flare Grunt in hand. Maybe you could grunt away one of these energy if you wanted to take it slower.
Yeah, something else we were talking about is the amount of shiny Pokemon in this cube, the tag teams, the VMAXs. You would think that it's a high-powered cube, right? But it's not. It doesn't feel that way, at least, even though you have these huge 300 HP numbers. Each Pokemon tanks hits. Sometimes the best play is to retreat, save energy, let something without energy sponge attacks. It's really about that resource war, about where attachments are, about getting rid of their threats on the board. And that might mean that we see the retreat here this turn, maybe.
Yeah, I think we're setting up for that. I think that's what the Zeraora kind of indicates to me. Also, the fact that we could maybe even say this Lurantis evolve into a stage 2 down the line, and then with the Zeraora we could evolve into a Mega Manectric and then have that for weakness. So not attacking into the active may not be a problem for you whatsoever if you can one-shot this with weakness later with a Mega
That's
Man.
true.
So I think it's likely we're going to see the protection of all this energy, because it's just way too much invested in this Pokemon. We're going to evolve up into a Meganium EX first. This is obviously heavily damaged now. Going to see the Pokemon Retriever. There is the Dedenne GX in the discard pile, as well as the Alolan Raichu. It would be a lot of supporters to lose.
Yeah, so many, including that Brock's Grit. Kind of scary.
Yeah, let's see what other recovery options. We've just played the Pokemon Retriever, and there's the Brock's Grit in hand, so you'd be sacrificing a lot by going aggressive with Dedenne.
The Sinlin are also already used, so you can't get back anything. No VS Seeker in the deck. But
Dene doesn't necessarily have to use Dede Change
yes,
here.
true. Oh, but
we
we're
are
gonna do
going
it.
to. There we go. Just as we're saying it doesn't have to happen, in it comes. Fresh 6. Not too much help in the immediate future, but I do still like the option to retreat. We at least get Nurture and Heal value now from our Meganium EX. You can attach your Grass Energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon and then remove one counter from that Pokemon. It's just that now that we've evolved into Meganium, we are so much further away from Venusaur. And when all your energy is banked on this very damaged Pokemon, it feels like you're just still taking turns off. And the Celesaur obviously can't evolve into a stage 2. But maybe just with Nurture and Heal, we're slowly ramping there. And I still think Retreat to Dene is like a really reasonable play here. Just to pass into that guy.
I'm a little bit worried about the long game though, with the resources all being discarded off that Dedenne. We had a game last round, I think around game 2 of Zach Kreckler's set, where Zach had a good play and knocked out some important. Oh yeah, Meganium has free retreat.
Yeah, this is free. Yeah, the play is even better. We were going to debate it even with the payment, but this is huge upside. With the Zeraora Thunderclap Zone. Yeah.
Grabbing that Zeraora, big brain, subconscious play.
Well, it means probably that Broken was thinking. Oh, sorry. Adam was mostly thinking about weaving in Manectric just to deal with the threat of Yveltal in front of you. In theory, you have a lot of good type coverage here. You have Lightning right now, which is handy for Yveltal, and you have Grass for some of these Pokemon as well. So there is some advantage here. Not so much that it's a huge problem for our Dark deck, where there's plenty of fighting weakness there as well, which is much safer in this case.
There is still the potential of a swoop teleporter play if we draw into it, which
That's true.
Could unlock this Meganium EX and the energy that are on it. But anyways, I'm worried about the long game, like I was mentioning before, because we saw one where Zach had a good play, got some threats off the field, got down to 2 prizes, but only had like 2 cards remaining in deck and didn't have enough resources to close it out.
Well, yeah, we've just lost a bunch.
Yeah, I think it might happen again, but we'll see.
That's grindy gameplay, as we said. You gotta think about the here and now, but also balance that up against your resources. We see the early Judge here getting aggressive with having your beatdown attacker lined up and then just judging your opponent down to a lower hand. They just did a huge Dede change, so seems like a reasonable play to reduce that hand size. Have a Nestball to weave in here as well. The deck is so streamlined here. Just lots of dark basic Pokemon. 1 Mew EX, which can copy all sorts, and the Luxray V is the only other like tech Pokemon in this list. Incidentally, that's in the prizes right now, but sort of leans into the theme of this deck.
A Zoroark GX trade would be really nice to go with this Judge, unfortunately.
I do agree with you. I'm never gonna say like more Zoro on board is never bad. I'm always gonna side with that. The Mew EX is coming down here.
I've come up with a big brain strategy, which may or may not happen, by the way. But some way you could get all the resources back, which may actually happen, is the Evergreen GX.
Yes.
So I wonder if that was part of the mindset, the game plan here for Adam. It might be, to be honest.
In air quotes, you only need 5 energy to get the full effect of shuffling all cards back in. And honestly, when there's acceleration from Meganium, it's not that far away. You could go for like a Solar Beam or a Pollen Hazard, and then when the Celesaur's damaged, then you still commit more energy in Evergreen. Either way, it's going to be an Evil Ball just for 80 here into the Dedenne. And we're back over. Oh, there's still the Miriam at least.
Yeah, wait, okay, so it turns out we still have Miriam and Energy Recycler. So this deck just has so much recovery available to it.
We're having to use it now, Joe, just for draw.
True.
Trinergy, definitely an interesting pickup. I feel like that could be a handy one. To the active, maybe, and then you could nurture and heal the Venusaur, or you could do it the other way around as well, get the 10 off the active. While you use that to retreat. Ideally, though, you'd have found Mega Manectric at this point, alongside like Lightning Energy, and that's not really panned out. You could have done like a Nurture plus Lightning attachment in the best case scenario, but it's going to be Capture with the Dedenne at least. I want to see some more Grass basics, no doubt here. What have we already seen? We've already seen the Shaman. We've already seen the Radiant Venusaur. So yeah, Trevenant EX is available.
This Trevenant's going to come down. Would you have liked to see Y Cyclone last turn to start setting this Malamar VMAX? Or is the Malamar just literally just to have drawn that one extra card that turn because it's weak to grass?
It's tough because the Y Cyclone would only do 70, right? Which really isn't pressurizing the Dedenne as much as you'd like. So the math just didn't really line up well enough. But I do think loading into this basic could cause trouble later. Don't forget, though, we still have 2 Dark Patch in the list later. So that Malamar can be powered up more quickly than you may expect on paper.
That's true.
Celosaur is coming in with the extra attachment of Nurture and Heal here. So we can burn, confuse, and poison the active Yveltal.
And this Burbank City Gym, suddenly.
Yeah. The betrayal of the Burbank City Gym.
Oh no.
It's huge. And there actually are a few things that can poison. It's not just the Celosaur. The Venusaur EX can add some poison as well. The Radiant Venusaur, which is currently underneath the Celosaur, also has poison strategies. So it's going to pay off in a big way here.
Yeah, I saw a comment from Grover from earlier in the day. It's funny that Carl has a Venusaur with Pollen Hazard of each stage.
Yes.
And always Pollen Hazard, no matter
what. It's always
what.
live. Yeah, that's amazing. The theme of Venusaur over the years is Pollen Hazard. We see a Tails on Burn here. So even more pressure on this Yveltal. Typically, this wouldn't be an issue. You could just easily Dark Cloak your way out. But with that in the prizes, this is going to force a payment of retreat more than likely, with the confusion weaved in as well.
Could go for an Evolve too, potentially. I don't know what stage 1s we have access to at the moment, but
I think maybe like Mega Sharpedo is interesting, especially because this Meganium has a 2 retreat cost, and the Mega Sharpedo does do bench damage based on retreat cost as well.
That Meganium is so close to getting knocked out.
Yeah. That would be one of the only Pokemon I would think about here. The Sharpedo is still weak to Lightning, so that wouldn't be fixing that problem, but at least you'd be removing all of these statuses. Are we debating the Wrath here? There's 22 cards left for Broken Femurs, so it is going to be the big Missy's Wrath. It's actually one of my favorite cube cards of all time. I always feel this gets underpicked, or like late picked for how good the effect actually is. It's a very deep dig into the deck, 7 cards, but you do only get to keep 2. So you kind of, as soon as you draft the Missy's Wrath, you have to accompany that with more respect for your like discard synergies and have more recovery baked into your list. But it's essentially this is just a great supporter effect that you can play on an item and give you a big push on certain terms. In this case, we did lose out on Roxanne. We got rid of some Darkness Energy. Time Machine goes. I don't think anything too painful there. Yeah, losing Ball Guy and Bridget, not bad at all because you've already pretty much got there for the most part.
Yes.
That seemed like a really good Wrath. And we evolve up into our tag team. Another tag team option in the list is the Greninja and Zoroark GX. Dark Pulse doing 30 plus 30 for each Darkness Energy attached to all of your Pokemon. There's obviously 4 in play right now. You can attach a 5th onto this board. And there we go. Malamar is starting to get weaved in. Some poison coming back. The Koga's Trap.
Burbank City Gym
as well. This
going
is really
in both
nice.
ways. Lots of stat conditions flying around the field right now.
Whatever you can do, I can do better by the looks of things. Poison Confusion coming straight back onto the Celebi Venusaur, as well as likely a big punch from Dark Pulse. It would be, what, 160, I think it's hitting, plus the 30 from Poison.
Right, that sounds right.
Yeah, there we go.
Haven't even played the Dark Patches yet, right?
They're still all in the deck, yeah.
Yeah, so there's still more potential for this Greninja Zoroark to really pop off, although it does have 10 damage on it already, which makes it a little bit squishy.
Yeah, 170 left on it right now. I think what's so important about this is the Celebi Venusaur, as we've said, might be really important for Evergreen, to be honest with you. So you probably
Yeah.
want to find, like, I think the best draw here is like a Lightning, so that you can just retreat that with Zeraora. But again, it's like probably a slower turn. Maybe you could do like a Dark Forest into this Greninja Zoroark just for a turn. For like a lower
The deck
damage
does
output play.
a total of 4 Lightning Energy with only 1 showing right now, so it
Mhm.
is kind of likely to see it off this Colress.
There's also Fluffy Berry, but I believe that's not online. So something like a Warp Point would be a good draw from these 5 from Colress. Oh no, that's already played also. So there aren't too many ways to move this guy. The Tainted Lies are also in the discard pile earlier. So this Venusaur might really be struggling under the poison. The Nurture
Some
and
of
Heal
these,
doesn't get rid of status, just damage.
oh, yeah. So
So-
we're going to see if we find a way to get this Celestor out of the active. Looks like the choice is difficult. You do have to banish 3 cards to the Lost Zone. Sorry, 2 cards to the
Mhm.
Lost Zone for the rest of the game, so it can be difficult sometimes.
Yeah, definitely not an easy choice. Raichu's being saved.
We do see a
Lightning
Lightning
Energy is found. And we also keep a Grass. That can be Nurture and Healed, of course. So is it going to be Trevenant just trapping this Greninja Zoro for a turn if you manually attach Lightning active and then Nurture one to the Trev? Just for something to do, or we could just go back into Dedenne if we really wanted to and just feed that 1 prize. Both players still at 6 prizes,
might
let's
not
not
be
forget. A lot's
bad.
happened,
Yeah,
but a
6
lot of damage on the
prizes.
board, but 6 and 6 right now.
So many Pokemon in play, so many energy on the board, but no prizes have been taken. Meganium EX, I don't know how I feel about this EX right now. I mean, some of these Gen 3 older EX Pokemon have such powerful abilities, but the health is so low, it has the attacks don't do any damage. So these energies are really being put to waste right now, even though there are so many on the board.
Yeah, I think it's clear that the intent is to use the Meganium in conjunction with your other stage 2, the Venusaur, so they both sort of bench sit and do the job. Are we just getting confirmation of a KO earlier? Did the Yveltal actually KO something earlier? I don't think it did. I think we just
shuffled-
spread damage across stuff. We were definitely attacking into the Lurantis twice, then we attacked into Dedenne. Dedenne was in the discard pile, but I don't think that was from... I think that was from a... what was that from? I can't explain to the discard pile somehow. Oh, it was from a swoop on turn 1. So yeah, I think, yeah, we're just double checking with our judges that nothing has been KO'd.
What did Miriam shuffled back again? Miriam shuffled
That shuffled
back
back a Choo-Choo.
Raichu?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think we're good.
Yeah. It's just the nature of this cube, man. That's all it is. This cube is more about accumulating pressure and damage and making it
Something must be wrong. No one has taken a prize in the last 30 minutes.
This is not the
Nope.
Pokemon that I know. Oh, interesting. So we're evolving the Trevenant into the Rowlet Alolan Exeggutor. Now that's really shutting down your options to Venusaur EX because Tag Team Pokemon cannot be evolved into Stage 2s. We're going to Nurture and Heal, or are we just manually attaching to this Rowegg? Interesting.
We could still see Surprise Time Machine at some point. It's in the deck somewhere, I think.
Are we flipping a coin here?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. If we're not retreating.
We have 19 damage on us so far. Poison plus coin flip of Tails Confusion then means you don't even need to launch an attack next turn from Broken Side. The coin flip would be pretty big, to say the least. If it pays off, I mean, it could be a huge swing here. We still don't know if this energy was manual. Oh, yeah, it must be, because there's a lightning on the Zeraora, so the lightning attachment went to the Zeraora rather
Yeah,
than
it
the active
did.
to retreat. Wow. Oh, and he flips heads! Whoa, the
And it
confusion
pays
flip.
off.
The pollen hazard. Confusion and 80 damage coming straight back into this Greninja and Zoroark now with 180 damage on. And again, there's that confusion
Oh
headache.
my
I think there's enough energy in
gosh.
play. Oh, and that's Tails on burn, I imagine. Yeah.
And
So
then
the
there's
coin
the
flip's going
there's the
nice.
poison, and then there's the Burbank City Gym. I can't even. I'm confused how much damage this Greninja Zoroark has on it right now.
It should have 180, right? The 5 from Pollen Hazard plus the 3 from Verbank and Poison should get there. Oh, 20
Plus
because of
burn,
burn.
plus
Yeah,
burn, yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Although
sense.
if we
There we
were
go.
going for this, play of flipping the coin anyways, I wonder if we could have just attached energy and solar beam to try and get the KO. I wonder if that
So there was
That might have
100
been-
damage on. Oh, yeah, and burn. You're right. So the solar beam could have got the job done. But then you're really banking on flipping heads.
You
this is-
are, you
you
are.
you at least commit some energy around the board, so you had some backup play. But
that's true.
yeah, when the Celosaur goes down, it means there will not be an Evergreen GX strategy. By the looks of things, I think we're finally out of Pokemon recovery. There should be an easy retreat with a double turbo energy here on Broken's side of the board. It's just how you weave in your own attacker. Because you have energy sort of spread around the bench right now.
I guess you have to play this admin. I mean, it doesn't feel great, but
Yeah, the debate might be whether or not it's worth quick balling away this Umbreon right now. The only other line that can really evolve is the Crobat or the Darkrai, but you've already put a couple tag teams into play. So is this Umbreon ever getting weaved in before just like fitting these cards so you don't draw them again from your admin?
I don't think so.
The quick ball's definitely dead, but like the Umbreon might still be a good enough choice to like worry about later.
What? Sorry, I'm confused. What happened?
We
there just,
Did we flip? No. What's
I don't
happened?
see the flip. I don't see the flip for Dark Pulse, right?
No. There was 200 on the Greninja Zoro. I didn't see a supporter of any kind here. I'm not sure what's just happened to our Greninja Zoro. We'll try and get confirmation, but we haven't had any flips for attacks, unless...
We are getting confirmation. 1 second, chat, while we sort this out.
Oh, okay. So we have an update from the players here. Looks like in the end it was actually the play that you were talking about. Rather than attaching to the Rowlet Executor, we attach to the active and then flip the coin. And both players are content with that choice. So rather than the 200 damage plus Poison Confusion from a second Pollen Hazard, we have gone for that Solar Beam plus Burn KO instead. So that seems to be the situation. So we have taken 2 prizes on
Well,
the Greninja
Zoro
Zoro.
only has 250, right? So it had 10 on it, so you only needed Solar Beam. You didn't need the burn damage,
true.
right?
That's also true. Yeah, sorry. I'm so used to seeing 270 on these guys.
Yeah. So, but it's still like a little bit confusing because we're making the change after we knew the heads
The outcome.
confusion flip. But
Yes.
they're gentlemen's. They're
it's
both
down to the
agreeing to it,
players,
so I'm
let's-
not. Yeah, I'm not gonna stop it.
Yeah, as long as they're both happy, that's all we really need. From the prizes,
Attachment
there was
chosen.
Eldegoss and Com taken. Attacks as chosen after confusion flips.
That's
yeah,
true.
okay. It's really just about
Okay.
the attachment and where it was
energy,
like
yeah.
banked, I suppose. But yeah, that's also pretty true. Well, that makes this admin a much better play because now you
Right.
can put your opponent down to 4 cards from 7, and you still get your fresh 6. The Malamar has been promoted early here. We
No
finally
Fairy
found some
Treater.
Dark Patch, but yeah, this lack of Dark Cloak has been so painful. Such an important basic for Broken here, and it just that prize has been so brutal. At least there's a Poison Confused active Pokemon here. Still is in that weird precarious position of flipping coins. But where are we really loading up our
does-
energy now?
I mean, this Umbreon Darkrai is so damaged, and this Malamar VMAX is now in the active, but it's kind of just stuck there. You can't Dark Patch your active Pokemon, so it can't attack, and not only can it not attack, it's also weak to grass too, so it's really in danger.
Yeah, I mean, is he baiting out an Evergreen GX coin flip? is that where we're at right now? Is the game coming down to an Evergreen coin flip?
There's gotta be a better play. Like you attach Lightning and retreat, maybe?
Well, I'm just saying, give the people what they want, you know? Oh dear. Even at that point, you can pay retreat the hefty 4 attached to Mega Manectric and start loading energy onto Rowegg. Also seems like a valuable play. But yeah.
Yeah, that's
what have we seen? Was it just the pass? Looks like we may have just attached.
It looks like it.
To be attached. What did we attach to? Yeah, we just didn't attach anywhere.
There was no energy, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so just keeping the Dark Patch in hand.
Oh yeah, maybe that was on my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, so we see the poison damage ticks. Is this thing is not burned, with just poison, right? I'm
just poison. It was
confused.
Koga.
Yeah, Koga. Okay, so 250 onto the Celesaur. Surely you have to retreat this turn somehow. But we'll see.
Yeah, I think retreat the bad boy and weave in Mega Manectric and accept that the game's getting slower rather than keep committing to these coin flips.
I mean, it would be so hype if you hit head and take out this Malamar VMAX.
Oh, boo, he's retreating. It's way too safe. Only kidding. This definitely feels the right play.
Yeah, this does feel correct.
It's just less of a stream moment, I guess. Interestingly, are we discarding any lightning energy? No, we aren't. So again, I'm thinking about that Sharpedo that could finish off the Celesaur later. The only real way you could have played around it was the Zeraora, which is also evolved out now as well. So the Meganium could start taking damage from this Sharpedo. Could very well be that Broken's going to sit on 6 prizes for even longer and then set up a Sharpedo like 4 prize KO or something later down the line.
Oh, Celesaur.
Just rearranging him, putting him face up, I guess.
Yeah, that Sharpedo is actually really scary. Threatening multiple Pokemon now. Both players are kind of retreating their damaged Pokemon back to the bench, forcing their opponents to kind of deal with it in some way, if at all possible. And that's why we've seen this game go on for so long with very few prizes being taken.
So, in somewhat of a relief, Broken is getting away with only 110 into his Malamar here. Still decently well set up there, but at least that's a bit safer. The one thing we really have to bear in mind is that there's only 9 cards remaining in deck for Broken. We've sort of highlighted that he can take a big 3 or 4 prize swing turn that's kind of being set up, but we still have this issue now of how do we get this, do we invest more into this Malamar now that it's damaged? Ooh, interesting. The Shrine of Memories is a great way to unlock this. We have Dark Pulse and we have Riotous Beating below here. There's even the option
Trickster GX, the Turbo Bolt.
I think we Dark Mooned, right? I'm pretty sure we flipped our
Oh yes, right.
Right. I was thinking about that myself as well, to be fair, but it's so rare that you get to see the Trickster. Always something that we like to see. Dark Patch Penny coming in, so we can pick up Crobat, perhaps. Yeah, that's coming into the hand. We're still digging deeper into this deck, though. Not afraid of having 6 remaining in the deck right now. Finds more Dark Patch. Double Turbo in the hand. We've obviously already attached to the active here with the Shrine combo. We'll be dealing 160 with Riotous Beating, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it's only your Pokemon. I was thinking of Broken Palkia.
Does Shrine unlock any interesting plays from Adam's side? I guess this Meganium can actually attack and do something for once.
Well, honestly, there's all sorts available now. I'm even thinking about Dark Forest to trap and deck out your opponent now is an option.
Oh, that is interesting.
You said very early on that deck out has been a strategy we've had to keep in mind in this cube, and that's one that I'm now thinking about.
These memory there's a lot of effects are so cool in cubes like this.
As soon as that stadium hits play, I'm taking a good 5 minutes to read every card. I think.
Oh, Abyssal Sleep also is the
Yes.
interesting one. Even more
Yeah.
flips. Why not?
2 coin flips for sleep instead of 1. Yeah, that's very dangerous. Yeah, this game is not done yet, and there's so many attacking options that could come out now. We're doing 140 with Pulse. Yeah, I think it's a Dark Pulse here. Looks to be the option. As we pass things back over, Manectric heavily damaged now. But there is an easy way to KO this Malamar with Rowlet Executor. We can take the damage from the Rainbow quite happily, and we just heal it straight back up with Calming Hurricane.
Will we see another full powered Tropical Hour GX this game?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't write it off.
It
The
seems pretty
only-
solid once these patches have been used.
Yeah, honestly, that's seems like Broken's kind of gone all in. I think just because these stage 2s we're so far away from another Grass stage 2 coming out that you can do this. You can like not respect Tropical Hour quite happily, but it's still open.
Adam
There's all
is
sorts
in
of
the
weird
prize
plays you can
lead
make
too.
now. Yeah.
Wha-
Could easily be will be taking 2 more this turn, you would expect. If you're trying to play around Sharpedo, you could even do like a Solar Blade from your Lurantis underneath the Meganium. That would
Oh,
heal
that's
30
true.
off. These are the things that we now have to factor in. I imagine Adam's doing the exact same thing we've done, which is just read every one of your own Pokemon to see what the best attack is this turn.
Yeah. Which is why we're having a very long game 1.
Yeah, in the tank right now. There's still just the potential value of Turbo Bolt. You can feed your opponent prizes just to get these 2 more energy in play and like
Yeah.
allow that Tropical Hour to be that option still.
I think those are the 2 big choices, right? You can either Turbo Ball to set up your Tropical Hour, or you can go for the knockout this turn.
Yeah.
And I think this Rainbow Attachment seems to indicate the Turbo Bolt play, but I'm not sure yet. Oh no,
No.
never mind.
You would attach there either way, I think, right? You would go to 5
Okay.
because you need 6 on the Tropical Hour anyway, but I think Calming Hurricane is just safe, to be honest with you.
Do you prefer Calming Hurricane over using Meganium and then attacking with Solar Blade?
It's a weird one. I'm very hyper conscious of Mega Sharpedo being this big comeback play.
Right.
But if you just send this Pokemon into the active, then you're losing Nurture and Heal anyway. So it's kind of like you at least make your opponent have the Sharpedo combo, which at the moment is really only coming out from that Darkrai GX, which only has 1 energy on right now. So I feel like you are quite happy to just make this play.
But here's the problem, though. I think there's also the Abyssal Sleep play that you can make now. If you bring up the Meganium EX, you can't Abyssal Sleep that, right?
Correct. So you're a little bit weaker into the Darkrai Prism Star, but at the same time, like this is a heavily damaged Umbreon Darkrai, and that would be the final 2 prizes. So you're
Oh, that's
committing
true.
your tournaments on the line on sleep flips.
Right.
Oh, the Sharpedo's come to hand at last. Oh, goes on to the Crobat rather than the Darkrai GX. Do we have enough energy in the deck to actually make something like this happen? We have a Bruno.
Actually playing
That
the
means we're going down to
Bruno
1 in
take
deck.
out.
Are we in 2
it's
in
so
deck?
close.
We're going down to 1 in deck right now. There is the time space distortion and there's superior energy retrieval. So we have resources, but how much time do we have?
But yeah, I don't think they're going back into deck, right? So and there's still 6 prizes.
We need a lot of heads from this time space distortion.
That's not a lot of heads. That's not a lot of heads.
Triple tail! I can't believe I've cursed him like that.
Oh,
There's just no way. The triple tails is devastating here. Well, I think that might just be game 1 wrapping up, really. Not
To be
seeing
fair,
any
though,
great- Yeah.
with the heads, is there any way Broken can not deck out and win the game without
I
decking
think
out?
if you evolved to the Darkrai GX here and just slow
GX,
attached,
yeah.
maybe there's a world. But I honestly think
That's
he's
what-
been so like his whole deck has been offline because Darkcloak's been prized. That's really hurt him all game, I think.
That's true.
We know that he doesn't have much acceleration, but it's really shown when he started Darkrai Prism Star. and he hasn't had Dark Cloak, so he's had to pay retreat on a couple of Pokemon thanks to awkward status. That it's really shown that he has not been able to chain a steady flow of attackers this game. Yeah, just
And
gonna
we see
concede there. I think
the
we know.
concession.
Yeah. It's gonna be
I think
1-0
Abyssal Sleep
up.
actually would have been the play. I don't know if it would have led to a win, but I would have liked to see it at least. See the try.
Yeah, you committed extra attachment there. What was in the that could have set up. That was still setting up an eventual Sharpedo play that would have taken 5 prizes and like all the energy off the board. So it would have been a really monstrous play had those flips come off. But I think committing those dark patches opened up that Abyssal Sleep line, but we never really had that Sharpedo in any reasonable amount of time. Let's see though, there's still enough time on the clock to get a win in response here, so it's not done yet. We are a best of 3. Broken just going to confirm whether he... Okay, so you can see his hand before choosing to go first or second. That's a nice little bonus here, because we're in RSPK. Turn 1 rules.
There's roughly a 10% chance that Dark Cloak is prized again.
Yes.
We'll see if it comes true.
And by roughly, you mean, of course, a 10% chance.
No. It's slightly different because of mulligan rules.
Oh, you see? True.
Yeah. But it's almost exactly 10%. You're right. in all, in practical, for practical reasons, yeah, it's virtually 10%.
Yeah, I guess you can guarantee it's not if it's in your opening 7, so that's fair.
Yes.
Which will, yeah, you're right. It's not exactly. I'm being facetious because I'm thinking of normal Pokemon. But this is far from normal Pokemon. this is epic cube Pokemon right now.
So we see actually a couple mulligans come through, and I think that combined with being able to choose if you get to go first or second could put Broken Femurs off to a strong lead.
Yeah, there are
I don't see
natural
the hand
mulligans going
quite
on
yet.
here, but there's also an option of Gentleman's Mulligan in this cube. You get
Right.
1, but you do give your opponent a draw as well, so it's not a free Gentleman's. It is a paid Gents, just to give yourself a slightly better hand. Something we see in a lot of these cubes, just so that someone doesn't fizzle immediately.
Oh my gosh.
Well, we're feeding a lot of cards here to Broken.
Yeah, I lost count.
That's at least 3, right? Plenty of mulligans. Oh, way more than 3. Look how many are in hand.
Yeah, looks like
10 in hand.
10.
And we will be seeing those hands momentarily when all said and done, and we actually have a basic to play the game with. But the Thunder Trees deck, it felt like it was still clunking its way through that game. It was by no means like a normal setup. The Lurantis was really good early pressure. Then we had that awkward let's get Meganium rather than Venusaur. And then we had to take a few turns off. Took a while to weave in the Manectric. The status conditions from both players were being a bit wonky, so I don't think we necessarily saw the best of that deck either, despite it still getting the win there. But it was mostly down to Broken and how clunky his setup was, really.
I think these two decks aren't as broken as the decks that have already made it onto day 2, but I do like both of them after watching game 1. I think both have some interesting options available to them and a lot of different choices, both players navigating through them pretty decently in game 1. And we'll see if this 10-card lead...
opening hand. Well, yeah, there's already the Absol, and that's a card we were touting very early in game 1, but it was prized the entire game for Broken, and now that's going to be like a turn 2 option available. Let's see who chose to go first here. Because if Broken's gone first, they can be threatening really early Absol.
Yeah. Arbok?
Sorry, Arbok, yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I think going first makes a lot of sense. But now
let's
it's
go
second.
second. Maybe they drew all these supporters from from the Mulligans. And just had a handful of energy and decided to go second instead. See a Turfield. Again, can combine nicely with the Pokecom in this instance, actually. So you can get a basic out, which is pretty nice. An early lightning attachment onto Dene seems really good. So next turn you can judge the hand away and look for a Manectric.
So do you go for the basic or do you hold on and then
I
get
think I
the
like
next
grabbing Rad.
next turn?
If you grab Rad Venusaur, you can actually get a couple cards out of it. If you play the laser as
Okay.
well, you
Okay,
could
yeah,
calm
that makes
attach
sense.
active, get a couple
I
from
like
Rad
that.
Venusaur. As long as that's not the prizes, that could be something that we're just scouting here.
Pokecom that Leafeon GX away, right away into that deck.
Yeah, the turf field. Show it, then shove it straight back in. Yeah, so those the Radiant Venusaur is available. We can finally see some of their prize cards, and it's Celosaur and Lurantis, which are in the prizes, which is a bit rough, but
Yeah, the key players from last game not going to show their head this time around. So we might see a bit of an interesting change up from these two games.
well, there still could be pollen hazards from elsewhere, as we've mentioned.
That's true.
There's no stopping that. It's going to be the Shaman, so maybe we're just holding on to the laser, attaching active, and just relying on Judge next turn. Oh, no, we're changing the
Shaman back in
choice.
deck. Radiant Venusaur maybe?
Could it be? Is it finally time? Sunny Bloom, an end of turn draw option, but in this situation could get you a couple cards on your way.
So
You
here's,
definitely take a
here's
grass
another
guy, right?
question.
'Cause- yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think you should probably take a grass Pokemon. But I have another question, and I don't think Adam will do this, but I'm wondering with the time rolls, when do you consider conceding after you have given your opponent 10 cards? At what point?
You at least see that first turn, I suppose.
Yeah.
Oh, we're walking into the Venusaur. That's super
Oh.
interesting. Playing as many cards out as possible here.
So do we see the laser too?
You'd have to imagine if you're
Suppose you
happy to. Oh
should.
no, we're just going to pass on 2 and hold the laser. That's a super interesting line. I thought the threat of Manectric was so powerful there that attach active seemed like the play. Is what attack are you threatening next turn with this line? Like maybe Rowegg, but no like damaging attacks from your stage 1s.
You can Flower Supply if you draw grass maybe, but the lightning didn't help you do that.
Yeah, Lurantis is actually also chilling out in the prizes right now.
Oh, right,
That's-
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's rough. Well, regardless, we
I
go over to
guess-
Broken, who, even though the hand is massive, their hand is not great. Are they going to swing
I
energy
would've
active
really
and just
liked
go
to
for Judge
see-
themselves now?
Yeah. Judge turn 1 sounds good on paper until you realize your opponent only has 4 cards in hand as well, like already to begin with. I think Broken's hand actually is so much better if they had gone first, but
Yes.
not the case, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, the complexion of the hand probably changed based on the amount of draws they got, but
Right.
oh wow, they're not even attaching to any Pokemon here, just going straight for the admin, and then missed energy attachment. Oh no. That is rough. They have
Were
cards for
they-
next turn. They have Quick Ball, so they can go Crobat V here to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see.
I'm-
So I was expecting a slow turn. I was expecting attach pass to the active, honestly, and then just go
yeah.
Arbok on 2.
I agree.
Now we're gonna play Switch. Are we Crobatting and hoping to find double Turbo Energy here? There are 2 of them in the list. We're gonna try Fang sniping our opponent. That's what the Switch kind of indicates. The Luxray can't evolve in the list. It's literally just here for Fang Snipe. So, well, here is the Crobat. So we're going to get fishing for it.
So 3 cards off this dark asset.
Any energy is massive here.
Oh
Oh, it is
my-
double turbo energy. Well, it's a
The
lot
play
better than
pays
attach
off.
pass. That's what I was accepting on the previous
Oh,
hand, but Broken is going for something completely different here.
Lord.
Poison Sleep, Fang Snipe, and you have complete knowledge that your opponent's hand is pretty goofy as well, which is a huge bonus.
Yeah, this play, not what I would have gone for, but it just works out. I mean, the admin to 6, you would think that it would make the hand better. It didn't. not attaching the energy, you would think that you would get punished for it. Nope, actually get rewarded. Fang Snipe getting rid of that swoop teleporter, and now the hand has nothing.
Yeah, the swoop, just making sure that these are the Pokemon that are on board, because the Venusaur is a huge retreat cost and is really annoying right now, especially with a Tails Flip on sleep. That's even more frustrating. Well, yeah, the Zeraora top deck would have been much better, but we can evolve out of this at least. We can evolve into Leafeon,
That's
self-heal,
true.
and then retreat out if we want to. That could be an option. Again, it's one of those things where you're kind of just jinking around a little bit, and you know your Brock's Grit is going to go as well next turn.
Yeah.
If you
So
evolve
you-
out of Venusaur, you don't get any extra card draw, so like lowering this hand size has no benefit really.
Mm,
You're in a weird top deck mode situation now. You can at
That's
least
exactly
thin
the
with Turfield,
case.
but yeah.
you just are just passing, hoping for top decks to save you. And I mean, at the very least, Luxray doesn't do much damage with this double turbo. It only does 10, so you're not. There's no pressure
Yeah.
happening. But with that Zoroark GX in the hand, suddenly this board is going to get very strong, much more quickly than yours is.
Yeah, is there ever an option to Grand Bloom GX here as well? You could just bloom into exactly Mega Manectric and give up on your GX attack here. That could be an option.
Okay.
Just to get a Manectric out of the deck and like into a free retreat Pokemon for you. Yeah, it doesn't sound great. I think you're allowed to just pass with this Venusaur, honestly. Like you said, the pressure isn't that high, and you have the heal of Leafeon GX anyway when you choose to. So it could just be attach active pass, honestly, is still a play that's reasonable.
Yeah. Seems decent. At least force your opponent to show you something, because the board isn't scary yet.
Oh, we've evolved into Raichu. That's certainly interesting. Well, we can lower our hand to draw one from the Sunny Boom. That's such an awkward thing about drawing at the end of your turn is that it could, if it's a good card, it's getting Fang Sniped. That's the
true.
awkward thing.
That is true.
Well, yeah, Field Blower into the sacrificial pot, perhaps. Maybe worse than the Brock's Grit anyway, but just going to be a Poison Tick, still asleep, that Venusaur, or the Verbank at least puts a bit more pressure on.
You can
For a
put you
turn,
can
at
Fang
least.
Snipe the Field Blower to keep the Verbank
Oh,
in play.
the combos. Yeah, Broken is just on another plane right now, and we're here for the ride. Zoroark's in play. We're trading as well, by the looks of things.
I will say the Luxray like being in here just for Fang Snipe like is funny on paper because it doesn't seem that amazing. It doesn't do that much damage, but the fact that it's a one prizer in this cube, like I think, is like a pretty big difference.
Yeah, it's bulky. It's set up
Yeah.
while you, especially when you have like an energy flood approach on some of your attackers. Like you have high attack costs, but then you have the Dark Pulse and you have the Greninja Zoro. You're happy to sit and make the game slow, remove some annoying resources. At the same time, you're
Right.
like building towards actual combos in the back.
It's a one prizer that's never gonna die in one hit. So you
Yeah.
buy some time to play this Bridget, to get this Zoroark out. Start attaching energy hopefully soon. Dark Cloak was in fact not prized, thankfully.
This time around, at least. And honestly, it makes your admins like a bit more casino as well. You can draw admins just to fire them off and then try and hit the best card from your opponent's hand as well. So
That's true. Yeah.
yeah, Verbank is sticking because we're getting rid of the Field Blower to end our turn here. It's another big top deck inbound for Adam. Let's see what it is. So we're going to take a couple of Poison Ticks. Oh, still sleeping as well. I mean, we know it just means that you can't Pollen Hazard this guy, right? It would have been an option otherwise, but we probably have to evolve. Ooh, the Time Machine, is that too helpful? You could
You
go
can Time Machine
Leafeon,
into
then
Manectric.
Time Machine. Yeah. Time Machine into Manectric, just so that you
Yeah.
again like see another card. You kind of want to play these cards out of the hand just to even draw basic energy at this point for from your Radiant Venusaur.
You can Time Machine to Manectric and then play your Brock's Grit.
That's true. If you're saying these cards are getting removed anyway, Just get value while you can. This game was wildly different from our first one. We are going to evolve into Leafeon here. So we now have no draw. We're completely in top deck mode from this stage onwards. We're at least cured of the poison, and we can start using Breath of the Leaves to heal our Pokemon for 50. So we're kind of nullifying the damage, but still the Fang Snipe is effective. There's the Time Machine. Could this be for our active? Yeah, it's going to be for the Venusaur. Oops.
So now
So the Celesaur's in the prizes. The Lurantis is in the prizes. So you can only take Rowegg here, I'm pretty sure. That's the only option in the deck, with 2 of the stage 1s prized and the... Oh, did we just take... Oh, we took no target. Right, okay. We take no target and just draw 2 off Venusaur instead. It's a cool play.
It is a little bit concerning, though, and like you were saying, the Sunny Bloom, how it interacts with the Fang Snipe, definitely does not feel good. This Titanizer is gone, for sure.
Yeah, probably going to be the case. Speaking of which, Broken is also going to Titanize themselves for a fresh 5. They pick up their own Time Machine. They have the Arbok back in hand now. Finally, see some energy attachments as well. That's been one of the only things lacking. Do we want to start powering up a Black Lance, perhaps? I feel like that's the best attacker we can start.
It is a pretty good
towards.
attack.
Yeah.
Or you can power up the... Try to get into Arbok EX, potentially, if you're willing to give up that Dark Cloak.
Yeah, I think... Ooh, well, we're going to Time Machine straight away. Oh, no, we're going to trade it away. That makes more sense. See a couple more cards. It's nice to have that penny in the mix as well. That means you can Fang Snipe and not have to worry about moving this guy. You can just do it on a penny turn. So yeah, weaving in the Darkrai. I think this is exactly what you said. It means we're getting towards menacing Fangs from Arbok EX. Over the next couple turns, there'll be a stage when we just penny up the Luxray. Oh, we're actually going into Arbok immediately here. I'm surprised by this, honestly. Keeping the option of Dark Cloak seems powerful, especially when you're going to scout your opponent's hand and you have the option to remove the hand disruptor.
I agree. But I don't think we're going to see Femurs get punished for it, and it's really scary, this Arbok EX with this menacing Fangs. I think if I see this Arbok EX come down, and I might look at my top deck, and based off that, I might even consider conceding at this point.
Yeah, we've got to think about the time as well.
Yes, exactly.
It was a fairly long game 1, but not so long that there can't still be a game 3, I would think. We'll see, though. We've drawn back into the Leafeon. Now we can... Oh, Zeraora's live, and we have got Manectric, but just no energy in hand. Again, it's one of those awkward things where if we want to draw from this Venusaur, we have to play a card out of the hand. But you may want to retreat to your Venusaur first now, and just go into Mega Manectric as a free retreat afterwards. Like, you go into Zeraora, then evolve up, then draw 1 from Sunny Bloom. Or 2 if we... Oh no, Brock's still not live.
But is there like really even a combination of cards that you can draw off Sunny Bloom that is good for you? I'm not sure honestly, that there is.
If you retreat this Venusaur, then into Zeraora, then evolve up, then just drawing basic energy is good, right? Because then at least you can Pollen Hazard.
That's true. Yeah. Okay.
You're right. You almost want to draw a bad card to then get you closer to the good card that's actually on the top of your deck. But of course, we don't know the order of these cards, so... Yeah, it's not been much, but it's been pretty honest work from this Luxray so far. It's hit a Tantalizer, it's got rid of a Field Blower, it's got rid of a Time Machine, or a Swoop so far. Not like crazy powerful, but it's completely taken this game down to a snail's pace. We do see the Zeraora Manectric combo, so we can see 1 from Sunny Bloom at the end of our turn here. Seems like the right call. Not sure if there's anything else we really can do here. Yeah, we're just going to see 1. Oh, it's a judge, and that's going to be immediately sniped again.
Oh, no.
Well, a dark top deck is actually exactly what Broken wants to see, so we can just turn attach easily to this Arbok over 2 turns. Wow, it's going
Are
to be
we
an
actually playing this?
admin!
Or are we trading it? Are we trading it? We're trading it.
Oh, we're trading it. Oh my
That's
goodness.
okay.
My heart
It's
can't
fine,
take
it's
it.
fine.
The casino admin, because you know your opponent's got nothing, and then you hope to hit better things from a snipe. I was like, that is too much of a risk, but this is a way nicer play. Very smooth to get the Absol. I keep calling it Absol. Arbok attachment in. And yeah, a cheeky 10. Why not? Slam that judge back into the bin. It's just one more piece your opponent won't have access to for the remainder of this game. But we're back into top
This
deck
Brock's
here.
grid. This Brock's grid is really the last pick in gym class right now.
He always wants
Poor
to be
Brock.
sniped at this point. He's like, I just want to be part of this. I want to be involved. I'm here too. So funny. I think Arbok, Arbok might have to take it out at some point though. If you take the 2 Pokemon instead, that's just rude. All right, it is a grass top deck, so here we go. We can at least weave in Venusaur if we want to attack with it. That's another question in itself. Now that you see Arbok EX can deal 150, that's the exact math to deal with the Venusaur. So maybe grass active is the better play still. Or evolve into Leafeon. This is the other way of doing things. You can come in with Leafeon GX and use a Solar Beam. By retreating, we can heal the Radiant Venusaur fully as well with the Breath of the Leaves. Yep. Solar Beam for 110, finally pressurizing the
Are
Luxray
happening.
The game is underway, but I mean, Adam's still in top deck mode. The Venusaur has been shut down now. But we're finally pressurizing the Luxray. It's perfect timing for the Penny attach into Arbok, though. So it's the exact timing that Broken's been looking for. They got all the value out of that Luxray, and it's perfect time for
2
Arbok.
cards in hand. This is the
That's
dream.
what you want to see.
Yeah, the dream Menacing Fangs.
Yeah, dangerous card. You never know, it could be coming to standard soon because of 06 Scheme, I think the new supporter is. People have
Do you think
touted that as a
so?
combo. I don't think so, but I'm saying it's I've heard people talk about it, all right? But in this situation, it's brutal. Even the 150, even after the 50 heal of this Leafeon. Well, the draw 7 sounds pretty broken.
That would be that sounds nice to me.
That is the opposite of a 1. Yeah. If we draw research, we're popping off. That's the only step we're missing there. No, that's far from it. Yeah, even after the 50 heal on the active, you're still just having to poke into the Arbok and accept that you're in, like research prey mode. The other supporters in the deck aren't fantastic. Like Rosa would be reasonable, Colrus would be reasonable, but these aren't high power supporters. The only high power supporters that research, and that's in the prizes actually. Oh no.
There's really
there's no get out of jail card right now. Literally none.
Even if there was, it's a 1 in 34 chance.
Yeah, the Dedene's on the board. That would be the only other like burst draw option you have. Yeah, that really isn't. This Arbok is just gonna completely lock down the game, I think.
Yep.
By the looks of things, if you use any of your other supporters, you gain cards to hand, but they then get immediately sniped if you can't play them.
So here's the question: now that we're in almost checkmate territory, does game 3 being shorter or longer before time rules come into effect benefit one of these 2 players? I don't really think so, right?
It's really hard to tell because the games have been so drastically different between 1 and 2.
True.
Maybe that's just in the nature of the 2 decks that have been built and how they've been built. Or just maybe how things have panned out from their opening hands and the nature of getting like 4-3 cards from the opening turn.
Yes,
from Broken.
Definitely.
But he's just in a commanding position now. I think when he drafted his deck, this was what he visioned. This is exactly what he wanted to see
This was the
happening.
dream.
Right? This
Luxray
was,
V into Fang Snipe into Fang Snipe into Menacing Fangs.
Yeah, I mean, that combo's there. And I wonder how much, in his other victory today, how much of it came down to these combination of cards, or maybe it was some of the other attacking suites, It's hard to say, but it's undoubtedly the combo that he saw early on in the draft. I think he even drafted a bunch of like a bunch of Path as well. Eventually didn't really fit them into his deck, but it just shows that he really knew all the combination cards to make this strategy pay off as best as possible. Shrine of Memories is also such an awesome card in this draft. I think I really underrated it on my first glance at the cube, but it is so strong as a card. I think I put
so
that as a very
cool.
high priority now. Yeah. So we're still going through the turn. We saw a Wrath into a Gear here, just to really cycle through the deck still. The Arbok is at least like fairly damaged, so there is that concern
That is
for
true.
broken. I mean,
I
we know
actually
that
really like Adam's deck quite a bit. It's a shame that this game has gone on for so long and it's essentially a non-game.
Yeah, Adam's deck is pretty sweet. To be fair, I think it oozes with synergy, right? It
It
makes
does.
you evolve everything. So like until you have everything online, you're kind of just doing bits and bobs. We've drawn 7 again.
I think there's like there's like an untap thing where if you have 0 cards in hand, like the first button
Oh,
is like draw
that's so
7 or
funny.
whatever. Yeah, I
That's
think that's
funny.
why. I think that's why.
All right. Well, we see grass energy. Doesn't feel good to put this anywhere particularly. Is it retreat into Raichu, attach bench, attach active, and get punched? Still can't feel great. Yeah,
If
we're
you
going
have
into
no cards in
Raichu.
hand, Menacing Fangs has no secondary effects.
That's true. It's only
Big
150.
brain.
That's
Yeah.
awful. Yeah. who would play that? Oh dear. Well, it is the retreat in the end. We are playing around the Menacing Fangs perfectly. Luxray's done its job. It's going to get traded away now.
Soldier Salute. Viking Burial.
Here we go. The Umbreon VMAX Dark signaling up the Manectric as well. No time to rest at all. Targeting the only energy attachment on the board. Really just putting as much pressure on as possible right now.
Menacing Fangs with that 150 damage, no secondary effect, but perfectly good enough in this case, yeah.
We could Kogas if we were
Dark
concerned about
Patch.
taking some damage on board as well. If we wanted to just confuse the opponent's active.
Dark Patch onto the Umbreon Darkrai. More energies being put into play.
The 160, thanks to the one counter that's already on this Mega Manectric, can set up the Black Lance as well. It does a bench 60 damage prod. So that's looking pretty good too. The Darkrai hits EX and GX is on the bench. Which of course Mega Manectric EX is qualifying for that. You see the Juggler, so we're holding on to the Koga for now.
I guess we're just hoping for
Darkrai.
Lightning Energy top deck. Is that the only card?
Yeah, I mean, Colress is like the better one if you get Lightning off the Colress and then you get one other card to do something with.
Like a basic Pokemon.
Yeah. The Darkrai Umbreon's getting more and more beefed up on the bench. There's even the Dark Moon GX like checkmate option. If you have 6 energy on it, your opponent can't do anything and the opponent's active's knocked out. So that could also be
true.
A nasty way to win. We keep seeing the same bug come up on Untap. Well, that's energy. It's just not the right color. Yeah. You play substantially more grass in the list, of course, but yeah, it's not where you want to be. Attach the Raichu. Oh, we only took 7 counters. We just got hit with Bind Down last turn, so we're trying to trap this Mega Manectric. Maybe the 80 damage with the Black Lance in the active is also live this way around. You force the
extra damage
into the active.
Didn't make that much sense. You are 2-shotting in most situations regardless, so I can see the play.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned, Black Lance is going to come into the mix now. We attach Retreated with double turbo here. So we can just finish off this Mega Manectric in the active and put 6 counters on this Raichu. Valiantly out here, but it does feel like the ticking clock now for Adam.
Ball Guy being played. Only 9 cards left in the deck for Broken Femurs. I guess if you do have one win condition, is to hope that Femurs plays themselves out into a deck out of some sort. But there is still
Kind of
the
worked in
Judge, there's
game
still the
one.
Bruno.
Yeah.
Yes.
It worked out in the first game, but that was because you had lots of Pokemon with lots of damage and way more turns than this.
Yes,
This is
that's
just,
true.
Yeah. This is quite a different story this time around.
So I will say, I don't know how relevant it is in this matchup or in this set or in this cube even, but in standard play and in tournaments, there is strategy to playing out a game that you know is doomed, right? You
Mhm.
might have a matchup where you feel like you actually want less time in game 3. I don't know, maybe Adam feels that way with their deck. I'm not sure. We talked a little bit about how Adam needs to evolve all their Pokemon to really get value out of
Yeah.
it, but I mean, Femurs also needs, to be fair, a lot of time to manually attach every turn.
Yeah.
So,
And to be fair, the Mega Manectric can just be like a turn 2 swing-in beat stick, and I think that's like a really
Yes.
dangerous option, especially when you play 2 copies. You have to Dene as well. You do have push potential that could allow you to be the aggressor into game 3. It's just the
So-
pass of Fluffy Berry as the terrible top deck. Darkrai GX is getting Ultra Balled away. Not sure if there is a way to win on this turn. There's one Dark Patch discarded. Maybe you could Restoration Darkrai GX, attach Dark Patch and Dead End GX this turn.
the laser, I think,
With
is
the-
in. Oh, with
It's the
Koga's.
Koga, but yeah, you can't
Yeah.
draw. Yeah. Is there any attack with Shrine of Memories that can get a KO? How many Dark Energy are in play for this Dark Pulse? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. We're a bit off.
Trying to memories Mew EX. I think, not that it matters in this game, but I was curious the ruling between this versatile ability and Shrine of Memories, but it looks like Mew EX cannot use Shrine of Memories attacks. Is that right?
Right. The Pokemon have to be showing for Mew to copy it.
Right. Okay.
Because the
use
Mew
attacks?
itself is not an evolved Pokemon, you see. Because the Shrine is only affecting evolved Pokemon.
Can it use if one of my other Pokemon have a TM? Can Mew EX use that attack?
No, right, because the Shrine just doesn't affect the Mew at all. As we do
No,
eventually
no.
see a concession here.
Well, okay. Anyways.
Oh, sorry. Are you saying it could copy a TM that's on a benched
Yeah.
Pokemon?
Yes. Could it do that?
Let me read this card again.
I'm not sure myself.
Attack
That's why I'm
on
asking.
any Pokemon in play. That's an interesting. I don't know the ruling on that myself. Is there anything equivalent to it in standard right now? That might be one for chat, maybe. Chat always knows best.
Chat, do you know?
As we get into game 3 of this winning in for tomorrow, of course, booking possibly our last slot into a whole new cube tomorrow. So these decks get the pat on the back. They did serve the purpose, and then we move on to a different cube tomorrow, the coin flip cube from Best Pal Al. Alongside some of our day 2 contestants. We heard from Slight earlier, and it was obvious that his insights with not only this cube, but cube in general, were pretty prominent on the stream all day today with his commentary. So he's certainly tough competition, a previous champion multiple times. As well as
Slight
some other really
has
strong
got to
competitors.
be the favorite potentially.
Yeah,
At
he's
least
a
close to
multiple
the
time
favorite, if
champ.
not. Yes.
Yeah.
Slight
puts you up
is
there.
arguably the best cube player in the world.
Yes,
Best
I think
Pokemon
he
cube
has
player
the
in the world.
like in terms of actual resume. I think that's very fair. I think I would lean Puka just as a godfather of cube in general, and the fact that I've basically not beaten him in 7 years. But
That's okay, fair. Yeah.
I literally think I've beaten him like once. In a lot
What is
of
this
cubes.
hand?
That's a mull. Fortunately.
Yeah, okay.
He
I just
started to promote the
put-
Raichu out of.
Yeah, I
Paris,
put my
think.
standard glasses on or my regular Pokemon
Yeah.
glasses on. I was like, this hand is crazy, but thankfully it's a mole. Hopefully you don't see 3 more of those like last game though.
I mean, it looked like this deck plays like a boatload of energy, but it's not. It's like a standard cat of energy even. So that was just a shuffle anomaly. But we are getting into this final game then. It's a Crobat V lead for Broken Femurs, which is not ideal.
Right.
Because that's one of your best ball search draw options with double Ultra Ball and Quick Ball in the list. That's one of your key bursts of draw power. Offline immediately. But we're getting into it here.
We have roughly 20 minutes left in this last game.
Perfect.
how
I think
far
20
we'll
minutes
get.
is manageable. Especially if it means that our players have to play aggressively and probably just not really take too much time and kind of throw cards down. But I think that's fine. I think that's, we've had some really tactical, weird board states for both game 1 and 2, but I think if one of these players gets to that rip-roaring start, you can just sort of throw hands with it. Do we have a weird backdoor way into card draw here with Penny on Crobat, or do we just have to research this hand after benching some basics here?
I don't think you can play your hand down enough to really
You can go
get any
all
value
3
out of
Darkrai
that.
can come down, and you could play a switch and then attach energy and then Crobat a couple, but yeah, it doesn't feel great.
Are we just seeing a pass instead of a research?
Well, we're at least
maybe-
benching some guys. You can attach the Weakness Guard energy, but you really like Darkness energy for Arbok, which is a triple Darkness cost, so we are just going to have to remove the entire hand. We do lose a patch in the process, which is a bit awkward. And obviously some of your Pokemon. We missed on Darkness energy as well, which really hurts.
Yeah. Let's take a look at how many energy are actually in this deck real quick.
That's a decent amount. 2, 4, 6, 8. 11 Darkness. Yeah, 11 Darkness plus 4 Special Energy.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, you can't be too happy with that. You had the painful research, but at least the hope of getting some attachment and tempo out of it, and that's just not come together here. On the other side of things, it was an early synthesis on the Shaman, and there's Turfield in hand, so we could see a early Lurantis coming down for Adam. Oh, that's prized again. Celosaur and Lurantis prized again this game.
Oh
It is so
no.
rough. You can go Rowegg, I suppose, but yeah. Roweg's still high tempo. But I really like going early Lurantis just as a 1 prizer that can evolve again,
Right.
The issue with these
Yeah,
tag
that makes
teams is
sense.
they block you out of a line. They stop at the stage 1.
And we do know how important those stage 2s are in Adam's
Mhm.
deck, for sure.
Here we go, though. We can Turfield. It looks like we're going to have a big Sinlin to hope to hit energy, so we can really start
Yeah.
tempoing out on this Crobat. It's weak to fighting, at least. All the Pokemon in play currently are for Broken Femurs, but it's still potentially a huge amount of pressure if it is going to be the
Turfield's
Hurricane coming in from a Rowegg.
searching, prize checking.
Okay, it's going to be the
Leafeon GX
Leafeon
coming through.
GX. It's still just a single prize Pokemon. And with that baked in heal, it could be big. Going to see the 3 cards first, removing energy recycler with Sinlin. Ooh, nice.
And
We do
there's
hit
the
energy.
energy.
Yeah, not much. Again, the hand is really just clogged, but at least we have tempo. If nothing else, we can
Yeah,
solar beam
for sure.
And we're putting the pressure on the board. And with 20 minutes on the clock, that's the priority right now. We're debating maybe.
I think
different
given
attacks.
that your opponent really did not do much of anything, did not attach any energies, yeah, doing any damage whatsoever puts you in a really good position, I think.
Was the debate to hold this energy and just synthesis here? I don't really know what you'd be holding the energy for, though, would be my question.
Agreed.
What's the upside of not just starting to pressurize a prize race here? When your opponent, as you said, hasn't really got any attacker to come back into you. Yeah,
I
eventually
think
we do go Leafeon.
these 2 decks, I would say, are about average power in this draft. We've seen some broken decks. We've seen probably some of the worst decks have already fallen off out of day 2 contention, which means that if you put on pressure this early, I feel like Broken Femurs doesn't really have much option into making a big comeback play. That's just not what his deck excels at. doesn't have a lot of
Right.
options the same way that Zach Kreckler's deck does, for example, with all
Sure.
those dragon type attackers. So I
These
like
sorts
this
of decks may
attacking.
crumble under pressure. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So I like the aggressive nature of this Leafeon GX play, putting 110 on this Crobat. Broken Femurs gets 1 energy. It's nice to have now, but would have liked that a turn earlier, unfortunately.
We're going to evolve into some stage 1s. Does that indicate we're going to admin for a fresh hand here? Maybe after an attachment? Piers would have been pretty nice here, honestly. You could have gone Zoro. Just establish that board. Okay, well, we can still surprise time this. That could be the way towards trade.
Right. Trade makes a lot of sense here.
Definitely seems like one of your most broken attacking options. With Piers, actually, you could grab your Darkrai Prism on a. Is that available? Yeah, with
Darkrai
Piers, you
Prism's
could have
on
gone Dark.
board, right?
Oh, there it is. Yeah. We had to bench that earlier. Yeah, that's right. It's a shame. I would have loved like a Piers into the Darkrai and just get that double attachment established.
Did we trade away the Dark Energy?
Yeah,
By
maybe
the
that's
way.
locking us into Piers.
Okay, yeah. That's fine then.
What have we drawn into? Are we just shuffle? Are we recognizing that we didn't shuffle the
Okay, I see.
didn't shuffle the deck after the Sharpedo went back in?
That makes sense.
Yeah, from the time machine. So it does go away. We do trade dark for dark and pick up that energy as a nice refund, which we'll take. Are we starting to weave in Zora Ninja here, attached towards Dark Pulse as an option?
Oh, I forgot that Darkrai GX was in the discard. So that trade away Dark Energy makes a lot more sense now, for sure.
Yeah. There is the synergy with that restoration ability. Okay, so we're weaving in the Darkrai as a potential attacker.
Now we might actually see the dead NGX this game, actually. That's a real big threat right now.
Yeah. Especially after this admin. Well, I mean, we didn't have any Pokemon anyway, but to be fair, if you held Piers, you still would have had that option online for next turn, but
yeah, it's the laser. So now we have to hope we draw into it off of trade top deck and maybe Tate and Liza for laser. You do have both laser and Koga as outs, but with the way Adam's board is, with only 1 Pokemon with 3 energies on it, this dead NGX could be devastating.
ooh, I think a huge sigh of relief of the Mega Manetric pickup. You can calm for a basic now. That's actually
true.
massive. The heavy's whiffing, but it gives you that insight of what stage 1s and whatever else you hadn't searched yet. But I think I like going collapsed here as well. It's gonna be a long time till you're affected by that, and it already feels like Broken's gone wide. You can go for that. You can calm, grab a basic, and then just research the hand. This admin's actually really helped out. I think it puts us right back into the mix here. With a big refresh, we can start getting some more Pokemon weaved in. We've got to start working towards more stage 2s as well as Manetric. Yeah.
More energies. Looks like we're in for a long one again. I know Slight put in the chat. What was
Did you
it?
really expect anything else? Come on.
Yeah.
It
2
was
games in a row
always-
where no prizes have been taken until like turn 15. It's actually 3 games in a row now.
Yeah. I mean, did Broken even take a prize in game 1? Like, he had damage across like 4 different Pokemon, but never actually took the prize. It's going to be the trusty Radiant Venusaur, searched out from the com. Nope,
Mutant is so cool. It's so nice having like basic Pokemon that have effects instead of just having like your boring Oddish that does 10 damage.
Right.
It really opens up cube building.
We are going to bump the Verbank, and then we are just going to research away. Losing Brock and Pow isn't without its cost, but we do have to get Zoom in here.
We have learned that this deck plays Miriam and Brock and
That's
more.
True. Oh, nice. We get another Grass Basic to come onto this board. We get a Lightning Attachment to threaten Zeraora.
Lightning Energy is
this
really good.
Perfect. Yeah,
Yes.
This is great.
So now this dead NGX that we were talking about before, even if we do see that come out, it's not nearly as threatening as it was before.
Yeah, the Dene is almost the perfect answer, to be honest with you. It's like, well, I
Right.
can still see 6 and still try and hit Manectric next turn. The Fluffy's just going to go onto the Leafeon. Oh, so we're actually going to
Oh,
keep
we're gonna
digging
play it
here.
this turn.
Yeah. I don't think it's horrible. Again, like you're losing a
Yeah.
resource in warp points, and lightning energy is just nice to have for next turn, but you're sort of knowing what you're working with straight up here.
I agree. Not too bad.
Well,
Oh, Mega Manectric. There it is.
yeah, that's going to be pretty solid to just keep you churning away. I feel like this is the really important like cog in the machine that you can weave in early whilst you're building your other guys, because it means we can like just maintain these energies quite nicely. This Leafeon could go into Venusaur happily next turn, and then we're really cooking. We are going to take the prize lead as well here. I don't think there's any other actions you really want to play. Like maybe you want to play Dual Ball, but I think that's reasonable to hold as well here. And you just take the prize on Crobat and initiate this race.
Yeah, I think I am fine with that. And now I'm wondering, suddenly the board and hand has gotten so good for Adam. Now I'm wondering what Femurs is going to respond with on their side. I mean, this dead end play that we've been hyping up, one, it's not as good as it used to be, but two, it's not even guaranteed still. We don't have a status condition to really activate it. So would it just be Dark Cleave for 130 or evolve into something like that Mega Sharpedo?
Peter feels awkward. It has a lightning weakness despite being a dark Pokemon, so the Zeraora
Yeah.
is checking you really nicely. So that feels rough. We're going to trade away the Quick Ball. Oh, we pick up Laser.
Oh.
So we can dead end.
I mean, I hyped it up.
I don't see a reason to not do it. There was no other good play this turn. So,
Yep.
oh
Agreed.
man, what a combo. The deck plays 1 Laser and 1 Koga. Are those the only ways to poison? Maybe an attack from
Yeah,
a
I think-
Crobat V were your only ways to poison. Man, what a
Erasing
big 2
3
cards from trade.
energy off of that Leafeon, wiping them off the board. It isn't game ending again because of that Mega Manectric being online next turn, but definitely keeps Broken Femurs in the game for sure.
The Lightning Weak Yveltal is going into a Lightning Weak Sharpedo on the bench, so not too big of a difference there. But we are going to take Liza for 5 fresh cards. So we get Letter. Bunch of energy in the hand, actually. There's Nestboard as well. At least you're holding on to gear to maybe bail you out next turn. Yeah, pretty good overall. Like none of us were expecting to see the dead end this turn, so this is just a huge win, I think.
Really solid.
Tempo. And it means next turn you can evolve this active Pokemon into Arbok possibly as well, which is something we have to consider.
Oh, true.
In the best case. Wow, we're proactively gearing. I'm surprised we're playing this, honestly, because you could just see an extra card and trade. You could see effectively like 9 cards from this gear if we just held it for the turn. You've already played Tate and Liza. Bit of a surprise from me there.
If your opponent also plays any sort of hand disruption, you're basically thinning a gear from your deck, which is opposite of what you usually want to do.
Yeah. And we know there's Judge in the deck for Adam. Either way, it is going to be that GX attack for the big swing of 3 prizes. We pass things back over to Adam. The Manectric is almost always going to be the play here. Maybe Ultra Balling this Trev into a stage 1 to again start weaving in this Venusaur could be handy here. Or we're going to Dual Ball to kick things off. This time it's double heads. That's when you feel this is a broken card. It's a VIP pass on turn 12 or whatever that we're on.
I think when we mentioned Dual Ball in the last game or set, I saw some comments from Slight and Davi that potentially Dual Ball in tomorrow's cube is pack 1 pick 1 status. Maybe the best card in the cube, they said.
Yeah, that's a whole different conversation tomorrow. When you choose the outcome of coin flips, that's crazy.
It's a little sneak peek into all types of weird shenanigans happening tomorrow.
The uncultured play Buddy Buddy Poffin in standard. The cultured guarantee the outcome of dual ball. We're seeing Venusaur. There's just fodder for Ultra Ball here. Yeah, fodder for Ultra Ball with Grass Energy. Let's see, we got Hex in hand
What do
from
we
the
grab?
Eldegoss. Did you think Hex was the best supporter to grab here? I know
I
denying trade is
don't think
important,
so.
but yeah, that's a surprise to me as well, to be honest. I like for Ultra Ball Raichu, though. That seems like a valuable piece. If you're going to Manectric to the Raichu, that seems threatening.
I actually would have liked to see maybe Sinlin grabbed. Is that allowed in this
too.
cube?
Yeah,
think it
that's also
is.
something to bear in mind. I didn't see it as one of those rules. Typically, you see it with like Lusamine and stuff
Right.
like that. I don't think there was a specific rule against Sinlin in this draft, as far as I could tell. Yeah, I don't see
There
anything
is-
else on the regular rules.
Yeah, I don't see them either. There are always some house rules to bear in mind, such as like Ace-Specs going to the Lost Zone, Lusamine, Sinlin interactions. Always something to bear in mind, but looks like not going to be the case this time. Still going to grab that Hex Maniac, though. Interesting play. We'll see if it comes to be important in the following turn, shutting down that trade. And I think we will just see that Turbo Bolt for 110. And in this cube, 110, setting up 2 energies, it's pretty solid. I mean, it's similar to Zach's ADP that was so crucial.
Yeah.
Obviously, ADP does more damage, but I mean, Turbo Bolt's a little bit easier to set up, I think.
Yeah, I flagged Mega Manectric as one of the key selling points, like not only within Lightning, but just in the cube in general, because it enables so many other lines, especially with the colors and its attack cost. It's so easy to weave in. We
Yeah, I
actually
think-
couldn't use that Zoroark, right? I think we just traded under Hex, which we probably have to make sure that we stop that. Hopefully we can get that fixed. Pretty sure there was a Hex played. So we'll just make sure we get that fixed. At least we caught it straight away.
Right.
So we should be able to reverse this pretty easily. That's one of the benefits. Yep, and Davi's on the case as well. We know the cards have gone back, so we're happy. See the 2 from the trade have gone back into the deck. No problem.
Well, I think going back to your point of Mega Manectric being so key in this cube, I think Adam's deck really proves your point, right? You wouldn't expect necessarily that Mega Manectric goes with grass, at least not at first glance of the cube, but it synergizes pretty well. We've seen some crazy plays happen, such as that Tropical Hour GX, and that's all thanks to the Mega Manectric.
That was not on my bingo card, to be honest. A 6 energy Tropical Hour. It was so awesome. My jaw was like dropping seeing that lined up in our round 1. Such an amazing swing card. And I mean, it's everything that I don't associate with Rowegg, honestly. I think about it in standard where it was there for super growth, and sure, you could Tropical Hour, but I think it was only in like one matchup you would ever do the full value for it in standard. So pretty cool to see it come up here. And really could have been a game ender in a lot of ways. Zach had to really navigate the rest of that game so cleverly to still win the game.
If you're used to standard or high power cubes, those types of plays with 6 energy ultra attacks sometimes don't really happen unless the cube is really crazy and your deck is really super turbo. But in this cube, your Mega Manectric EX normally survives 2 hits at the very least, so attaching 4 energy over 2 turns, enables some really crazy stuff sometimes.
Look at this, the Mars is a...
Oh, no.
Oh, he hit the time machine. That's so lucky.
50-50.
50-50.
I mean, there's been a lot of coin flips in this set.
There sure has. Mars could have hit the only supporter, but instead, it's a huge sigh of relief here in our game 3. We still haven't seen a turn attachment to the bench yet, so I wonder where that's going to go. Davies just said that it's time on the round. We're both at 5 prize cards each, so we're at turn 0. I believe it's going to come down to turns, and then check prizes, and then after that, I imagine it's sudden death. We'll just get confirmation from Davy. I think he's writing it in the chat for us now, so everyone should be on the same page. Down to 3 prizes. Okay, so 3
No,
turns.
I think Davi's
okay,
saying 3 turns.
turns, not prizes. Okay. Then check prizes. There we go. So it's standard end of time rules are in effect now. So this is currently turn 0. It may give Broken an opportunity to retreat this turn rather than give up the damaged Darkrai, perhaps. But you're not going to be launching an attack here with anything else.
Yeah, what is the best win condition? I mean, the game has changed completely, I think, with this time being called. So now you really have to kind of weave your way into getting a prize lead instead of thinking about your long-term strategy. And I don't know what that means in this case.
I feel like with Dark Cloak, you can just like spend this turn retreating, attaching to Zoro Ninja, letting something sponge, then going back out into something else.
I
If you
agree.
can draw into your other patch, maybe like that's kind of what I'm eyeing up. The good old-fashioned sponge turn and hope for the best.
Yes, I think that has to be the case.
You basically have to go into Zoro GX or Darkrai EX here. The Sharpedo has lightning weakness, let's not forget. Oh, just goes directly into Greninja Zoro, so maybe that's not the attacker we're looking at. We're also not paying
there
retreat,
is
right? So we have Dark
Free
Cloak.
retreat, I think.
We'll just get those energies back onto our Darkrai
Hex.
GX. Oh yeah, Hex. Yeah, man. Yeah, good point. The players are locked in now more than we are. It makes this retreat. Oh, it makes it so much harsher. So yeah, because of the cloak being turned off, you have to reattach to this Darkrai and hope you can evolve into an Arbok with just more hit points that you're not getting 2-shot later. But there's a threat of Choo-Choo now on the bench. I feel like
Choo-Choo is really scary,
the
for
past,
sure.
the pendulum, the ball is in the court of Thunder Trees here from Adam.
Right.
I feel like he's just in that better position. They're level on prizes, but we have the tempo, and there's no damage on the board from Adam with multiple attacking threats. And crucially, a
Just
free
a
retreater
reminder-
currently in the active. Yeah, go on.
Reminder for chat: whoever wins this game wins the set, and therefore moves on to day 2. So the stakes are really high here.
Couldn't come any closer than this. It's game number 3, in round number 3, and we're in turns of time. This is high stakes poke. If you lose this game, you're out of the Champions Cube until next year. Essentially, it's a long wait. So
it is.
Trust me, it's a long wait. If you go out with an impressive performance, you're ruminating on that for a whole year, from personal experience.
We see the Titanizer being played for that effect of shuffling your hand into your deck to draw 5. And now we don't actually have the Choo-Choo attack available. No lightning energy drawn. I think there's only one left in
I think that's what we were digging for mostly.
Yeah.
Because if you could paralyze this 2-prizer, that would just be insane for you, right? It would set up a lightning
be.
ride. Yeah. That would be the dream play. You're still able to load up a number of energies here. Is it best on Trevenant now, perhaps? Just so you can weave in Wood Blast? Not really seeing a great play lined up now. You do have the Retriever in hand, so maybe you could evolve a Trev this turn into a stage 1.
Oh, looking at Lightning Ride GX, it is
collapsed.
It is extra lightning energy, and you don't actually have enough lightning energy in the deck to proc that 250 damage, unfortunately. So yeah, I guess it makes sense to just attach those to Trevenant. But even though the ball is definitely in Adam's court to win this game, it might go pretty long. Broken Femurs can kind of play this retreat game and just let a bunch of different things soak hits for a little while.
These two could easily be on the same prizes at the end of these 3 turns. I think that's pretty likely, actually, with Dark Cloak on one side, Free Retreaters on the other. I think there's going to be a lot of musical chairs going on. Oh, the retreat lock from Trevenant.
Are we going into Dark Forest?
Yeah, could easily be here. Just 20 damage, but you're keeping this Greninja Zoro in the active for you.
But
try and make
what's your long-term plan after that?
Well, you're drawing 2 from Sunny Bloom, at least, so maybe
Okay,
your plan
that's
was to
true.
draw towards Tandem Shock next turn, maybe? Trevenant's got a chunky retreat cost, but maybe you could have evolved into... no, because we
This
played
game
the...
is this game is gonna go way past 3 turns. I'm feeling.
Yeah. Well, the Leafeon now could evolve into like Venusaur or Meganium as well
Okay,
next
yeah,
turn
yeah,
for
that's
extra
true.
acceleration and retreat options. So there's actually still a lot of options available as we've passed back over 2 broken femurs here. Picks up the admin. It's not that helpful right now.
Yeah.
The collapse is gone, so Luxray can make it onto the board here. And
So
honestly,
if
when
you're
we're in this weird...
femurs,
Yeah, go on.
what do you do? Do you just attach to the active, do you think?
But you can't retreat this turn, so it doesn't
Yeah.
really make sense to attach active, does it? Unless you're
Well,
just
if
saying you're
you're
going to keep getting hit with Dark Forest. Is that what
yeah,
you're thinking about? Yeah.
that's what I'm considering right now.
And maybe
But
attach active and still play Kogas, and then make that Dark Forest a riskier play, perhaps. Could be the line. We see energy to Luxray, our favorite
We're
poke.
going- Oh,
And we're
the
admining as well.
admin.
Getting a fresh
mean,
hand on our side.
To be fair, you
Wow.
do know that your opponent just drew 2 fresh cards off the Venusaur, so you don't really know the hand quality of your opponent.
We are holding on to some spicy cards now as well. We have the Wrath, but also holding on to Umbreon VMAX. This is, as we know, Gust is such a great
Oh,
game-ending
yes.
style card
That's true.
that now, like, anything we poke could be an easy way to, like, our final prize. Or even this Venusaur that only has 150 right now. If that doesn't evolve up, that could be the easy, like, final prize take. This Umbreon could be the difference right now. Although, Adam's holding on to the judge, so it could be casinoed back into the deck.
True.
We
Yeah,
are
I
not
think
done
it
yet.
might be the case. I mean, is there
Wrath is
ever a
gonna
world
pick
where
up
you Dark Signal the
Spirit.
Radiant Venusaur this turn? I guess not.
I don't think you can. Have we played the Warp Point yet from Adam? Yeah, Warp Point and Fluffy have gone. And Tate and Liza's gone. Maybe you can make that play, actually. This is the Wrath just throwing away some pieces. Superior is helpful. We've already attached Double Turbo this turn.
There is Red's Challenge, though. What can Red's Challenge get if we don't judge?
If we hold the hand... That, again,
Go-
a lot of options. I need to look
so
through some
many.
discard piles to see.
Could go into Venusaur EX is in the discard.
Yeah, that would have been one of the easier ways to like shimmy some of these energy around and fix the board a bit.
Yeah.
We have the rainbow for Choo Choo anyway, so is there any way that we can actually retreat out our guy? Can we just evolve into Meganium EX just so that we have 1 less retreat and then we can nurture heal the active? Oh no, because it's only no, because it's
basic,
the bench
right?
Leafeon that's yeah.
Yeah.
Is Lurantis still in those prizes? Yeah, it is. We're just seeing a ton of
Fluffy
darkness
Berry
energy come back into the
gone.
hand.
Tate and Liza gone.
Yeah, I think this Trevenant, it was trying to trap something else, but it's trapped itself in the process.
Yep. It does look that way. Warp
Here
Point
we
gone.
go. It's the big pass in the end. We're on to turn 3 of time. The prizes are level and are looking very likely to still be level at the end of this turn. Do we just hold out with Dark Forest for another turn? Maybe if we can evolve the bench into Meganium, we could still just swing a Grass to the active, Rainbow the Raichu.
Yeah.
That
That's
would
not
mean
bad.
challenging away. You would challenge away Rosa and Mega Man
Like,
to grab the Meganium.
Yep.
I feel like that's the best use of your hand, and you get Sunny Bloom draw as well.
I agree with this play. I think that makes the most sense to me.
Definitely, from the context of the hands, seems like the best line. This is tough though. There's, like we say, no easy, just on the spot play here. It's what you can piece together.
Oh, it's really coming down to the wire, huh?
It's everything I expected from this cube, to be honest with you. Oh, nice. We do see the reds. Oh, it's going exactly as planned. I think this is just the play. Reds get rid of Mega Man Rosa. Evolve bench. Nurture heal active. Rainbow bench. Draw 3 from Sunny Bloom. Lock this Greninja Zoro that we didn't attach to last turn, which I think is crucial. That could have been a huge
Yes.
play that you highlighted.
Agreed.
Could have really instantly punished this Trev line, the slow line.
It's really hard to
Still-
tell though. I mean, we did notice that Fluffy Berry, Warp Point, Tate Lines, they're all gone. They're all in the discard.
Yeah.
If your opponent sends out this Trevenant and locks you in place, you might just assume that they have a way to get out of it because they're the one who chose this path, right?
True.
But yeah, not the case.
No, not at all. It is. I'm pretty sure the play that we outlined being done here, nurture heal active.
Hmm.
Oh man, it's still not guaranteed, but it feels like the only line we had. Adam plays so
Rainbow
well here in these
Energy.
final stages.
Yep.
Maybe going through the discard piles here as well. Obviously, with Dark Cloak, you kind of have to retreat trap. You can't just Wood Blast. That doesn't make much sense. Yeah, it's going to be Rainbow to Raichu. And then you just port for 20 again. We can't play this Judge because we played a Reds.
Yep.
We have 4 Dark. Yeah, don't worry. We know the hands. We're good. it does give the opponent information for Fang Snipe, which is
That is
terrifying.
true.
But
But there's no way to use it this turn, right?
no. I'm just saying.
So
I'm
thankfully.
just saying. Oh dear. Chaotic as ever. These final few games. So we are past turns. We're gonna get confirmation from Dabby now as well. Are we gonna Sunny Bloom as well? Or no? Do we choose not to Sunny Bloom for cards here? I think we didn't. Yeah, so confirmation. First player to draw a prize wins the set from now.
It is legal to not Sunny Bloom, so there's
That is true.
there's no correction to be made here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is a you may. We've seen a trade of a Darkness Energy, I think. That's what we're signifying from the one in play right now. I think surely the diff just has to be that Umbreon VMAX that's sat in hand for Broken. I still, like, even though we're setting up this great trap from the Tandem Shock 2-attack win con into the active Zoran Ninja here, if we can make this Umbreon stick, it's gonna still go the way of Broken Femur more than likely.
Yeah.
You may have to proactively Umbreon now though,
Right.
and just
That's
attach
what I was
active and
thinking,
pass.
almost.
Yeah, you just attach active and Umbreon Venusaur and just say, "Do you got it?" from this Judge, which you know your opponent has by mistake. But if you count the
What?
switch outs, I think we know this Venusaur's trapped, right?
So you know the Venusaur is trapped, but you would expect Telesaur and Lurantis to be in the deck, right?
That's true. So you would hope that, like, off the Judge, they don't draw Lurantis energy.
Yeah. I think
Still,
so.
it's still a big combo. Oh, we are seeing Umbreon VMAX. Here it is. Rad Venusaur. And we're actually playing the Judge. Interesting. So you're giving the opponent the fresh 4 on their own accord. Did we also not attach active here? That's a...
So that's trade.
Yeah.
Seems like they might be talking about, oh, I thought I attached active. Nope, no attach whatsoever.
That's a
Energy
trade.
back into the hand though, so still
We've drawn
can
back into
attach if they
energy.
want to.
My goodness. You can see just how much
I
pressure's
mean-
on at this point.
Yes, for sure.
There's the Umbreon Darkrai on the bench now. Black Lance is threatening game next turn. So you don't even have to attach this turn. You can hold this Darkness Energy for Cloak next turn and retreat, because you're not going to be under Forest Lock, you would expect. Oh, but the Swoop Teleporter that's in hand, could that unlock a cheaper retreat play for Adam?
Are there
How many grass
any
Pokemon are in play right now? There's 3 grass basics in play, and there's only 4
3?
in the deck, right? And the Shaman's
There's
actually in the
Shamans in the
discard pile. So
discard.
yeah, the swoop's not live. Oh, you could Miriam swoop. That's actually in hand, that combo. You can Miriam swoop, pay
Okay.
retreat, and
Yeah.
Raichu. If you
And
provided
then
you don't draw into the if you don't draw into the Shaman
oh,
EX. Because you
that's true.
shuffle
So
and then draw.
you would
You put all
okay,
3
so
back
you
in
would
and just hope for the
shuffle.
best.
What would you do? Yeah, you
Well,
would
here we
shuffle
go.
all
We're
the
seeing it.
Pokemon back.
Yeah, you go all 3 pokes. Really cross your fingers that you don't
Oh
draw the Shaman
no, wait.
EX.
And it's actually like there's only 8 cards in deck, so it's not
Yeah,
out of the
you're drawing
question
3
that
out
this
of 11.
happens.
Yeah, and they get the crucial element of Miriam is that you draw. You have the option to draw back into these Pokemon. Let's see the big 3 cards from Miriam here. We don't want to see Shaman EX.
What are those cards?
Oh, we dodged. We dodged and weaved.
I
Here we go.
I think
Swoop, Venusaur, Paralysis.
yeah, I think the paralysis might lock up the game, right?
Let's have a look
Does
at the
Femur
switch
have
outs
any
now.
answers?
Femur. They've lost their switch, and I think that's the only, like, outside of switch, I think it's just the Dark Cloak, and we cannot evolve tag team Pokemon. Yeah, the switch has been played. I think this Raichu might be getting the job done here. We're going to capture energy, retreat. The Shaman EX now that just has the 1 retreat cost. And it looks like it very well might be Thunder Trees just squeaking over the line here. We've gone through our
think
turns of time, the
so.
level on prizes, but the Raichu is just about getting us there.
I really like it when these hybrid color decks come to fruition, like the dream of using this niche alternate attacker that's not in your main color, but having it be the MVP of the match feels so satisfying.
What was the most cool thing, I think, about this whole thing is that they were very early on grass, and then they just happened to take the Dene because it's just a good card. Then they
Right.
saw Zeraora and like picked it late in a pack. I think they also picked up Vikavolt GX. So I think they just picked the good bits of Lightning in later packs and then got rewarded with
Yeah.
Manectric being late in just the pack order.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, just completely rewarded by good drafting habits, which is what it's all about here. We are seeing high-level drafters throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah, I do like the way this deck was drafted and constructed.
Oh, we're going
right?
into Trev. We're not going into Choo Choo.
Oh,
Oh, we're
do we
evolving
have?
into Rowegg.
Oh, we have game. It's because we have game for Tropical Hour plus Laser.
Tropical Hour plus Laser 10. You're right. Tropical Hour does get us there. It's game this turn. Wow. Thrilling scenes. It was the Nurture and
Wow.
Heal attachment to get that final energy. Plus the 10 from Poison. Yeah, incredible scenes. So it's going to, in fact, be Adam making it to day 2 of our competition. Congratulations to him. Broken Femurs, very cool draft. We saw some real highlight moments. That game 2
We did.
was just absolute domination, to be honest with you. So a really awesome draft from them. I'm sure we'll see them back in champs again at some points. And if they keep drafting these creative deck lists, they're definitely a scary player to come up against because they are thinking outside the box, I think, no doubt.
I mean, you wouldn't expect a dark deck without Weavile to be amazing, but I think given what Femurs was given, I think the deck turned out pretty well. We saw the dream come true, right, of the Arbok discarding the entire hand. So really close, almost making it to day 2, just barely missing out. Probably one of the closest you pretty much the closest you can get to making day 2 without actually getting there.
Yeah, and I think you take solace from that. You know that you were just on that precipice and things didn't play out in that final game 3 situation, but it is one of those things. But yeah, that's going to wrap up day 1 of Champions Cube. But we then move our attention on to day 2 as well, Vic, where it's a completely different cube, a new draft as well. I know a lot of people stick around just to see the draft. That's always my most fun part of things. So we're going to be once again commentating through all of that. And then we have 3 more rounds of action tomorrow to crown a new champion.
Exciting stuff. See you tomorrow in the draft. Excited to commentate it with you.
Nice. All right, that's it then, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for sticking around, and let us know your favorite deck from today.